The title is Fire Song. Author Catherine Coulter. Contents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Epilogue. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. Fire Song. A signet book, published by arrangement with the author. All rights reserved. Copyright 1990 by Catherine Coulter. This book may not be reproduced in whole or part by mimeograph or any other means without permission. Making or distributing electronic copies of this book constitutes copyright infringement and could subject the infringer to criminal and civil liability. For information, address the Berkeley Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Putnam Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. The Penguin Putnam Inc. worldwide website address is https://www.penguinputnam.com. ISBN 978-101-20979-0. A Signet Book. Signet Books, first published by the Signet Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Putnam Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. Signet and the S design are trademarks belonging to Penguin Putnam Inc. Electronic edition, May 2002. To Best Friends, Randy and Bob. 1. By all the fires in hell, Guy, Graelam shouted, pointing between Demon's flattened ears. A dozen horse-horned villains against a merchant and 6 men. He wheeled around in his saddle and yelled back to his men, "Let's show these damned French bastards what the English are made of." Even as he spoke, he dug his heels into his destrier's sides and smoothly unsheathed his gleaming sword. Demon thundered down the grassy rolling hill into the small valley below, his silver-studded bridle glittering in the bright sun. "A Moreton! A Moreton!" Graelam shouted. He clapped his visor down and swung his huge sword in a wide, vicious arc. His 2 knights and dozen men-at-arms closed behind him, their cries echoing his own. Graelam coolly studied the band of brigands, thinking they had chosen an ideal spot for a coward's attack. And one of the men under attack was no merchant, he realized, as Demon crashed into a horse, tossing the rider high into the air. The man was richly garbed in wine velvet over his chainmail and sat astride a magnificent bay stallion. He obviously had a knight's training, for his sword was flashing like silver as at least 6 of the brigands circled him, 4 of them on horseback. But despite his prowess as a warrior, unaided, he would soon be cut to pieces by his 6 attackers. Graelam yelled again, "A Moreton! A Moreton!" And half of the brigands, no fools, dashed toward the forest, while 6 others continued their furious attack on the lone man. He fights well, Graelam thought, and in the next moment he rode into the fray, a grim smile on his face as his sword sank into a man's throat. Blood spurted upward, splattering Graelam's mail, but he ignored it, riding Demon straight into another brigand's horse. Demon rose to his hind legs, slashing with his forelegs at the horse's neck. At the same moment, Graelam sliced his sword through the man's chest, sending him spinning to the ground, a thin, surprised croak tearing from his throat. He closed beside the warrior, protecting his flank, and laughed aloud as the remaining rogues, screaming from wounds and fear, fled after their fellows into the forest. The fighting had lasted 5 minutes, no more. Save for the groans of the wounded men, all was peacefully silent again. Graelam calmly handed his bloody sword to one of his men-at-arms, then dismounted and turned to Sir Guy de Blassis, one of his knights. "Only Hugh is wounded, my lord," Guy said, panting a little, "and not badly. The vermin were cowards." Graelam nodded and approached the richly clothed man. "Are you hurt?" "Nay, but I would be fodder for the crops were it not for you. My thanks." He pulled off his helmet and pushed back the chainmail covering his head. "My name is Maurice de Lorris, of Belterre." He smiled widely at Graelam, his eyes twinkling. He fights like a much younger man, Graelam thought, taking in the close-cropped graying hair and the deep lines radiating from his dark green eyes. He was still a well-looking man who had not grown soft in the manner of many older warriors. He had not an ounce of fat on his wiry body, and Graelam could see the play of firm muscles in his shoulders and arms. "You are breathing hard, my lord. Come, rest a while, and tell me why a party of brigands would attack you." Maurice nodded and dismounted, aware that his heart was pounding painfully in his chest, and his breathing was coming in short, jerking gasps. But Christ's bones, he thought, it had been a good fight. "You are wounded." Maurice looked stupidly at the bloody rent in his velvet surcoat and cursed softly. Kassia would have difficulty repairing the jagged tear. "'Tis nothing," he said, shrugging it off. "Guy," Graelam called, "have one of the men bring me some water and cloths." He smiled down at Maurice. "I am Lord Graelam de Moreton, an Englishman, returning from the Holy Land. I was beginning to believe that I was traveling through an Eden," he continued, looking around at the gently rolling hills of Aquitaine. "Bloody boring it was becoming. I thank you, my lord, for the sport." "Your timing bespeaks divine intervention," Maurice said, wincing as one of Graelam's men ripped the velvet surcoat beyond repair to clean and bind the wound in his arm. "You say you were in the Holy Land?" he asked, looking more closely at the large English warrior who had saved his life. At Graelam's nod, he continued in a saddened voice, "Word reached me about Louis, the poor king dying like a piece of filth in that God-forsaken land. A saint among men, but now what does it matter? Your valiant Prince Edward, did he survive?" "He did. But enough talk for you, until you are stronger, my lord." Maurice found himself leaning gratefully against Graelam's massive chest. Graelam eased him down beneath an oak tree, then rose to survey the damage wreaked by the brigands. He pulled back his mail and ran his hair through his matted black hair. "Guy," he called, pointing toward a mortally wounded man who was groaning on the ground, "dispatch that brigand to hell." It was odd, Graelam thought, but none of the wagons had been touched. He pictured the battle in his mind, recalling the 6 men who had attacked Maurice de Lorris. If contraband had not been their goal, then... He shook his head and continued his inspection. 3 of Lord Morris's men were dead and 2 wounded. He gave his men further instructions and walked back to Maurice, whose arm now rested in a sling. Maurice studied the dark, powerful man who had saved his life. English or no, he was a splendid specimen and a fierce fighter. And, Maurice thought, his eyes squinting against the afternoon sun, he was young and healthy, his mighty chest firm and solid as an oak tree. He was a man well used to command, a man one could trust. He saw the frown furrowing Graelam's brow and said, "I know your thoughts, my lord, for they echo my own. There are thieves aplenty in this world, but a force such as attacked me is unusual. Aquitaine is well governed, and it stretches the imagination to believe I was attacked by such a collection of men for a mere 3 wagons of wine." "You have enemies," Graelam said, matter-of-factly. "It would appear so." Maurice shrugged and looked directly into Graelam's dark eyes. What man does not? An enemy who also is too cowardly to do the work himself. So it would appear. He looked thoughtfully for a moment. "I have no proof," he said finally. "There is but one man who would go to such lengths to have me removed from this earth." With the excitement of battle receding, Graelam felt weary, more from the week's trekking from Sicily than from wielding his sword. He rubbed his hand over the muscles knotted in his neck. "I had forgot," Maurice said. "Your Prince Edward is now king. Does he return soon to claim his crown?" "Nay, he has the wanderlust, and there is no need. England is at peace, and his uncle, the Duke of Cornwall, will protect what is Edward's." "But you, Graelam de Moreton, I hear in your voice that you wish to be home." "Aye, fighting the heathen in the Holy Land was an exercise in bloodletting and disease and frustration. The treaty Edward negotiated with the Saracens will keep the Christians safe for some time, at least." Maurice looked thoughtfully at the English knight. "We are but 3 days from my home, Lord Graelam," he said. "Will you accompany me to Belterre?" "It will be my pleasure," Graelam said. Good, Maurice said, his thoughts turning to Kassia. He would have 3 days to determine if this Englishman would prove a worthy husband for his only daughter. Belatedly, he asked, not meeting Graelam's eyes, "I suppose you have a family eagerly awaiting your return." "Nay, but my castle, Wolffeton, is likely falling to ruin. A year is a long time to be gone." "Ah," Maurice said, and sat back against the oak tree, closing his eyes. Kassia shrugged out of her ermine-lined cloak, folded it carefully, and laid it across the saddle in front of her. It was much too beautiful to wear, she thought with a smile, remembering her father's sly looks when he presented it to her on her last birthday. She had teased him that it was a gift for a princess and not a simple maid living in the wilds of Brittany. As for her nurse and maid, Etta, she had tisked behind her hand, claiming the master was spoiling her baby, but Maurice had only laughed. Kassia raised her face to the brilliant sun. It was a beautiful spring day, with soft, puffy white clouds dotting the blue sky, and air so pure and clean and warm that she couldn't seem to breathe deeply enough. She turned slightly in her saddle and looked back toward Belterre. Her eyes glistened with pride at the sight of the 4 round towers that rose proudly to formidable heights, guarding the surrounding countryside like massive sentinels. Thick gray stone walls, aged to mute grace over the last 100 years, connected the huge towers, forming a large square atop the rocky hillock. Belterre was not only her home, but also a strategic fortress, commanding the river Morlaix. No enemy could sail from the sea up the river without the soldiers of Belterre knowing of it, and no enemy could escape detection landward, no matter how stealthily they tried, for the castle commanded the highest hill in the area. As Kassia gazed beyond the thriving town of Morlaix toward the sea, she remembered the stories her father had told her of the violent past, when powerful men had fought to gain control of Brittany. Belterre had survived, for even the stoutest war machines had faltered and failed before they could draw close enough to harm Belterre with their flaming balls of fire. Siege was their only fear, and her father would remind them of it every year when the crops were safely stored. Kassia, every bit as fine a housekeeper as her grandmother had been, would ensure that the outbuildings were well stocked with wheat and fodder, the meat cured, and enough flour and salt purchased to withstand the forces of the King of France himself. Thomas, one of her father's squires, reined in beside Bluebell, drawing Kassia from her thoughts. "My lady," he said, pointing to the east, "a group of men is approaching. We should return to Belterre." She nodded, remembering her promise to her father, and urged Bluebell into a canter back to Belterre. She smiled, thankful that he would be home within the week, home with enough wine from Aquitaine to last him a decade. How she had teased him, chiding him about the red lines on his nose from too much drinking. He had believed her until he had stared closely into a silver mirror and come after her, bellowing. She had felt so guilty that she had allowed him to trounce her in chess. Pierre, the porter, raised the portcullis, and their small troop rode into the inner bailey. As always, Kassia felt a sense of accomplishment when she viewed the cleanliness of the outbuildings and the well-swept cobbled ground that slanted gently downward to the outer bailey so that rain could not collect and stagnate. There was no filth, no untidiness in her home, and all who lived within the keep were well fed and clothed in stout wool. A group of children were playing near the large well, and Kassia waved gaily to them. They also were a part of her huge family, and she knew each of them by name. "We live in a rabbit warren," her father would complain with a smile. "Sometimes I cannot even relieve my bowels without someone about." "Thomas," she said, after he had helped her to dismount, "have Pierre close the gates until we know who our visitors are." "Yes, my lady," Thomas said, unable to entirely keep the worship from his voice. He was Kassia's age, and his father held sizable rents to the east. But he knew, sadly, that Kassia regarded him as a brother. It was just as well, he thought, turning to speak to Pierre, that he would win his spurs within the year. He did not think he could bear to be around when her father gave her in marriage to another man. "Damned whoreson," Pierre spat, watching the dozen riders approaching Belterre. "'Tis that miserable Geoffrey de Lacy. I recognize his standard. It should be a weasel and not a proud eagle. How I'd like to tell the lout to keep his hide away from Belterre and my lady." "I will see what Kassia wishes," Thomas said. But Kassia had heard, and she called to him to open the gates. Geoffrey was her cousin, son of her father's sister, Felice. Evidently, his strident, altogether disagreeable mother had not accompanied him this time. Thank the saints for one small favor, she thought. If only her father were here. She climbed the wooden stairs to the outer wall, and watched Geoffrey draw his small troop to a halt at the base of the hill. He was richly attired, as usual, in dark blue velvet, and she imagined that his pale blue eyes were assessing the worth of Belterre. She chewed on her lower lip, wishing she could refuse him entry, but of course she could not. "Kassia, 'tis I, Geoffrey," he called up to her. "May I take my rest for a while?" She did not even bother to call back to him, Geoffrey noted, his lips thinning with annoyance. Proud little bitch. Once he was wed to her, he would teach her manners. He could not prevent his eyes wandering lovingly over every inch of Belterre as he and his troop of men rode slowly upward toward the massive gates. It would be his soon. He would be Lord of Belterre and away from his mother's infernal harping and sharp tongue. He straightened his shoulders, pasted a smile upon his face, and rode his destrier into the inner bailey, to where Kassia now stood awaiting him. He had not seen her for nearly 6 months, and he felt a tingling of pleased surprise as he noted the soft curve of her breasts, more fully rounded now, more womanly. He admired her magnificent chestnut hair, that caught the sunlight in its thick silken strands, falling in lazy waves to her waist. But he did not like her eyes, though they were a brilliant hazel, wide, and framed with dark, thick lashes. They gazed at him too straightly, directly into his face, into his mind. She was forward for a woman. His damned uncle had coddled her, not teaching her her place. But on this visit, Geoffrey had no trouble smiling as he viewed his future home and his future wife. "Kassia," he said, dismounting to stand beside her, "you become more beautiful with the passing months." "Geoffrey," Kassia said shortly in acknowledgment, disregarding the caressing tone of his voice, "my father has not yet returned from Aquitaine." "Ah, it is not just your father's company that draws me." "What does draw you, Geoffrey?" His lashes lowered over his eyes, hiding their annoyed expression. "The lovely day, and you, my cousin." "May I spend an hour with you? Unfortunately, I must return to Beaumanoir by evening." Kassia nodded, picked up her skirts, and led him up the winding stairs into the great hall. "I trust your mother is well," she said. Geoffrey laughed. "My mother is always in good health. She is particularly in fine fettle when I am about, a likely candidate upon which to vent her spleen." "Well," Kassia said, bending a bit, "she treats you better than she treats me. Imagine her telling my father that I am far too young to manage Belterre, as if I were some silly twit raised in a convent." Geoffrey relaxed at the honest laughter in her voice, and her eyes were twinkling in the most beguiling way. It was wise of him, he thought, to come here today. He would be the one she would wish to see when she heard about her father. He would have her, willing or unwilling, but he preferred her to want him, to accept him. The thought of forcing a lady was distasteful to him. She motioned him to a chair, and he again noticed, with pleasure, the soft roundness of her breasts as she gestured with her hand. "You have not grown taller," he said. "No, I fear it is my fate to forever be at the level of my father's Adam's apple. Would you care for some ale, Geoffrey?" He nodded and sat back comfortably in the high-backed chair. It felt like home already. It was not her father's chair, but nonetheless it was solid and intricately carved, and lasting, like Belterre itself. He watched Kassia give orders to a serving girl, her voice gentle and pleasingly soft. "Kassia is like her mother, Lady Anne," his mother would snort upon occasion, "soft and spineless and without spirit." But Geoffrey knew she was wrong. Kassia was gentle because she had been raised gently. She appeared soft because her father treated her with unrelenting affection. He doubted if anyone had ever spoken roughly to her in his life, except, of course, his mother. But she had spirit, perhaps too much for a girl. His eyes drifted down to her hips. So slender she was. He wondered if she would bear him sons without dying in childbirth as her mother had. His own mother had informed him that Kassia was late in developing into a woman, and he winced, remembering her crude discussion of Cassia's monthly flow of woman's blood, not begun until she had passed her 15th year. Kassia handed him a goblet of ale and a slab of cheese and freshly baked bread. "I am certain that Thomas will provide your men with refreshment." She sat down across from him in an armless chair and looked at him with her direct gaze. "Why are you here, Geoffrey?" "To see you, cousin," he said, breaking off a piece of bread. "My father would not approve." "Your father is wrong not to approve. I have never done him ill, and he is my uncle, and I am his heir." "Nay, Geoffrey," she said steadily. "I am his heir." Geoffrey shrugged. "Let us say that your husband will be his heir." She knew well what he was thinking, and it angered her. She said, gazing straight at him, "'Tis so sad that my brother did not live. Then no man would look at me and at Belterre as one and the same." Geoffrey shifted uncomfortably, but managed a dismissing laugh. "You do not hold yourself in sufficient esteem, cousin. Believe me, I value you for yourself alone." She wanted to laugh in his face for his blatant lie, but she felt a tingling of fear and rising goose-flesh at his words. Geoffrey was smooth as oil, but today his meaning was all too clear. He was 8 years her senior, and she remembered him clearly as a boy, tall and gangly and mean, particularly to her brother Jean. She knew that her father had blamed Geoffrey for her brother's drowning, and because her father believed him responsible, so did Kassia. Maurice had forbidden Geoffrey to come to Belterre for 5 long, very peaceful years, until his sister's merciless harping made him relent. But every time Geoffrey came to Belterre, her father would mutter about vipers and bad blood. Kassia wondered now at Geoffrey's motives, and decided to push him. "Yes," she said agreeably, "I suspect that one day I will have to wed. But, of course, my father will select my husband. Or perhaps the Duke of Brittany will. That could only happen if my father were dead." "We live in uncertain times," Geoffrey said smoothly. "Just last week, one of my men, a strong fellow and young, fell ill of a fever that wasted him within a week. Yes, life is quite uncertain." "Surely such a philosophy is not at all comforting," Kassia said. "Do not you believe that God protects those who are good?" "You speak like a child, Kassia. God has little to do with the affairs of men. But enough of grim subjects. Tell me how you are amusing yourself during your father's absence." Although Kassia knew that Geoffrey wasn't at all interested in her activities, it was nonetheless a way of passing the time until he left. She told him of her herb garden, of the medicinal properties of certain substances her nurse Etta had taught her about, and the construction of a new outbuilding for their temperamental cook, Raymond. She gazed at Geoffrey beneath her lashes. He was beginning to drowse in his chair. Kassia took pity on him and halted her monologue. "When father returns," she finished, her eyes lowered to hide the laughter bubbling within, "I am certain that we will all become drunk as jongleurs with the wine he is bringing." She did not see the penetrating look Geoffrey shot her, a look that softened briefly with regret. "A pity that I will not be here to join in your festivities," he said only. "Yes, isn't it? Oh my, the hour has flown by with amazing speed. You must, I suppose, be on your way." She rose expectantly, and Geoffrey, seeing no way of delaying, also got to his feet. He looked down at her lovely face, remembering clearly how he had thought her as plain and unappetizing as monk pudding but 2 years before. "You will send a messenger to Beaumanoir if ever you wish to see me?" Kassia cocked her head to one side, thinking it an odd question and a most unlikely circumstance, but replied easily enough. "Indeed, Geoffrey, I bid you Godspeed." She watched him mount, returned his jaunty wave, and walked to the top of the east tower, not leaving until he and his men were specks in the distance. She ate her evening meal with Thomas, chided a serving maid for an unmended rent in her kirtle, and went to bed, a headache beginning to throb at her temple. The next morning, Kassia felt oddly weak, but she ignored it, and prepared to ride Bluebell, as was her habit. The morning sun was bright overhead, yet she felt cold, and her throat was feeling scratchy. "You are being silly, Kassia," she told herself aloud, for she could count on her fingers the number of days she had been ill during her life. When Thomas prepared to help her into the saddle, she could not seem to grasp Bluebell's reins. With a small cry, she fainted, falling backward into his arms. 3. Maurice cursed loudly and fluently as one of the wagons mired itself deeper into the muck. And still the rain poured down upon them in thick, cold sheets. They were circling the Norse mountains, more like barren saw-tooth crests than mountains, Graelam thought, and the rain had turned the narrow, winding trail into a quagmire. Graelam, weary and drenched to the skin, dismounted and added his strength to the back wheel. He wished he were home. But, as he pushed with all his might, he thought philosophically that he would have been sodden with or without Morris's company. The thick mud made a sucking sound, and he heaved again with the men. The wheel, once freed, jumped into the air, and 3 casks of wine tumbled to the ground. "Tonight, by God," Maurice said, as the casks of wine were loaded again into the wagon, "we will be dry. 'Tis near to Beaumanoir we are, and I plan to ignore my witch of a sister and drink away my damp bones. And you, my lord, are my guest. Where is your sister's keep?" Graelam asked. "Near to Whilgot. I pray the damned lake hasn't flooded the countryside." Graelam, who had never heard of Whilgot or its lake, merely grunted. During the past 3 days, he had learned a great deal about Maurice de Lorris, and even more about the long-lived antipathy between him and his nephew and his sister, Lady Felice de Lacy. "She had the nerve to insult my Cassia's housekeeping," Maurice had told him. "My Kassia, who could manage your king's Windsor palace." Graelam thought cynically that his precious Kassia was assuming saint-like stature with every word from her sire's mouth. He was regretting his agreement to stay at Belterre, even for a few days. This Kassia was likely a rabbit-toothed carpy female, so unattractive that Maurice was courting him, Graelam de Moreton, an Englishman and a virtual stranger, as a possible husband for his daughter. But he liked Maurice. He enjoyed his wit and the outrageous tales he spun. He hadn't even lost his sense of humor when the skies opened up and made the entire troop feel like drowned rats. And, Graelam knew, under Maurice's skillful probing, he had likely told him all Maurice wished to know. He wondered, smiling to himself, if Maurice would like to know that his first wife had had a wart on her left buttock. "As for that nephew of mine," Maurice had grunted in disdain the afternoon before, "he's not but a worthless fool. Mayhap a dangerous one," Graelam had said calmly. "Aye, 'tis possible," Maurice had agreed. Slimy bastard. He had told Graelam about his son, John, a fine lad, who, he had long suspected, had been left to drown by the jealous Geoffrey. He lusts after Belterre, and his mother has encouraged him. She had the effrontery to tell me to my face that her son was my heir, all the while looking at Kassia as if she were not but a fly on the ceiling. Aye, I know what is in both of their minds. Kassia wed to that malignant wretch, and my sister lording it over everyone at Belterre. "Why," Graelam had asked Maurice, "did you not remarry after the death of your son?" The veil of pain that had fallen into Maurice's eyes had shaken Graelam, and he needed no words to answer his question. And now he would meet Maurice's sister, Lady Felice, and perhaps the nephew, Geoffrey. Beaumanoir was a small castle, of little strategic importance, Graelam saw, set near the edge of a narrow lake. The water was dirty brown and churning, but had not yet flowed over its bounds. Nor did Beaumanoir appear to be a rich keep. The surrounding countryside was dotted with hilly forests of beech, oak, and pine, and the rain-drenched soil looked poor. He was aware of ragged serfs, shivering and miserably clothed in the inner bailey. He followed Maurice up the stairs into the hall, Guy at his heels. "Brother dear," a tall woman said, "what a pleasant surprise! My, how very wet you are, Maurice! I hope that you will not die of a chill," she added, her smile ruthlessly insincere. Maurice grunted. "Felice, this is Lord Graelam de Moreton. We are both in need of a hot bath and dry clothes." She was a tall, slender woman, Graelam saw, and not unhandsome, even though she must be over 40. Her hair was hidden beneath a large white wimple. "Suddenly, Maurice." Felice glanced more closely at Graelam de Moreton and felt a quickening of blood in her veins. Lord, but he was a man, and handsome. Felice gave sharp instructions for her bath to a serving wench and walked toward Graelam, her hips swaying gracefully. "You, my lord," she said softly, "I will see to personally." This is all I need, Graelam thought, to be seduced by Maurice's lustful sister in my bath. He was tired, and all he wanted was to drop in his tracks. Aloud, he said, "You are all kindness, my lady." He left Guy in front of the open fire in the hall, a shy serving wench hovering over him, and followed Lady Felice to the upper chambers. "Your son is not here, my lady." "Nay," Felice said, "he will be sorry to have missed his uncle." If Geoffrey were behind the ambush in Aquitaine, Graelam thought, it did not appear that his mother knew about it. "I am certain," Graelam said, "that Maurice is of the same mind." Felice did not notice the sarcasm in his voice, her attention on lighting the candles in her chamber. "Ah, my lord, 'tis not elegant, for I am but a poor widow." Her voice rose sharply toward a cowering serving girl. "Better, see that Lord Graelam's bath is prepared immediately. Now, my lord, let us ease your discomfort." She is very efficient, Graelam thought, as she deftly assisted him out of his sodden surcoat. She unlaced his mail, clucking at its heaviness, and gently laid it in a corner. To his chagrin, she knelt before him and unfastened his chaussure. It was common practice for a lady to assist a visitor in his bath, but her caressing hands were anything but matter-of-fact, and made him aware that he hadn't had a woman in several long weeks. When he was naked, he felt her eyes upon him, studying him and his burgeoning manhood, he thought sourly, as if he were a stud for her stable. Belatedly, she handed him a thick wool cloth to wrap about his loins. "I see that you have known much battle, my lord," she said, her voice low and throaty. She reached out and touched the long scar that ran along his left side and disappeared beneath the cloth. "Aye," Graelam said, wishing only for the serving wenches to return with the hot water. Felice did not move away from him. She breathed in the male scent of him, the fresh rain smell mixing with his sweat, so potent that she felt her senses reel. She stepped away from him when 3 serving wenches hauled buckets of steaming water into her chamber and heaved them into the wooden tub. She herself added cold water and tested the temperature of the bath. Satisfied, she rose and beckoned Graelam with a smile. "Come, my lord, 'twill revive you." Graelam pulled off the cloth, relieved to see his manhood lying soft against him, and stepped into the tub. The feel of the hot water made him draw in his breath with sheer pleasure. He leaned his head back against the edge of the tub and closed his eyes. "I did not know that my brother called an Englishman friend," Felice said, her voice soft and close. "We have traveled together from Aquitaine," Graelam said, wishing that the woman would leave him in peace. He felt a soft, soapy sponge drift slowly over his shoulder and forced himself to keep his eyes closed. "I see," Felice said, moving the sponge over his massive chest. Her finger tingled at the touch of him. "Lean forward, my lord, and I will wash your back." Graelam did as she bid. "I," he continued, "I will journey with Maurice to Belterre. He wishes me to spend some time there." Did he imagine her sucking in her breath? He said with great untruth, "I wish to see his daughter, Kassia. I have been told that she is a beautiful girl." The sponge halted a moment on his back. "Kassia," Felice said, "is a sweet child, though my brother spoils her shamefully. Once she is wed to Geoffrey, I fear I will have to teach her many things. As for her looks, she could feel her shruggings. She resembles her mother, so of course my poor Maurice is somewhat prejudiced. Only passable, one would say. Now, my lord, lean back, and I will wash your hair. Graelam knew he should mind his own business, but her confident assumption that Maurice's daughter was to wed her son aroused his curiosity. He had gotten the distinct impression that Maurice would send his daughter to a convent before he would allow such a thing. But then, his thoughts continued, had Maurice died, Kassia would be at the mercy of her aunt. He leaned his head back and reveled in her fingers rubbing soap into his scalp. Though it was none of his business, he said nonetheless, "I did not realize that Geoffrey was a suitor for Cassia's hand." "Oh," Felice said, "Maurice will come about. He has this odd dislike for his own nephew, but 'twill pass. After all, Geoffrey is his heir." She rinsed his hair and bade him to rise. "Heir?" Graelam asked, aware of the sponge descending slowly over his belly.
"I would have thought that his daughter is his heir." Her hand paused, and he felt her fingers softly tangling in the thick black hair of his groin. His manhood swelled. "How magnificent you are, my lord," Felice said, and to Graelam's surprise, she giggled like a young girl. "The air is cool, my lady," he said, gritting his teeth. "I would wish to be done." "Certainly, my lord," Felice agreed, but she continued her assault on his body, touching and exploring every inch of him. "Should you not see to your brother's comfort?" Graelam asked, an edge of desperation to his voice. He was not made of stone, but the thought of betting this woman left all but his eager manhood cold. "My brother," Felice said dryly, "is likely enjoying the services of Glenna. I will fetch you one of my son's bedrobes, my lord." Graelam took the cloth from her and dried himself, relieved that finally she had left him in peace. It was in his mind to relieve himself, to prevent further unwanted reactions from his body, but she returned too quickly, a rich burgundy velvet robe in her hands. "I fear, my lord," she said in a clipped, almost angry voice, "that my brother is demanding that you come to him." She ran her tongue over her lips, hoping to entice him, but his attention was on the robe. Graelam smiled at her, a slow, seductive smile that made her knees tremble. "Perhaps," he said softly, "if Maurice is not with this Glenna, I could enjoy her services." It was cruel, and he knew it, but he refused to spend the night half awake, waiting for her to crawl into bed beside him. 2 spots of color rose to prominence on her cheeks, and she wheeled about and left the chamber. Graelam walked quickly down the stairs into the hall, still wearing Geoffrey's bedrobe. He heard Maurice's mocking voice. "You did not tell me, dear sister, where my nephew is. Does he take no interest in his home?" "I do not know where Geoffrey is," Felice snapped, watching him tear the chicken meat off a bone with his strong teeth. Damn him, she thought enviously. Just last week she had lost another tooth, this one dangerously close to the front of her mouth. She saw Graelam approach and felt fury course through her. She had offered herself to him, and he had refused her. She touched her fingers unconsciously to her jaw, feeling the slack flesh, and winced. Soon he would be comparing her to Kassia. Maurice smiled, his mouth full of chicken meat, and motioned Graelam to join him. "Did my Lord Graelam tell you, Felice, that he would be spending some days with Kassia and me at Belterre?" She heard the malicious tone, but forced herself to smile, albeit frigidly. "Aye," she said. "Geoffrey rode to Belterre but a few days past. It seems that Kassia was most pleased to see him." Maurice howled with laughter, a piece of bread flying from his mouth. "Kassia," he said, "is her father's daughter. Her pleasure in her cousin's company can only reflect her sire's pleasure in his nephew's company, and that, my dear sister, is nil. You, Maurice, are merely jealous that you have a worthless girl. Geoffrey is a warrior and is rising in favor with the Duke. I am not surprised if he has his father's oily tongue and your cunning, sister." Graelam chewed thoughtfully on his meat, watching the 2 of them spar. At least, he thought, it appeared that Lady Felice had all but forgotten him. He cast an eye about for the wench Glenna as he drank his ale. "If only," he heard Felice say angrily, "I had not been born a female, Belterre would be mine."
And you, Maurice, you would sell your homely daughter's hand to the devil to keep Belterre from its rightful heir. You are never satisfied, sister. 'Twas you who insisted upon wedding Gilbert de Lacy. His was the bed you wanted, so now you may lie in it. Where is Guy? Graelam asked Maurice in a brief moment of silence. Maurice said absently, "The little slut Glenna found the fair Englishman much to her taste. She is likely teaching your knight a thing or two." So much for that, Graelam thought, and downed the remainder of his ale. He rose and laid his hand on Maurice's shoulder. "We've a long ride tomorrow, and I, for one, am ready to take my rest." Maurice shot a snide look toward his sister. "If you don't mind, dear sister, my Lord Graelam and I will sleep in Joffrey's chamber. As an Englishman, he is too polite to protect himself." Felice gave Maurice a venomous look, and Graelam a small, disappointed smile. "I thank you, my lady," Graelam said, "for your hospitality. The bath was most refreshing, and the meal sits well in my belly." "And he wants nothing else sitting on his belly, sister." Felice hissed a retort, but Graelam could not make out her words. He found himself wondering if the two of them had argued and baited each other all their lives. He was mildly disappointed that Joffrey had not been present. He would have liked to take the man's measure himself. The rain, thankfully, had stopped during the night, and the sun was fast drying the muddy road by the time they left Beaumanoir. "'Tis a relief to be away from that viper's nest," Maurice said. Graelam cocked a thick black brow. "You gave as good as you got, Maurice. Indeed, I fancied that you were much enjoying yourself." "Aye," Maurice said. "Felice has never bored me. I gave her 2 casks of wine for her hospitality and her disappointment." "She is a most insistent woman," Graelam said only. As for Guy, Graelam found the young knight heavy-eyed, but he forbore to mock him. They passed through hilly forests of oak and beech, cut through by gorges, ravines, and tumbled rocks. Untilled moors dotted with yellow gorse and purple heather stretched to barren summits, giving views of tilled green valleys beyond. Maurice grew more excited as they drew closer to Belterre. "We are near the Moorlike River," Maurice said. "You can nearly smell the sea. The soil is rich here, fortunately, and our wheat crops are plentiful in most years. We also have cattle and sheep aplenty, and their noxious smell and loud baws fill the air in the spring." Graelam nodded. "'Tis much like Cornwall," he said. "The beggars also abound there. It is a difficult task to keep them out of the crops. God be praised that we grow most of our wheat and barley in a valley, protected from the salty air and the sea winds." Twilight was falling when they crossed the final rocky rise. "There," Maurice pointed proudly, "is Belterre." Belterre was not a sprawling pile of stone as was Wolffeton, nor did its aura of strength lessen its beauty. Graelam's military eyes took in its battlements and its prominence in the countryside and the river. Belterre was a fortress of no mean value. As Graelam turned to tell Maurice some of his thoughts, Maurice shouted, dug his heels in his destrier's sides, and rode like a wild-eyed Saracen up the steep path to Belterre. The rest of his men, save those driving the wagons, fell into line behind him, all of them shouting and waving. Graelam said to Guy, "When you are within the walls, I want you to examine the fortifications. Wolffeton is in need of repairs. Perhaps you will learn something useful. As for me, I fear that I will be drinking a lot of wine and smiling at Maurice's precious daughter until my mouth aches." The girl Glenna told me that Kassia de Lorris is a gentle girl and possessed of considerable beauty. Graelam grunted. "I care not if she be as winsome as Queen Eleanor or a crone with no teeth," he said. As he rode under the iron portcullis into the inner bailey, he noted the winching mechanisms and the thickness of the inner walls with approval. The inner bailey itself surprised him. It was flawlessly clean and orderly. Even the cobblestones were set into the earth on a slight incline so that rainwater would not collect. He was examining the outbuildings and the stables when he heard Maurice shouting at the top of his lungs, "Kassia! Kassia!" There was something wrong. The many people who were in the inner bailey were strangely quiet, staring toward Maurice or talking in whispers to each other behind their hands. They had the look, Graelam thought suddenly,
of sheep who had lost their shepherd. He dismounted from Demon and handed the reins to one of his men. He looked upward at the huge keep and the winding thick oak stairs that led to the great hall. Suddenly he heard an anguished cry. "Kassia!" Graelam galloped up the stairs and found himself in a huge, high-vaulted chamber. He was vaguely aware of the smell of lemon and sweet rosemary from the thick rushes that covered the stone floor. There were exquisite tapestries covering the walls next to a cavernous fireplace. He saw Maurice stride toward an old woman and begin to shake her shoulders. "My lord," Graelam said, closing his hand over Maurice's arm, "what is the matter?" Maurice made an odd keening sound and released the old woman. "'Tis Kassia," he whispered. "I am told she has a fever and is dying." He rushed like a madman toward the stairs that led to the upper chambers, Graelam at his heels. Graelam drew back when Maurice flung open the door to a chamber at the top of the stairs. The room was filled with a sickening sweet scent of incense, and the myriad candles cast long shadows on the walls. There were 4 women surrounding a raised bed. The silence was shattering. 2 coal braziers burned next to the bed, and the heat was stifling. Graelam found himself walking forward toward the bed. Maurice was bowing over a figure, his rasping sobs soft and painful to hear. "My dear child, no, no," he heard Maurice say over and over. "You cannot leave me. No." Graelam moved closer and stared down at Kassia de Lorris. He felt a knot of pity in his belly. The pitiful creature was a parody of life. Her hair had been cut close, and the flesh of her face was a sickening gray. He saw Maurice clutching at her hand. It looked like a claw. He could hear her pained breathing. Suddenly, Maurice jerked back the cover, and Graelam stared in horror at several leeches that were sucking at the wasted flesh of her breasts. "Get them off her!" Maurice yelled. He clutched at the blood-engorged leeches, ripped them from his daughter's flesh, and hurled them across the room. The old woman, Etta, touched his shoulder, but he threw off her hand. "You are killing her, you old crone! God's bones, you are killing her!" The girl could be 15 years old or 100, Graelam thought. He could even see the blue veins standing out on her eyelids. He wondered briefly what Kassia de Lorris had looked like before she had been struck down. Poor child, he thought, his eyes narrowing in pity on her face. He wanted to do something, but knew there was nothing he could say, nothing he could do. He turned slowly and left the chamber, the sound of Maurice's curses and sobs filling his ears. Guy was speaking in a soft voice to a serving wench. When he saw Graelam, he quickly walked over to him and said in a hushed voice, "The girl is dying, my lord. She came down with the fever some 4 days ago. She is not expected to last through the night." Graelam nodded. Indeed, he was surprised that she still clung to life. The serving wench thinks that the priest should be fetched. That is Maurice's decision. Graelam ran his hand through his hair, realizing that Maurice's thoughts were all on his daughter. Have the priest brought here. He and Guy ate a silent meal, attended by quietly crying servants. Graelam wondered where all Maurice's men were, but forbore to ask the servants. "'Tis a rich keep," Guy said, looking around the great hall. The trestle tables shone with polish, and there were cushions on the benches. "I am most sorry for Lord Maurice." "Aye," Graelam said, his eyes resting a moment upon the 2 beautifully carved high-backed chairs that stood opposite each other not far from the warm fire. Between the chairs was an ivory chessboard, the pieces in place. He tried to picture Maurice and Kassia seated opposite each other, laughing and playing chess. His belly tightened. Damn, he thought, he didn't want to be touched by the girl's death. He felt suddenly as though he were trespassing. He was, after all, a stranger. He found himself drawn to the chairs, and he eased himself down, a goblet of ale resting on his knee. He found his eyes going every few minutes toward the stairs. The priest arrived, a bald, watery-eyed old man whose robe was tied loosely about his fat stomach. The time passed with agonizing slowness. Graelam dismissed Guy and found himself alone in the great hall. It was near to midnight when he saw Maurice walk like a bent old man down the stairs. His face was haggard and his eyes swollen. "She is dying," Maurice said, in a strangely calm voice.
He sat down in the chair opposite Graelam and stared into the fire. I found myself wishing that you, my lord, had not saved me. Perhaps if I had died, God would spare Kassia. Graelam clutched Maurice's hand. You will not say that, Maurice. A man cannot question God's will. His words sounded glib and empty, even to his own ears. Why not? Maurice said harshly. She is good and pure and gentle. It is not right or just that she be cheated of life. God's blood, do you understand? I wanted you, the man who saved my life, a strong warrior who knows no fear, to take her to wife, to protect her and Belterre, to give me grandchildren. God be cursed, 'tis an evil that takes her from me. Graelam watched helplessly as Maurice dropped his face into his hands and sobbed softly. He pictured the small girl in the chamber above and felt pity choking in his throat. He had seen horrors unimagined in the Holy Land, but it had been the utter waste that had disgusted him, not the actual misery of the people. He did not want to be affected by the death of one girl. By the saints in heaven, he did not even know her. Maurice, he said urgently, what will happen you cannot change. Belterre is yours. If you wish it to remain yours, you must remarry and breed more children of your own. You must not give up. Maurice laughed, a humorless, bitter sound that made Graelam wince. I cannot, he said finally, very quietly. I contracted a disease some 10 years ago. It left my seed lifeless. There was nothing to say. Graelam closed his eyes, leaning back in the chair, only the sounds of Maurice's ragged breathing breaking the silence of the hall. He felt the older man's hand upon his arm and opened his eyes to see Maurice looking at his face with feverish intensity. Listen to me, my lord, Maurice said, his fingers tightening on Graelam's arm. I will repay my debt to you. Belterre is near to the coast and thus not far from your lands in Cornwall. Even if my Kassia's blood cannot flow in the veins of Belterre's descendants, yours will. 'Tis noble blood you carry, my Lord Graelam, and I would call you my son and heir. That is not possible, Maurice, Graelam said. I am an Englishman, and your liege lord would never grant me your lands, nor do I deserve to have them. Maurice, I would have saved your life had you been a merchant. You must make peace with yourself, and perhaps with your nephew. There is no choice. Maurice's eyes glistened with purpose. Nay, my lord, attend me. If you wed my Kassia this night, you will be her husband and entitled to Belterre upon my death. Graelam grew back, appalled. No, by God's teeth, Maurice, your mind is rattled. Your daughter is dying. Leave her in peace. You would not be burdened with a wife unknown to you. You will have only the responsibility of Belterre. What matters it to Kassia if she is wed before she dies? What matters it to you? Graelam fist out his breath, his body hard and coiled with tension. I will not marry the child. I buried one wife. I will not wed another, only to bury her within hours. See you, Maurice, 'tis madness, 'tis your grief. Maurice drew back in his chair, but his eyes never wavered from Graelam's face. Hear me, my lord. If Kassia dies unwed, my own death warrant is signed. Joffrey will not wait for my body to rot with age. He will take what he believes is his.
But with you as Kassia's husband, widower Geoffrey will find himself helpless against a powerful English nobleman. I cannot save my daughter, but I can save Belterre. Marry her, Graelam, then you will go to the Duke of Brittany and swear your fealty to him. I ask nothing more of you. You can return to England with naught but honor, and the promise of rich lands for your sons. Graelam rose swiftly from his chair and paced to and fro in front of the older man. You do not even know me, he said, striving for cool reason, as he came to an abrupt halt in front of Maurice, his arms folded over his powerful chest. I was a stranger to you until less than a week ago. How can you trust your lands to a man who could, for all you know, be the biggest scoundrel in all of Christendom? I would rather trust my fortunes to an unknown scoundrel than to a known one. Be you a scoundrel, my lord? Graelam gritted his teeth. Leave be, Maurice. If you fear your nephew, I will kill him for you before I leave Brittany. Does that ease your mind? Nay, Maurice said quietly. Belterre must have its lord, and he must be strong, ruthless, and a fearless warrior. You must be the future Lord of Belterre." Graelam stared at him in stunned silence. "Even now," Maurice continued, "Kassia could be drawing her last breath. If you do not wed her, my lord, I will lose everything I hold dear in this wretched world. By all that's holy, man, do I ask so much of you? I take nothing from you, only give. You do not lose your vaunted honor. You suffer no shame." It was not Maurice de Lorris' passionate words that decided Graelam at that moment. It was the unashamed tears that streaked down his cheeks. "Let us get it over with," Graelam said. Graelam held Cassia's hand in his as the priest said his marriage lines in the early hours of the night. He felt the delicate bones and knew a moment of utter pain. Maurice's scribe had hastily penned the marriage contract, and in the bleak silence of the stifling hot chamber, Graelam de Moreton signed his name and titles. He watched silently as Maurice guided Cassia's hand over the parchment. "My daughter writes," Maurice said, his voice quavering. "I taught her." It was done. Graelam heard the soft rattling deep in her chest and knew that the end was near. Slowly he drew off his ring, thick, pounded gold, inset with onyx, the deep imprint of a wolf raised on its surface, and slid it onto Cassia's middle finger. He closed her fingers into a fist to keep the ring from sliding off, and gently laid her hand over her chest. "Come, my lord," Maurice said. "There is much to do before I grieve." Graelam took one last look at his wife, then followed Maurice from the chamber. "It will be morning soon, my lord. You must journey immediately to St. Paul de Leon. 'Tis on the northern coast. The Duke of Brittany is at his castle there. You will only tell him that you have wed Kassia de Lorris, and present to him the marriage contract." "I am known to the Duke," Graelam said. He remembered the powerful Charles de Marseille, a proud man, but a man Edward approved. Graelam had bested the Duke in a joust. He wondered if de Marseille would remember. Maurice's eyes glittered, and he rubbed his hands together. "Excellent! You must swear fealty to him. Cassia's death will be kept a secret for as long as possible." "Very well, Maurice. I will return—" "Nay, there is no need, my lord. I will bury my daughter, and you will continue on your way." He paused a moment, his eyes lowered to his gnarled hands. "I wish to grieve alone. I will be safe from Geoffrey, for your marriage will be proclaimed far and wide. I thank you, Graelam de Moreton." Graelam saw a tear fall on the back of Maurice's hands. He felt a portion of his grief, but he knew no words to ease it. "I wish you well, Maurice," he said. He took the older man in his arms and pressed him tightly. "I will share some of your pain, my friend." "I thank you," Maurice said again, and drew back, his shoulders straightening. "You must leave now. Godspeed, my son." Graelam halted his small troop to gaze back at Belterre, bathed in the crimson streaks of dawn. It was a magnificent castle, and he could not prevent the surge of pleasure that one day Belterre would belong to one of his sons. "Guy," he said to the silent young knight beside him, "you know what has passed. I wish you to keep all to yourself. Ensure that the men keep silent also." "I, my lord," Guy said. I am sorry, my lord." "Yes," Graelam said in a harsh voice. "So am I." He wheeled Demon about and dug in his heels. The powerful destrier bounded forward, and soon Belterre was lost to view in a cloud of dust. 4. Charles de Marseille, Duke of Brittany, slouched in his chair, his thoughts not on the two knights squabbling before him, but on his wife, Alice, and her petulant demands. Always another jewel or a new gown, always something. Damn her for a bitch, he thought irritably. She dared to berate him for taking a willing girl to his bed, when she, frigid witch that she was, refused him her favors. His sudden movement momentarily silenced the two knights, and they looked at him expectantly. He waved his hand, frowning. "Continue," he said shortly. And to his scribe he said, "You, Simon, are you recording the essence of this problem?" "Aye, my lord," Simon said, crouching again over the small table in front of him. "Poor Simon," Charles thought, "he grows hunchbacked in my service." He sighed.
wishing he were hunting, for it was a beautiful spring day, the air fresh and crisp. Anything but listening to squabbles about a keep, small enough to fit in his hauberk. The two young men needed bloodletting, and he wondered idly if he shouldn't let them go at each other. He was aware that Simon was giving him one of his looks, damn the old man, and pulled his wandering attention back to the two men. The morning hearings drowned on. Charles informed the two knights that he would consider their respective claims, and waved his hand in dismissal. "My lord," Robert de Grasse, his closest friend and chamberlain, said, approaching him, "an Englishman is here, claiming to know you." Charles raised a thick auburn eyebrow and looked from Robert toward the doorway to the chamber. "Graelam de Moreton! By all that's holy!" Charles roared, leaping up from his chair. "I had thought we would be lucky and your hide would be skinned in the Holy Land." Graelam proffered a mock bow and strode forward, relieved that Charles remembered him, and appeared glad to see him. "The Saracens cannot fell an Englishman, my lord," he said. Charles grasped him by the shoulders. "Do you never learn to show respect to your betters, Graelam?" "Edward," Graelam said smoothly, his voice mocking, "never had any reason to complain. How the devil did you know I was in the Holy Land?" Charles laughed, buffeting Graelam on the shoulder. "Your King Edward has scribes to write letters, my lord, unlike the rest of his illiterate followers. I hear that you, Graelam, are one of the few to return with riches from the Holy Land." "Aye," Graelam said, "perhaps even a jewel to ornament your wife's lovely throat." "That," Charles said, "is the best news I have heard today. Come, my lord, let us speak in private, and I will hear this urgent business of yours." Graelam followed Charles from the suffocatingly ornate hall, filled with chattering lords and ladies, into a small chamber that held but 2 chairs and a single table. The court life Charles led was making him soft, Graelam thought, studying the Frenchman. Although he was but 5 years Graelam's senior, lines of dissipation marred his handsome face, and a paunch was beginning to thicken his belly. But his thick auburn hair was unmarked by gray, and his dark eyes were sharp with intelligence. His boredom of a few moments before replaced with interest. He certainly looked prosperous enough, Graelam thought, eyeing his rich crimson robe with its full ermine-lined sleeves.
Without pause, Graelam handed Charles the marriage contract. "I am wed to Kassia de Lorris of Belterre. I am here to swear fealty to you as my liege lord and gain your official sanction." To Graelam's surprise, Charles threw back his head and roared with laughter. "That sly old fox," he gasped, tapping his finger against the parchment. "Ah, I cannot wait to see the fury on poor Geoffrey's face." "Geoffrey de Lacy is here?" Graelam asked, feeling a tingling of anticipation. "Sit down, Lord Graelam, and I will tell you about the nest of hornets you have stirred." Charles bellowed for wine, then eased back in his chair, his hands folded over his belly. "How timely your announcement, my lord," he said blandly. "My coffers don't yield enough." "They never did," Graelam said dryly. "Unfortunately, the riches I gained in the Holy Land must be spent in reparation of Wolffeton. What I offer you in return for recognizing my marriage is a strong sword arm and fighting men to protect your lands. I am at your disposal, say 2 months of the year. And, of course, a ruby, perhaps for your wife." "Well, that is something, I suppose," Charles said, sipping at his wine. From the corner of his eye, he saw the serving wench hovering near the doorway. Doubtless, he thought irritably, one of his wife's spies. He turned a narrowed eye on the wench, and she quickly disappeared. "My wife," he muttered, "likes to be informed of everything. I should not wonder if she knows when my bowels move." Graelam cocked a disbelieving brow. "You, my lord, under a woman's thumb? You tell me that age will shrivel my manhood? 'Tis my manhood I protect." He gave a doleful sigh. "I once believed her so lovely, so innocently sweet, and her body still tempts me mightily." "Your lady's body is yours," Graelam said, waving a dismissing hand. "St. Peter's bones, Charles, beat her. A man cannot allow a woman to rule him, else he is no man." "Ah," Charles said, not offended, "thus speaks a man who has never known a tender emotion. Though," Charles added, frowning into his wine, "the saints know that emotion lasts not long." The troubadours have done men a great disservice. Their verses make the ladies dream of softness and love, and a man, witless creature, plays the part to get what he wants. In England, men are not such fools. Still so harsh, Charles said blandly. Let us say, Graelam, that one must suffer a wife's inquisitiveness if she is to suffer his dalliances. A woman should have no say in a man's affairs, Graelam said, impatience clear in his voice. If I remember aright, you were surrounded in England by ladies who wanted naught but to share your bed. Aye, Charles said, his eyes growing soft with memory. He sighed deeply. Alas, a man grows older and must take a wife. I would beat any woman who dared infringe on my wishes, wife or no. A woman is to be soft and yielding, her duty to see to her master's pleasure and bear him sons. And your dear young wife, my friend, is she gentle and submissive enough to suit you? Graelam was silent for a moment, seeing the gray death pallor of Kassia's face. She is what she is, he said shortly. I can almost pity the girl, Charles said, feigning a deep sigh. There is no chivalry in Englishmen. I hope you did not rip her apart on your wedding night with that huge rod of yours. Maurice de Lorris sends his greetings, Graelam said abruptly, and his continued pledge of fealty. As does his beloved nephew, Geoffrey de Lacy, Charles said softly. Geoffrey, until your arrival, Graelam, had convinced me that he should have Kassia de Lorris's hand. He also pledged fealty and other things. Then he lies, Graelam said calmly. I have visited his keep, Beaumanoir. His serfs are ragged wretches. What men I saw appeared swaggering louts. And his mother— The less spoken about Lady Felice, the better, Charles interrupted, and I would willingly dispatch Geoffrey de Lacy to hell as meet him. I imagine Geoffrey will feel the same way, until he sees you, that is. He is brave enough, but not stupid. 'Tis odd what you say about Beaumanoir, for Geoffrey possesses wealth. Lord knows he is lining my pockets. Very well, Graelam de Moreton, what's done is done. You have my official sanction, and I accept your pledge of fealty. Breed many sons, Graelam, for the line of Beltaire is a noble one, old and proud. Graelam bowed his head, and if Charles chose to think it silent agreement, it was his right. The only way he could hold Beltaire after Maurice's death, Graelam knew, would be to kill Geoffrey. The thought gave him no pause of regret. Now, my Lord Englishman, tell me about your adventures and how you gained your riches. Mayhap I can still relieve you of some of them. Graelam obliged him, recalling the long, desperate months in the Holy Land, and the outcome, the Treaty of Caesarea. The Holy Land is replete with fools, Charles, greedy fools who care not for anything save filling their coffers. They ignore the misery and death that surround them. The treaty, he gave an ironic laugh, will protect the fools for another 10 years. As for my riches, my Lord Duke, I gained those in a raid on a Saracen camp. He looked into the swirling red wine in his goblet and shook his head, not wanting to share that particular adventure with Charles. He said abruptly, "And you, how many sons now carry your proud name?" "I am cursed with 3 daughters and but 1 son. Ah, Graelam, the adventures we shared. Do you remember that merchant's daughter in London, the one with the witch's black hair? Aye, the little tart nearly exhausted me. You? 'Twas I who shared her palate and her favors. You rearrange the past to suit yourself, my Lord Duke." Graelam rose from his chair and proffered Charles a mock bow. "But since you are my liege lord, I will not trifle with your fanciful memories. You are a dog, Graelam," Charles said. He lowered his thick auburn brows and said in a sly voice, "Do I take it as the new bridegroom you will remain chaste during your visit here?" Graelam refused to be baited and gave Charles a crooked grin. "I have no taste for the pox, my Lord Duke. My carnal needs can wait." The Duke roared with laughter. "Ah, Graelam, I cannot wait until the evening dinner to see how you avoid the amorous advances of all the ladies. Alas, I am weak of flesh. I will have my chamberlain show you a chamber. I must leave on the morrow, Charles, but I gladly accept your hospitality this night. Back to your blushing bride, huh?" Graelam paused but an instant. "Aye," he said, "I must get back." Graelam was narkedly silent the following morning when he and his men left Saint-Pol-de-Léon. The coast was barren, battered ceaselessly by the merciless sea winds. Jagged cliffs rose to savage splendor about the rock-strewn beaches. There were no bushes or flowers to soften the bitter landscape. Graelam was impervious to his surroundings, his thoughts on his encounter the previous evening with Geoffrey de Lacy. The great chamber, with its huge trestle tables, held enough food to supply Edward's army in the Holy Land for at least a week, Graelam had thought. The Duke had taken great delight in introducing Graelam to Geoffrey de Lacy, enjoying the other man's rage, for enraged he was, Graelam saw. "You must welcome Lord Graelam de Moreton to the family," Charles said jovially, his eyes alight with deviltry on Geoffrey's pale face. Geoffrey felt such fury that for a moment he could do nothing but think of the dagger in his belt. His long fingers unconsciously stroked the fine-boned handle. "I have heard much about you," Graelam said, studying Geoffrey as he would any enemy. Geoffrey de Lacy was about 5 years his junior, Graelam guessed, a tall, slender young man, blessed with broad shoulders and a pleasing face. His hair was dark brown, but it was his eyes that held Graelam's attention. They were a pale blue and shone from his face like slivers of blue ice. He wondered cynically, remembering Lady Felice's randy disposition and dark coloring, if Geoffrey had inherited his features from his father or another. He watched Geoffrey run his tongue over his lower lip. "I did not know," Geoffrey said, his voice as icy as his eyes, "that my esteemed uncle knew any Englishman." "Ah," Graelam said easily, knowing that the Duke was enjoying himself immensely, "I did not meet him until very recently. Indeed, I saved him from being murdered by a band of ruffians in Aquitaine." Maurice's conjectures were right, he thought, catching the flicker of guilt in Geoffrey's eyes, and dismay, and frustration. Geoffrey realized that he must get a hold on himself, for the Duke was standing near, all attention. He stared at the harshly handsome man who was regarding him with something close to contempt. How he would like to slit the English bastard's throat. "His gift to me," Graelam continued coolly, "was Cassia's fair hand and Belterre. I shall cherish my possessions." "Kassia is too young," Geoffrey said, pain and fury breaking his voice. "She is innocent and trusting." "No longer," the Duke said, laughing, a leering gleam in his dark eyes. "Innocent, at least. Lord Graelam is a man of strong passions, as I'm sure his young bride realizes now." Geoffrey pictured Graelam naked, his powerful body covering Cassia's, pictured him thrusting between her slender legs. "Kassia was to have been mine," he growled, unable to contain his rage. "I suggest that you forget both Kassia and Belterre," Graelam said. "Your own keep, Beaumanoir, is much in need of your attentions. Of course, I did not see many of your men. Perhaps they were off elsewhere, following your orders." "You make insinuations, my lord," Geoffrey spat, his hand going to his dagger. Before he knew it, his arm was caught in a grip of iron. "You, my puppy, had best forget your plans and disappointments, else I will break your neck. If ever Belterre tempts you again, you will find yourself with your face in the dirt." Geoffrey tasted fear like flaky ashes in his mouth. Hatred boiled inside him, making him tremble. "You will regret what you have done, my lord," he said. He ripped his arm from Graelam's hold and strode from the chamber. A fine drizzle began to fall, and Graelam pulled his cloak more closely about him. He cursed, unable to keep the image of Kassia de Lorris' ravaged face from his mind. He could still hear the soft rattle rising over her labored breathing. She was dead and buried now, poor child, beyond Geoffrey's twisted desires. He found himself worrying about Maurice, and wondered if he shouldn't return to Belterre. But no, Maurice had been adamant. He had wished to grieve alone, and Graelam knew he must respect his wishes.
He wondered how long Kassia's death could be kept a secret. He imagined that within the year he would be returning to Belterre to defend it from Geoffrey's greed. He smiled grimly at the thought of running Geoffrey cleanly through with his sword. 5. Kassia was trapped in darkness. She realized that her eyes were closed, but she hadn't the strength within her to open them. She heard a hoarse, whimpering sound. "Hush, my baby." She heard a soft, croning voice, Eva's voice, and she quieted. She felt a wooden object pressing against her lips. "Open your mouth, Kassia. 'Tis beef broth." She did as she was bid. The delicious liquid coursed down her throat. "Papa," she whispered. "Yes, ma chère, I am here. A bit more broth and you can sleep again." Maurice gently wiped the trickle of broth from her slack mouth and raised worried eyes to Etta. "Time, my lord. 'Twill take time. The child will live. She's a de Lorris." "Aye," Maurice said, his voice sounding as tired as he felt. "A de Lorris." But John, his son, had been a de Lorris, and he had died. So young he was, so innocent and helpless. He sat back in his chair, his eyes upon his daughter's ravaged face. He wondered idly if the final absolution the priest had granted would serve her when the time came for her to really leave this earth. "Fool," he muttered to himself, "your brain is becoming fodder for the cows." He thought of Graelam de Moreton, and felt a shudder go through his body. He would not think of Graelam now, nor what that proud warrior would think or do when he discovered his wife lived. "Papa?" "Aye, Poppin. It is raining. 'Tis a marvellous sound." Maurice gave her a gentle kiss. There was a sparkle in her eyes again, and her face had lost the grayness and hollowness. "You look tired," Kassia said, her eyes narrowing on her father's face. "You worry about yourself, Kassia, and let this old man be. By the saints, child, I have prayed until my knees are knobby and stiff." He clasped her slender fingers, gently stroking them. He felt such happiness that he could burst with it. Her fingers, of course, were bare. He had tucked Graelam's ring into a leather pouch in his chamber. "I have had such dreams, Papa," Kassia said. "I remember your voice, of course, but there was another as well. A voice I did not recognize, speaking in a soft way." "'Twas likely one of the women you heard," Maurice said. "Nay, 'twas a man's voice. His voice was deep and slow." "A dream," Maurice said. She was still too weak, he told herself, to know the truth of the matter. He could not believe that she remembered Graelam. "Aye," Kassia said, her lashes sweeping over her eyes. "'Twas a dream." The days flowed into nights. Kassia slept, spoke briefly to Etta and her father, and ate. At the end of a week, she had strength enough to raise her hand and scratch her head. Her fingers slid beneath the simple cotton wimple and touched short tufts of spiky hair. Maurice entered her chamber to see tears streaking down her face. He rushed to her bed, guessing their cause when he saw the wimple lying beside her. "Fie, Kassia," he said. "'Tis but a head of hair, not of anything." Her tears stopped and she sniffed. "Within a month you will have soft curls and look like a sweet choir boy." Suddenly she smiled. "Perhaps you should invite Geoffrey to Belterre. Were he to see me like this, he would soon lose his desire to wed me." "There, you see," Maurice said uncomfortably, "there is always a bright side to things. As for Geoffrey, that whoreson dare not show his face here. Now, Kassia, I've brought you another goblet of sweet wine from Aquitaine. I think I've already drunk a cask, Papa. If I continue swilling, I will have a veined red nose." She sipped the wine, enjoying its smoothness and warmth. "Papa," she said, "I want a bath. I cannot continue to lie here and wallow in my own filth. Then I want to lie in the garden and feel the sun upon my face." Maurice beamed at her, feeling his heart swell. "You shall have whatever you desire, Poppin." He wrinkled his nose. "You are right about the bath. That must be first." It was a golden day in Cornwall. The sun shone hot and bright overhead, and the stiff sea breeze smelled as sweet as the clumps of wildflowers that grew on the surrounding hills. Graelam felt utter contentment as he drew Demon to a halt at the edge of the sloping cliff and stared down at the white-crested waves that crashed against the rocks below. From St. Agnes Point, a sharp, jutting finger of land, he had a view of at least 30 miles of northward coastline. The rugged cliffs gave onto land so savage and desolate that even the trees were stunted and twisted from the westerly gales that pounded them. Beyond St. Agnes Point lay the small fishing village of St. Agnes, as desolate and rugged and timeless as the craggy cliffs it hugged. Graelam remembered his hikes along the winding footpath below St. Agnes Point when he was a boy, exploring the caves and calmer coves that indented the coastline, and felt the savage beauty of Cornwall burn into his very soul. He turned in his saddle. Inland, beyond the ragged cliffs, were rolling hills where sheep and cattle grazed, and between the hills, in narrow valleys, farmers tilled the land. His home, his people.
Rising behind him, like a rough-hewn monolith, stood Wolffeton, fortress of the de Moretons since Duke William had deeded the lands to Albert de Moreton after the Battle of Hastings over 200 years ago. Albert had torn down the wooden fortress of the Saxons and had erected a stone castle that would defend the northern coast of Cornwall from any assaulting forces, be they marauding Danes or the greedy French. On stormy nights, lamps were lit in the 2 seaward towers, warning off ships from the deadly rock-strewn waters. In the distance, he could make out the stonemasons repairing the seaward wall, eroded over the 2 centuries by the ferocious sea storms. The jewels he had brought with him from the Holy Land had brought a respectable price, enough to repair the walls of Wolffeton, the outbuildings, his men's barracks, and to purchase sheep, cattle, and a half-dozen horses. As for the great hall and the upper chambers, they had not changed much since Albert's days. That had never mattered to Graelam before, but upon his return a month before, he had found Wolffeton lacking. The long walls beneath the soot-covered beams in the great hall looked primitive and bare. The rough-carved trestles and benches, even his ornately carved chair, were equally bare, with no thick velvet cushions to soften their lines. The rushes strewn across the stone floor had not the sweet smell of those at Belterre, and there was not one carpet to deaden the heavy sound of booted feet. There were, he thought ruefully, no comforts, even in his huge bedchamber. His long-dead first wife, Marie, had not seemed to care, nor did her half-sister, Blanche de Cormont. He was but growing soft, he grunted to himself, wanting the exotic luxuries he had grown used to in the East. Rolfe, his trusted master-at-arms, had certainly maintained the discipline of Wolffeton during Graelam's year away in the Holy Land. But there had been problems awaiting his return, problems that an overlord's absence engendered. There were judgments to be rendered, feuds to be settled, laxness among the castle servants to be halted. Blunt, his steward, had kept his records well, but even he could not force a greater production of cloth or discipline the wenches whose job it was to keep the castle in good order. But it gave Graelam a good feeling to be thrown back into the management of his keep and lands. The vast number of people who spent their lives at Wolffeton were his responsibility and his alone. He thought again of Blanche de Cormont. He had returned to Cornwall a month before to find her wringing her hands when she saw him, tears shining in her eyes. He had not recognized her until she had reminded him that she was half-sister to his first wife. Soft-spoken, shy Blanche, a widow now, and with no kin to take her in, none save him. She had come to Wolffeton some 3 months before her return home. Blunt hadn't known what to do with her, so she had remained, awaiting Graelam's return. She was not old, perhaps 28, but there were faint lines of sadness etched about her mouth, and her brown eyes, when they rested upon him, were liquid with gratitude. Her 2 children, a boy and a girl, she had told him, her soft mouth trembling, were being raised by her cousin Robert in Normandy. She, their mother, had not been welcome.
Particularly, she had added sadly, touching her hand to her rich raven hair, by Robert's young wife, Elise, a woman jealous of her husband's affections. Well, Graelam had thought then, as well as now, there was no harm in her residing at Wolffeton. She waited on him, served his dinner herself, and mended his clothing. It was odd, though, he thought, that the castle servants did not seem to like her. Why, he could not guess. She seemed unobtrusive enough to him. Graelam's thoughts turned to the Duke of Cornwall's impending visit. King Edward's uncle had always seemed like a second father to Graelam, indeed, more of a father than his own had been. Though the bond between them was deep and affectionate, Graelam devoutly prayed that the Duke was not coming as his overlord to request his services. A year of his life spent in the Holy Land fighting the heathen Saracens was enough for any man. With these thoughts, he turned Demon away from the cliff and rode northward back toward Wolffeton. At the sound of approaching hoofbeats, Blanche de Cormont pulled the leather hide from the window opening in her small chamber and watched Graelam gallop into the inner bailey of Wolffeton, his powerful body gracefully at ease in the saddle. She felt a surge of excitement at the sight of him, and her fingers twisted at the thought of running them through his thick black hair. How alike and yet different he was from her husband, Raoul. Curse that bastard's black heart. She hoped he was rotting in hell. Like Raoul, Graelam expected her to serve him as unquestioningly as any servant, but unlike Raoul, he was a virile, handsome devil whose bed every young serving wench at Wolffeton had shared willingly. And, of course, Graelam hadn't once raised his hand against her. But then, she thought cynically, she was not yet his wife. A wife, she knew from painful experience, was like any other of a man's possessions. As long as she kept to her place and was exacting in pleasing her husband, she was treated as well as his hunting dogs or his destrier. Blanche gnawed on her lower lip, wondering how much longer she should pretend the shy, self-effacing widow's role she had instinctively assumed when Graelam returned to Wolffeton. Her first husband, Raoul, had painfully taught her that her high spirits, her occasionally stinging tongue, and her pride were not acceptable in a wife. And her stubbornness. She supposed she was being stubborn where Graelam was concerned, but she wanted him and fully intended to have him. A widow and a poor relation had no real place, her children no real home or future. Perhaps, she thought, it was time to give Graelam some encouragement, perhaps even slip into his bed one night, if she could find it empty one night. She would wed Graelam and then bring her children to Cornwall. She missed them, particularly her son Evian, a bright lad of 8 years. But her decision to come to Cornwall was all for his sake. He would become Graelam's heir, for Blanche intended to bear no more children. The pain of her daughter's birth still made her grit her teeth. At least, childbirthing hadn't killed her, as it had Marie, her long-dead half-sister. Blanche shook off old memories and turned away from the window. She would meet Graelam in the great hall, send the sullen serving wenches out of the way, and serve him some ale herself. She gazed one last time in her polished silver mirror, and curled an errant strand of black hair around her finger. I must please him, she thought. I must. To her disappointment, Guy de Blassis accompanied Graelam. She was wary of Guy, despite his good looks and polite manners, for she sensed that he guessed her plans and disapproved. Still, she pasted a welcoming smile on her face and walked gracefully forward, her soft wool gown swishing over the reed-covered floor. "Good day to you, my lord," she said, smiling shyly up at Graelam. Graelam pulled his attention from Guy and nodded. "I have news for you, Blanche. The Duke of Cornwall is paying us a visit next week. I do not know the extent of his retinue, but doubtless he will bring half an army with him. 'Tis his way. At least," he continued, now to Guy, "the barracks will be finished, so his men will not have to sleep in the keep. We will go hunting again before he arrives. Let us pray we bag more than a rabbit." "A deer at least, my lord," Guy said, "if we divide the men into 3 separate hunting parties." "Some ale, my lord?" Blanche asked softly. Graelam nodded, his thoughts elsewhere. "Ah, and some for Guy too, Blanche." Blanche saw Guy grinning at her, and she frowned at him, but she nonetheless left the hall, her discomfiture kept to herself.
Guy waited until Blanche was out of hearing. "Have you heard anything from France, my lord? From Maurice de Lorris?" "Nay, but then, what would I hear? If there is a message ever from him, it will doubtless be to inform me that Joffrey is trying to steal Belterre from him. I pray that de Lacy will keep his treacherous sword sheathed until Wolffeton is fully restored." "I doubt he would try an outright attack," Guy said dryly. "'Tis more his way to sneak about and hire men to do his dirty work." He fell silent a moment, then sighed deeply. "That poor girl," he said at last. "I, of course, did not ever see her, as did you, my lord, but the servants talked to me of her, as did her father's men. They all believed her a sweet child, and kind and full of laughter. Ay, 'tis a pity to die so young." Graelam pictured Kassia's lifeless fingers held in his hands as the priest droned out the marriage words. He had only time to nod when Blanche reappeared carrying a tray with 2 goblets filled with frothy ale. "Thank you, Blanche," Graelam said, his tone holding dismissal. Blanche saw Guy quirk a fair eyebrow at her, and for a moment she glared back at him. "Damn him, he guesses my very thoughts." "Certainly, my lord," she said sweetly. "Perhaps, Graelam, when you have finished speaking with Guy, you can spare me a few moments to speak of the entertainment for the Duke. Graelam." She had used his name but the week before, and he had not seemed even to notice her familiarity. Perhaps she was making headway with him. "Perhaps, this evening," Blanche said, as he wiped the white foam of the ale from his upper lip, "I have a new mare to inspect." Guy laughed aloud, his eyes on Blanche's face. "Do you mean, my lord, that lovely little Arabian, or that equally enticing little 2-legged filly named Nan?" "Both, I fancy," Graelam said, and rose from his chair. "Nan, you say her name is, Guy?" "Aye. No virgin, but again lovely as a rose whose petals sparkle with the morning mist. And quite young, my lord," Guy continued, knowing that Blanche was listening to their conversation. It was not that he disliked Blanche, he thought, following Graelam from the great hall down the thick, well-worn oak stairs. She was indeed lovely, his body recognized that, but she felt she must needs play-act with Graelam. Guy knew she wasn't the meek, gentle creature she showed to Graelam when he had come upon one of the serving wenches in tears, a livid bruise on her cheek from the slap Lady Blanche had given her. He had told Graelam of the incident, but his master, after speaking to Blanche, had told him that the wench had deserved the slap for insulting his sister-in-law. It was odd, Guy thought, as he walked beside Graelam into the inner bailey, how his master enjoyed women in his bed, pleasuring them until they squealed with delight, but had little understanding of them outside his bedchamber. To Lord Graelam, women were soft bodies, and little else. Save for the one, Chandra de Avenel, Graelam had tried to steal and wed nearly 2 years before. But even that beautiful creature, though she had doubtless intrigued Graelam with her warrior ways, had been only a challenge to him, like an untamed mare, to be covered and broken by a stallion. He suspected that Graelam's black fury, following his failure, had resulted more from wounded pride than injured feelings. But now Chandra de Avenel was Chandra de Vernon, and Graelam had made peace with both her and her husband in the Holy Land. She was nothing more to him now, Guy knew, than a vague shadow of memory. The wench Nan appeared none too clean, Graelam thought, as he walked her arms pressed against her breasts to better entice him, as she drew the bucket of water from the well. Her thick, long, dark brown hair would be lovely were it not lank and stringy from lack of washing. Her face was a perfect oval, and she smiled at him pertly. "If she were bathed," Graelam said to Guy, "I wouldn't kick her out of my bed." "Nor would I," Guy said, laughing. "How many men have enjoyed her favors?" "Not many, my lord. She was married quite young, when she was 14, to a young man who worked with the armorer. He died some 2 months ago, from the wasting disease. According to my knowledge, she has kept her legs together, awaiting your return." Graelam gave the girl a long, slow smile, then turned away toward the newly repaired stables.
"Now, Guy," he said, "'tis time to see the four-legged mare." A gale blew in that evening, and the shutters banged loudly in Graelam's bedchamber. He had spent the past 2 hours trouncing Guy in a game of chess and drinking more ale than was his habit. He was not overly surprised to find Nan lying in his bed. Indeed, he thought, she did have lovely hair. It was now clean and shining, and he wondered idly how long she had spent in a bathing tub to prepare herself for him. He strode to the edge of the bed and smiled at her as he stripped off his clothes. He watched her eyes widen when they fell to his swollen manhood. "Ye are huge, my lord," she gasped. "Aye," Graelam laughed, "and you'll know every inch of me." He drew back the cover and studied her plump, white body. "Aye," he said, his dark eyes caressing her. "Every inch." He fondled her and kissed her, pleased that her breath tasted fresh. Her soft flesh was silky and giving beneath his fingers and his mouth. When she was throbbing and hot, he pressed himself between her open legs. She sheathed him to his hilt, wrapping her legs about him, drawing him even deeper, and he realized, vaguely, not particularly displeased, that she was as experienced as any whore. He reared back, thrusting deep, and felt his body explode. He rolled off her onto his back. He wondered if her soft cries of pleasure had been real or feigned. "My lord." "Aye?" he said, not turning to her. "May I rest with ye the night? 'Tis cold, and the storm frightens me." "Aye, you may stay." He felt her fingers running through the thick tufts of hair on his chest. "But expect, my pet, to be awakened during the night. My appetite for you is but momentarily sated." Nan giggled and stretched her length against his side, hugging herself to him. She had pleased him, she thought. Now life would be better for her. Aye, much better. She smiled into the darkness at the thought of the sour looks Lady Blanche would cast her. The old bitch wouldn't dare to touch her now. "Well, Graelam," the Duke of Cornwall said, as he tilted his goblet to his mouth, "I have seen several wenches' bellies swollen with child. And you're wondering if it is my seed that grows in their bellies?" The Duke shrugged. "It matters not. What does matter is that you have legitimate heirs for your lands, not bastards." "Ah," Graelam said with a crooked grin, "I was wondering when you would tell me the reason for your visit to Wolffeton. Not, of course, that I am not delighted to greet you." The Duke was silent for a moment. He and Graelam were alone in the great hall, sitting opposite each other next to the dying fire. The trestle tables were cleared of the mountains of food from dinner. The jongleurs Graelam had hired were long in bed, as were all of Graelam's men and the Duke's. "I have heard from Edward," the Duke said. "He and Eleanor are still in Sicily. I carry the responsibility for his children whilst he must travel, and England's coffers pay for his adventuring. I have certainly paid my share. That you have, my boy. It is because of your strength and honor, my Lord Duke, that Edward need not come running back to England to fight for his throne. The barons are content. England is at peace. He knew great disappointment in the Holy Land, and if he chooses to travel to mend his weary spirit, so be it." The Duke sighed, raising an age-spotted hand. "Aye, 'tis true. Edward has grown into a fine man. Men follow him and trust him. Once I feared that he would be weak and vacillating, much like his poor father."
Graelam said quietly, "As much as you hated Simon de Montfort, my Lord Duke, 'twas from him that Edward learned his administrative ability. It held us in good stead in the Holy Land. There is no doubt in any man's mind that Edward the King can be trusted and obeyed. He is also a valiant warrior." I know." The Duke shook his white head. "I become an old man, Graelam, and I am weary of my responsibilities, and I weary you with this late night. Perhaps, my lord," Graelam continued, a glint in his dark eyes, "before you retire, you would care to tell me the reason for your visit." "I have found you a wife," the Duke said baldly. Graelam was not surprised by his words. Indeed, during the past 5 years, the Duke of Cornwall had upon several occasions presented him with likely heiresses. Graelam cocked his head at the Duke, saying nothing. "Her name is Joanna de Marley, daughter of the Earl of Leicester. She is young, comely, rich, and, above all, appears to be a good breeder. 'Tis time you wed, Graelam, and produce heirs for Wolffeton." Graelam remained silent, staring into the graying embers in the fire. "You still do not hold Lord Richard de Avenel's daughter dear, do you?" "Nay," Graelam said. "Do you forget, my lord, the Lady Chandra wed Sir Gerval de Vernon? He, not I, managed to tame her. To my ultimate relief, we all parted friends." "So I hear," the Duke said dryly, "which brings me back to the Lady Joanna. Do you deny that you have need of heirs, Graelam?" "Nay," Graelam said slowly, his thoughts upon his second wife, dead within hours of their marriage. "Is there another lady who has caught your fancy?" Graelam smiled at the impatience in the Duke's voice. "Nay," he said again, and shrugged. "A wife is a burden, my Lord Duke, a burden that chills my guts." "You are nearing 30 years old, Graelam. Do you wish to be an old man like me before you see your sons become men?" "And there must be an heir for Belterre," Graelam thought suddenly. "You begin to convince me, my lord," he said, "with your terrifying logic." "Forget not," the Duke continued, more tolerantly now, for he scented victory, "that even the wealth you brought from the Holy Land does not go far enough to provide you comforts within your keep." He looked pointedly at the bare stone walls and the reed-covered floors, and doubted not that there were lice mixed with the refuse and bones. The furniture was scant and roughly hewn, with no soft cushions for a man's weary buttocks. The beamed ceiling was black from years of neglect, and the wall sconces were as black as the mutton-fat rushes they held. A wife who brought a fat dowry and housewifely skills would make Wolffeton a truly noble keep. "But a wife," Graelam said wearily, leaning his head back against the high-backed chair. "'Tis something that haunts a man all his days." "As I said," the Duke interrupted, "the Lady Joanna is comely. Perhaps you would learn to care for her." "Care for a woman?" Graelam arched a thick black brow up a good inch. "If she were a good breeder, 'twould have to be enough to ask. Why does Leicester choose me?" "As one of the king's closest friends," the Duke said with weary patience, "as well as being my vassal, Leicester need look no higher. Any of his neighbors would think twice before encroaching on Leicester's lands with such a powerful son-in-law. You have yourself seen this Lady Joanna." "Aye, once, about 6 months ago. As I said, she is comely, and built just like her mother. And, I might add, that woman has borne with ease 5 sons, 4 of whom have survived. I suppose she would expect to be wooed and have songs written about her eyebrows. You are a hard man, Graelam. I offer you a rich plum, and you complain about playing the suitor. And if I beat the wench for disobedience, I suppose I can expect tears and reproaches and her father upon my neck. Just keep her belly filled with children, and she'll have no time for disobedience. As to wenches you take to bed, it would be wise to be somewhat more discreet once you have a wife." Graelam thought of Nan, who was now likely to be sleeping peacefully in his bed. "I must think on it, my lord," Graelam said, rising and stretching. The Duke of Cornwall rose also, and faced the young man he loved more than his own worthless son. He gave him a wide smile. "Think quickly, my lord, for the Lady Joanna will arrive next week, for a visit. She will be accompanied by some of her father's men as well as her ladies. If you suit, the wedding will be attended by her parents and me, of course." "You wicked old man," Graelam said, a dull flush of anger rising over his face. "You woo me with reason, then clamp down your chains. Plough the wench in your bed well, Graelam, for it would be wise to forego your appetites once the Lady Joanna has arrived." He clapped his hand to Graelam's shoulder. "Don't be angry with me, my boy. 'Tis for the best." "Christ's bones," growled. "Best for whom?" But the Duke of Cornwall only laughed. "You'll make a lusty husband for the girl, Graelam. Be content." 6. "The Duke of Cornwall has arranged a marriage for me," Graelam said to Blanche. "Lady Joanna and her retinue will arrive next week. Can you make preparations for her comfort?" Blanche stared at him, unable to take in his words. "Married?" She wanted to scream and cry at the same time, and strike Graelam until he bled like she was bleeding inside.
She lowered her head, running her tongue over her suddenly parched lips, and listened to him continue, his voice as indifferent as if he were discussing the weather. "If the girl is pleasing enough, I will wed her." Blanche clutched at his words like a lifeline. "You do not know her, Graelam? You have never seen her?" "Nay, I know nothing about her, save she is an heiress." Graelam shrugged. "If she can breed me sons, I suppose it is enough to ask. Her father is interested in gaining me as a son-in-law because of my friendship with the king and the Duke of Cornwall." Blanche's thoughts raced. Surely all was not lost. Graelam cared not for this Joanna, had never even seen the wench. She still had time. "My lord," she said finally, her head lowered modestly, her voice softly shy, "it is likely that the Lady Joanna, being such a young girl, knows little of managing a keep the size of Wolffeton. If it pleases you, it would be my honors," she almost choked on the word, "to assist her in gaining the necessary knowledge." Graelam gave her a perfunctory smile, thinking absently that she was a gentle, accommodating woman. "Thank you, Blanche." He wondered briefly if she knew herself how to manage a keep, for Wolffeton had certainly not changed since she had come here, and he had given her free rein within the keep. Perhaps, he thought, not wishing to be unfair, the food had improved somewhat. Blanche retired to her small chamber, gently closed the door, and smashed her fists against the wall. How could he, she raged, be drawn into a marriage, and it not be to her? She had been too shy, too modest, she realized when she was calmer. She had not given him enough encouragement, and thus he saw her as a mere adjunct to her household, and not as a desirable woman. Damn him! Her lineage was every bit as respectable as this Joanna de Marley's. The fact that she was not an heiress, as was Joanna, did not hold long in her mind. Graelam must be made to realize that she, Blanche, would be the right wife, the only wife for him. But Graelam had mentioned breeding sons off his wife, and that stilled her a moment. She walked to the small window, pulled back the wooden shutter, and stared down toward the practice field. She saw Graelam, stripped to the waist, wrestling with one of his men. She could see the sweat glistening off his back, the twisting of his powerful muscles. Ah, yes, she thought, she would teach this Joanna a thing or two. Her fingers clutched unconsciously on the edge of the window, as if they were touching Graelam. "Damn you, my lord," she cursed him in a hoarse whisper. Much later, when Blanche lay in her narrow bed, alone, she considered her son.
She would write a message to her cousin and have him send Evian to Wolffeton. Once Graelam had met her son, perhaps he would forget his desire for his own son. After all, the boy was also his half-nephew. She realized that she was assuming she could still gain him as her husband. "I will be his wife," she vowed softly, "and if he still demands I bear him a child, I will do it." She hated the thought of the inevitable birthing pain and the bulk of a child in her body. For a moment, she rebelled against her woman's lot, against the sheer helplessness of it. "Stop it, Blanche," she scolded herself silently. "You have not won yet." But she would win. She had to. Her son's future and her own lay in the balance. She fell asleep somewhat calmer. The next morning, Blanche had to contend with the servants, the pert Nan in particular. They had supposed, Blanche guessed, that she would become the future mistress of Wolffeton, and had thus given her grudging obedience. She trembled with rage when Nan, the wretched little slut, said in a snide voice, "If you want a new gown, mistress, you'd best ask his lordship. Likely hell buy his new young bride anything, but his old sister-in-law, who will be but his poor relation." Her voice fell away like sharp droplets of rain dripping off stone. "You little bitch," Blanche said, her voice trembling, hating both Nan and herself for the truth of the wench's words. She reached for Nan's long braid, now clean from weekly baths, but Nan was faster. She scurried out of the chamber, laughing aloud. "I'll have you flogged," Blanche yelled after her, knowing full well that it was an empty threat. "The master won't allow that," Nan taunted her from a safe distance. "He likes me smooth and soft. He'll not let ye beat me. Slut!"
Just wait until your belly swells with child. You'll see then how much the master cares about you and your soft hide. He'll give me a fine cottage, and mayhap a servant of my own," Nan retorted. The other servants snickered behind her back, Blanche knew, but at least they obeyed her orders, albeit with the slowness of mules trekking up a cliff. She ground her teeth and bided her time until Lady Joanna de Morley came, and Evian. Graelam had seemed reluctant to have her son come to Wolffeton, but Blanche had managed to cry pitifully, an altogether honest reaction, and he had finally agreed. Graelam grunted and heaved as he helped the masons fit a huge slab of stone into place on the outer eastern wall of Wolffeton. He stepped back and dashed the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. He felt exhilarated from the physical labor, for it had kept his mind off Joanna de Morley's impending visit, which he dreaded. He thought of the message he had sent to Maurice de Lorris several days before, and felt a spurt of unwanted pain for what had happened. He heard nothing from Maurice, and assumed that Geoffrey had made no move on Belterre. Surely it could not be long now before Geoffrey found out about Kassia's death. Belterre was not that isolated, and over 2 months had passed. Graelam stretched, enjoying the pull of his tired muscles, and headed toward the cliff path that led to the narrow beach below. The surf pounded against the naked rocks, splashing spray into wide arcs in the air. He stripped off his clothes and waded into the tumbling water. Feeling the powerful tug of the tide against his legs, he let himself be dragged forward with the outgoing waves. The water was cold, raising gooseflesh on his body, but he ignored it and plunged face down into a high-crested wave. Some minutes later, he heard a yell from the cliff above him and turned to see Guy waving toward him. He started to answer, but a huge wave smashed against his back and sent him sprawling onto his face. When he fought his way out of the sea, his face smarting from the coarse rocks and sand, he heard Guy's laughter. He strode onto the narrow beach and shook himself, much in the manner of a huge mongrel dog. "My lord, dress yourself before your bride sees you in your natural wonder." Graelam cursed softly. The girl was 2 days early. He did not doubt that his days of peace were over. He dressed himself quickly and strode up the cliff path. "My lord," Guy said, a wide grin splitting his well-formed mouth, "I fear the Lady Joanna will see us side by side and send you about your business." Guy preened in his green velvet and patted his hand to his golden hair, his laughter ringing above the raucous sound of the seabirds. Graelam didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he asked, "Is all in readiness for the lady?" "Do you mean, has Blanche swallowed the prune in her mouth and managed a welcoming smile? If you had something to offer her, you larking, conceited buffoon, 'tis that lady you could take off my hands. 'Tis not my bed Blanche seeks, my lord." Guy straightened suddenly, a slight worried frown puckering his brow. 'Twas a mistake allowing her to send for her son. Graelam felt thoroughly irritated. For God's sakes, Guy, leave be. Blanche is comely and endowed with the proper shyness and modesty a lady should have. If I wed Lady Joanna, I shall find Blanche a husband. With her son in tow, it proves she is a good breeder. Many of the servants would applaud that decision, Guy thought. Blanche had not been overly patient with any of them, so awash was she in her disappointment. He felt a tug of pity for her, as well as something else he was loath to examine. He shrugged. It was none of his affair. He said aloud, "Nay, my lord, do not waste your ill humor on me." He paused a moment, then added, "There is but one thing that bothers me. I suppose I must ask you what it is, else you'll taunt me with your useless guile." Guy gave him his sunny smile. Their relationship was more in the manner of an indulgent older brother toward a younger sibling. "Why did you agree to this match when it so obviously displeases you?" Graelam had asked himself the same question many times during the past weeks. "A man must have sons," he said finally. "Now let me meet my son's mother." Kassia walked slowly through the apple orchard, her face lifted to the bright sun overhead. She smelled the sweet scent of the camellias, hydrangeas, and rhododendrons she herself had planted, and heard the comforting drone of the bees in the hives just beyond the orchard. Hugging her arms around her body, feeling the sun warming her bones, she knew the joy of simply being alive. Her favorite gown of yellow silk still hung loose, but it didn't bother her. She smiled fondly at the thought of her father, ever watching her with worried eyes, encouraging her to do naught but rest and eat. She looked up to see her nurse, Etta, whose ample figure was now walking purposefully toward her, a bowl of something doubtless very nourishing and equally distasteful. "You should be resting, mistress," Etta said without preamble. "Here, drink this." "Another of your concoctions," Kassia said, but obligingly downed the thick beef broth. "I need to prune my fig trees," she said thoughtfully, handing the bowl back to Etta. "Fig trees?" Etta said on a mighty sigh. Kassia cocked her head in question. "I am well enough to do just as I please now. Come, Etta, you know you enjoy my delicious figs." "Aye, my baby, 'tis not your figs that are on my mind at the moment." "What is on your mind?" she asked. "Your father. Another messenger arrived a while ago." "Another messenger? I did not know there was even a first, much less a second." "Aye," Etta said. "He does not look happy." "Then I shall go to him and see what is wrong. But you should rest. Etta, you and father are treating me like a downy chick with no sense. I am feeling much stronger, and if I keep eating all the food you stuff in my mouth, I shall be fat as my favorite goose." "Harumph," Etta said, and followed her mistress back to the keep. Maurice had dismissed the messenger and sat staring blindly in front of him.
He didn't realize he was wringing his hands until he felt his daughter's fingers lightly touch his shoulder. "Father," Kassia said softly, "what troubles you?" He managed to wipe the worry from his face and smiled at her, drawing her into his lap. She was still so slight, weighing no more than a child, but her vivid hazel eyes were bright again with glowing health, and her beautiful hair now capped her small face in soft, loose curls. He thought of the message and pulled her tightly against him. Time had run out. He felt her small, firm breasts pressing against him, reminding him yet again that she was no longer a little girl. She was a woman and a wife. He drew in a deep breath and pulled back from her so he could see her face. "You are feeling well, ma chère?" he asked, avoiding the issue. "Quite well, father. Much better, I gather, than you are. Now, what about this messenger? Etta also let slip that this was the second one. Is it Geoffrey?" Kassia could see the beginnings of deception in her father's eyes, and said hurriedly, "Nay, father, I am no longer at death's door. You must tell me what troubles you. Please. I feel useless when you treat me like a witless child who must be protected and cosseted." He knew there was no help for it, none at all. Slowly, he said, not meeting her eyes, "Do you remember telling me that you dreamed of a man's voice? A man you did not know?" "Aye, I remember. You did not dream him. There was such a man. He is an Englishman, Lord Graelam de Moreton. He accompanied me to Belterre. You see, I was attacked in Aquitaine by brigands, and Lord Graelam saved my life, he and his men. He is an honorable man, Kassia, and a fine man, a warrior who was just returning from the Holy Land. I found myself telling him about that whoreson Geoffrey, and indeed, we stopped at Beaumanoir one evening. He met your aunt, and managed politely enough to avoid her bed. I will not deny that by the time we reached Belterre, I was thinking of him as the perfect husband for you. I told him much about you. When we arrived, I was told that you were dying. Indeed, there was no doubt in my mind that you would not survive that night." Kassia was gazing at him with such innocent incomprehension that for a moment Maurice couldn't continue. He coughed, raked his fingers through his hair, and mumbled something under his breath. "Father," Kassia said, "I do not understand. What of this man, this Graelam de Moreton? He is your husband," he said baldly. Kassia was very still, her eyes wide and disbelieving on her father's face. "My husband?"
she repeated blankly. "I." He pulled her tightly against him again and breathed in the sweet scent of her flesh. "I," he said again. "Let me explain what happened, my love. I was convinced that you were going to die, and I also knew that Belterre would be lost to Geoffrey. I convinced Graelam to wed you before you died. It would be he, then, who would have Belterre, and not that bastard Geoffrey. He argued with me, Kassia, but I wore him down, with guilt. He finally agreed. The next morning, he left with the marriage contracts to go to the Duke of Brittany. The Duke approved the marriage, and Graelam, according to my wishes, returned to Cornwall. I did not write to tell him that you had lived. I saw no reason for it, until you regained your strength." Kassia was gazing at her father, utterly dazed. Married? She was married to a man she had never even seen? She heard herself say numbly, "But why did you not tell me, father?" Maurice shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I did not want you to become upset, not when you continued so weak. But you are telling me now. What has happened? The messenger who arrived today was from Lord Graelam, informing me that his master is to wed an English heiress." "I see," Kassia said. She felt weak with shock. Married, she thought again, and to an English lord. She stared at her father, trying to understand. "There is more, Kassia. The first messenger was sent by the Duke of Brittany. Evidently, Geoffrey found out that you were still living at Belterre, that you had not accompanied your husband to England. He has tried to convince the Duke that your marriage was all a sham, a plot by me to keep you and Belterre out of his hands. The Duke demands an explanation. If the explanation pleases him not, he threatens to have the marriage annulled and wed you to Geoffrey. Is this English lord, this Graelam de Moreton, strong enough to protect Belterre from Geoffrey?" "Aye," Maurice said, eyeing his daughter carefully. It was odd, Kassia thought, sifting through her father's words, but she felt the stronger of the two now. He looked ill with worry, and, she realized, he was dreading her anger at what he had done. Perhaps, she thought, she would have done the same thing were she her father. She loved her father more than anyone else in the world, more than herself, and she loved Belterre. She thought of Geoffrey, sly, greedy Geoffrey, and felt a rippling of a shudder at the thought of him as her husband. She said, very firmly, "I understand, father. I do not blame you for what you did. Do not distress yourself further." She slid from his lap and forced a calm smile to her lips. "I must prepare myself, father. I will return with this messenger to England, to my husband. It would not do at all for him to take another wife." Maurice gaped at her, wondering why she was not in tears, remembering her mother's tears, shed so quickly and with such devastating effect. "I think also," Kassia continued thoughtfully, "that you should pay a visit to the Duke of Brittany. You could tell him, I suppose, that I fell ill and was unable to accompany my husband back to England. There is some truth to that. And, father, you must not worry about me. I had to marry someone, and if you believe this Lord Graelam to be a fine man, then I am satisfied. I only wish he were French and lived near. I shall miss Belterre." "Cornwall is not so far away," Maurice said helplessly. He suddenly realized that he did not know Graelam all that well. He was a man's man, a brave warrior, strong and proud. How would he deal with a wife he had believed dead within hours of his marriage? Kassia was so innocent, so very young. He had protected her, guarded her, shown her only gentleness and kindness. My God, he thought, what had he done? He rose with sudden decision. "I will accompany you, Kassia, to Cornwall." "Nay, father, you must protect Belterre from Geoffrey's grasping hands. 'Tis the Duke of Brittany you must see." Maurice continued to argue, but Kassia knew that he had no choice in the matter. She knew she had no choice either. She felt tears sting her eyes and resolutely blinked them back. She pictured this Lord Graelam and imagined him to be no different from her father. "Is he old?" she asked, dreading his answer. "Graelam? Nay, daughter, he is young and well-formed. A kind man, father? Gentle? I trust so, Kassia." She smiled. Young and well-formed and gentle, like her father. all would be well. Graelam gave you a ring upon your marriage. I have kept it, safe for you. I suppose it would be wise to have it. I imagine that I look a bit different than I did on my wedding night." Kassia left her father and hurried to her chamber, calling Etta. "Imagine," she said, as she shook out a yellow wool gown, "I am married, and I didn't even know it. Etta, did you see this Lord Graelam?" "Aye, my baby. He was most gentle when the priest said the vows. He held your hand through it all. And he is young and handsome." "Aye," Etta said. "He was also formidable looking, a huge man who could crush her gentle mistress like a fly." "Aye," she said again. "He is as your father described him." Likely, Etta thought. Lord Maurice was quite flattering in his description of his son-in-law. After all, Lord Maurice was a man, just as was the powerful Englishman couple. And did he have any choice? "Now, my baby, I will send some servants to assist you. I must pack my own belongings."
Kassia smiled widely and threw her arms about her old nurse. "We shall conquer England again, Etta, just as did Duke William 200 years ago." 7. Joanna de Moreton held the hooded peregrine falcon gracefully on her wrist and eyed the wretched Blanche from beneath her lowered lashes. Miserable bitch! Her mare suddenly sidestepped, and the falcon shrieked, digging his claws into her thick leather glove. Joanna would have liked to fling the falcon into the nearest pile of dung, but Lord Graelam was watching her. She smiled prettily, but jerked the mare's reins, hurting her tender mouth. Graelam turned away, a frown gathering on his brow. Although the mare belonged to Joanna, it angered him that she would so mistreat the animal. He sighed, wishing he were miles away from Wolffeton, in the heat of battle, breaking heads with his axe, feeling sweat trickle down his face and back with exertion. Anything but playing the gallant to this ridiculous, vain girl. She was not ill-looking, he admitted to himself, and he supposed that her arrogance, bred by an overly doting father and mother, he could control soon enough, once she was his wife. Her hair was fair, so blonde in fact that when the sun shone down upon her head it appeared nearly white. He had always been partial to fair-haired women, until now. Her best feature, now covered with a wimple that appeared like stiff, flapping wings, left him little to admire. He had eyed her body carefully and noted the wide hips, well suited for childbearing, and her abundant breasts. Perhaps, he thought doubtfully, her proud opinion of herself would turn to passion once he had her in his bed. Her hair was fair, so blonde in fact that when the sun shone down upon her head it appeared nearly white. He had always been partial to fair-haired women, until now. Her best feature, now covered with a wimple that appeared like stiff, flapping wings, left him little to admire. He had eyed her body carefully and noted the wide hips, well suited for childbearing, and her abundant breasts. Perhaps, he thought doubtfully, her proud opinion of herself would turn to passion once he had her in his bed. He heard Blanche question Joanna in her soft-spoken way and winced at Joanna's patronizing tone when she answered. It hadn't taken long for Graelam to realize he would have no peace in his own castle until Blanche was gone. Unfortunately, he had had 2 weeks to compare the two women, and to his mind, Blanche, already gentle and submissive, would make his life less troublesome. At least, Blanche was no budding shrew. He hardened his jaw. If Joanna proved difficult, he would beat her. The thought of her dowry had not swayed him. Indeed, the jewels he had brought back from the Holy Land had provided him enough to finish the work on Wolffeton, enough to buy sheep and more cattle for his freehold farmers and 2 villages, and finally, enough to bring at least another dozen men-at-arms into his service. No, it was the Duke of Cornwall who had pressed him into this alliance. With Edward still out of England, it would not be wise to anger the king's uncle. "My lord," he heard Joanna lisp in that affected way of hers, "I grow overheated. My mother does not like me to spend too much time in the sun." Graelam grunted and turned his destrier back toward Wolffeton. Damn the Duke of Cornwall anyway. He had chosen to accompany Joanna's parents and their impressive retinue to Wolffeton for the wedding. The Duke was no fool. Joanna gazed ahead at Graelam's back. He was rather boorish, she thought, no honeyed compliments coming easily to his lips, unlike some of the young knights at the king's court. But he was handsome and strong. She would mold him to her liking once he was her husband. As for that witch Blanche, she would see her soon gone. She stared toward his castle, Wolffeton, and shuddered. It was a monstrosity, a graceless heap of gray stone in the middle of nowhere that boasted no comforts for a gently reared lady. Joanna smiled. Where her husband would be stupid and boorish, she would be witty and cunning. She would rule him as easily as she ruled her father. She would not suffer by spending her years immured in Wolffeton. Perhaps a few months of the year, but that was more than enough. The smile on her lips began to hurt, but she did not know when or if Lord Graelam would swing about in his saddle to say something to her. Her eyes bored into his back. She had grown up with 5 brothers, and she knew well what power a woman could wield with her body. She had seen Graelam once without his shirt, and had felt a gentle tingling in her belly at the sight of his massive chest and arms, tanned by the harsh wind and sun. Her eyes had roved downward, and she had shuddered slightly in anticipation. She was not a virgin, having lost that commodity some 4 years before in the eager arms of one of her father's knights. She doubted that Graelam would know the difference in any case, and if he suspected that her cries of pain were feigned, she would have a small vial of chicken blood ready to blotch her thighs. Blanche rode beside Sir Guy, wishing she could grasp his knife and hurl it into Joanna's back. And he knew what was in her mind, damn his impudence. She realized quite clearly that her ploys during the past 2 weeks had failed miserably, even though her gentle manner had shown in clear opposition to Joanna's snidenness, winning her approving looks from Graelam. It was clear to the meanest intelligence that Lord Graelam spent less and less time with his betrothed as the days went by. But it didn't matter. There was but one recourse open to her now. She raised her chin, and her eyes gleamed with decision. "Dare I ask what you are planning now?" Sir Guy said, drawing his palfrey closer to her mare. Blanche gave him a dazzling smile and quirked a beautifully arched brow at him. "For a boy, you show great interest in things that do not concern you. And for an older woman," Guy said, unabashed, "you show too much interest in my lord. I tell you, Blanche, you have lost. Accept your defeat. Graelam will find you a husband." He felt himself frown slightly, disliking that thought. "You are a fool," Blanche said, her smile never slipping. "It is you who are the fool, my lady," Guy said, his voice gentling, for he knew well her distress. Why, he wondered, would she not accept the truth? Lord Graelam is honorable. He has agreed to the marriage. He will not break his word. Aye, Blanche thought, it was Graelam's honor that would play to her advantage. "I wish that stupid old man would keep his bony hands to himself," Blanche thought angrily, as she eyed Joanna's father, Lord Thomas, from beneath her lowered lashes. She would have dearly liked to slap his hand away and tell him what an old fool he was, but she kept still, slewing her eyes toward the acrobats performing in the great hall. She found no amusement in them. She felt a knot form in her throat as she gazed at Graelam, and a renewal of her determination. At least, she thought, he did not but drink wine and speak to the Duke of Cornwall, paying no attention to his betrothed. Joanna's lips were drawn in a tight line, showing her displeasure at being ignored, and that made Blanche's mood somewhat better. Damn her, Blanche thought. She knows Graelam does not want her. She signaled to a serving wench to refill Graelam's goblet.
She felt Lord Thomas's bony hand once again trail up her thigh, and she shifted away from him. His wife, Lady Eleanor, seemed oblivious of her husband's vagaries, content to speak softly with Sir Guy and gaze about the great hall of Wolffeton with a satisfied and proprietary eye. Finally, Blanche thought, finally she could excuse herself. She curtsied gracefully and left the hall. She heard Sir Guy laugh and tossed her head. It seemed that she waited in the darkness of her small chamber for hours. She had begun to sweat and quickly rose from her bed to pat a damp cloth beneath her arms. She paused a moment and stared at herself in the polished silver mirror. Her body was lush and large-breasted, with full, rounded hips. There were faint lines from childbearing on her belly, but in the candlelight he would not see them. She began to hum softly to herself as she slipped a sheer silk shift over her head. She patted her soft hair into place and walked quietly to the door and opened it. All was quiet at last. She carried the candle, protecting its thready flame with a cupped hand, and sped toward Graelam's chamber.
She unlatched the door quietly and slipped inside. She paused a moment, then smiled at the sound of his snoring. He had drunk a lot of wine. He would likely not come to his senses until it was too late. And as Sir Guy had told her, Graelam was an honorable man. If he took an unmarried lady in his bed, he would also take her hand in marriage. Why, she wondered, had she not thought of it before? She stifled her guilt and her sudden apprehension and raised her chin. I will not be a coward. I will do what I must. She walked quietly to his huge bed and stared down at him a moment, the candle held high. He lay naked on top of the covers, for the night was warm. She was not immune to his male beauty, and let her gaze rove the length of his body. Even in relaxed sleep, she could see the ridges of muscle that banded his belly. Lower, she saw a long, jagged scar, running from the top of his thigh to near his groin, showing white through the black hair. His manhood lay soft and flaccid in the thick matting of hair, and she felt the urge to touch him, to caress him, to bring him to life. She set the candle down on the small table beside his bed. Slowly, ever so quietly, she slipped the shift over her head. She prepared to crawl into bed beside him when a sudden gust of wind came through the small window. The candle flickered and died. She cursed softly to herself, but quickly realized that the moonlight would be ample for her purposes. She lay down beside him, pressing her body along his side. Slowly, she leaned over him and ran her fingers lightly down his chest. He sighed in his sleep, but did not awaken. Blanche sent her searching fingers lower until they curled around him. With gentle insistence, she began to stroke and caress him. "Nan," she heard him mutter, still half asleep, "I told you that we would bed together no more. Leave off." Her fingers tightened about his burgeoning member, and she smiled as he groaned. Suddenly, his arms were around her, drawing her on top of him. She felt his mouth, hard and demanding, close over hers. She quickly parted her lips to his thrusting tongue. She felt his hands stroking down her back to her buttocks, kneading them fiercely, pressing her against his swollen manhood. Soon, she thought triumphantly, soon she would cry out, but not until Graelam's seed had burst into her belly. She could not wait to see the look on the Duke of Cornwall's face. God's bones! Graelam shook his head, clearing away the dregs of wine that clouded his mind. Blanche! She had no time to say anything. His hand clamped over her mouth, and he threw her onto her back, one massive leg thrown over hers. She knew a moment of fear, then she relaxed and smiled up at him. "What the devil are you doing here?" he demanded harshly. Blanche moved seductively against him, changing her plans abruptly. "I love you, my lord," she said, almost in a whimper. "Do not marry that—" She interrupted her, appalled. "Shut up, woman. Have you no sense, no pride? Jesus, Blanche, I very nearly took you." "You may take me, my lord, if you will but marry me," she whispered, rubbing her breast against his arm. Graelam cursed long and softly, surprising even Blanche with his coarse fluency.
"I cannot marry you. I will not marry you," he managed finally. "For God's sake, woman, get out of here before someone discovers you." As if he knew she would not obey him, Graelam rose off the bed, jerking her with him. He leaned down and picked up her shift. "Put it on," he said tersely, "and go quietly. I will tell no one, and neither will you." "Do you not want me, my lord?" Blanche said, rather desperately, thrusting her breasts out so that her nipples brushed his naked chest. Graelam felt his outrage and his anger dissolve. Blanche was such a gentle creature, and he saw tears glistening in her eyes. He said quietly, more calmly, "It is not meant to be, Blanche. I am sorry, but I am promised. You cannot be my mistress. You are a lady. 'Tis a husband only who can know you." "I would never be your mistress," she wanted to yell at him, but her body was still shuddering from her brief moment of pleasure. She felt tears of disappointment and despair streak down her cheeks. Graelam pulled the flimsy shift over her head, for in truth his body was reacting to hers, and he had no intention of shaming either himself or her. "Come," he said softly, "you must return to your chamber. We will both forget this, Blanche." She wanted to scream, to bring Joanna or her ferret-faced mother running, but she knew she could not. He would strangle her if she did, particularly since he was full-witted again. It wasn't fair, none of it. What would become of her now? What would become of her poor son? At least show a bit of pride, she scolded herself. She squared her shoulders. Graelam watched her silently slip from his chamber. He walked back to his bed and threw himself down on his back, his arms pillowing his head. Jesus, he thought, women, but that wasn't fair. Blanche was so sweet and shy. He mustn't blame her overly for her actions. She only thought she loved him. He would find her a husband, and quickly. He remembered the feel of her body against him, the touch of her fingers caressing him. Her body was full and round, the way he liked his women. He realized with a start that if he had indeed taken her, the consequences could have been enough to make the bravest man shrivel. He thought idly that perhaps it would have been just as well, if he could have survived the pandemonium that would doubtless result. He would, he decided, prefer Blanche to wife rather than Joanna. He flipped over onto his stomach and willed himself back to sleep. It was over and done with, and his fate was decided. Kassia felt dazed from weariness, but she forced herself to sit straight on Bluebell and gaze ahead at Wolffeton. It was a huge fortress, as solid and lasting as the rugged countryside surrounding it. When their vessel had arrived 4 days before on the southern coast of Cornwall, she had eyed the odd foliage and trees, palm trees, she had been told, and the calm, warm countryside, so different from Brittany. The closer they had drawn to Wolffeton, the more at home she had felt. It was unforgiving, demanding country, and if she were not so dreadfully weary, she would have delighted in every coarse-haired sheep and fat-bellied cow they had seen. They were riding close to the rocky cliffs, and she could hear the battering rush of the waves against the rocks. Wolffeton, the home of Graelam de Moreton, her husband, now her home. She felt a surge of fear so strong she wavered in the saddle. She was in a foreign country, going to a man she had never seen before. It was lunacy, sheer lunacy. Her courage had left her slowly, seeping away just as her strength over the past week and a half. Now all she wanted to do was turn tail and hide. "My lady." "Nay, nay," she managed, getting hold on herself. "I am fine, Stephen." She smiled at one of her father's oldest and most trusted retainers. "Just tired, that is all. It has been a long journey." Too long for his slight mistress, Stephen thought, gazing at her with worried eyes. And what would her reception be like? His jaw hardened. No one would insult his young mistress, no one. His gloved hand dropped unconsciously to his sword. He saw the uncertainty in her wide eyes, and the fear. She was only a young girl, he thought. How could Lord Morris have allowed her to journey here without him? But of course, Stephen knew the answer to that. That horse-horn Joffrey. "Rest a moment, my lady," he said to Kassia. "I will see that the men look fit to greet Lord Graelam." Kassia nodded, nearly beyond words now. She gazed back toward the small litter and wondered what Etta was thinking now. She watched Stephen ride among their 20-odd men, doubtless cursing some, praising others. Their journey had been thankfully uneventful. No brigands would dare to attack such a large force. But she was so tired. She wanted to do naught but fall from her saddle and sleep.
But she could not. She could not shame her father or her men. Kassia forced her back to stiffen. She felt dirty and travel-worn. She was afraid to ask Stephen how she looked. She waited patiently for Stephen to join her at the head of their troop. She lightly tapped her heels into Bluebell's fat sides, and her mare broke into a rocking canter. They rode through the small fishing village of St. Agnes, so like the villages along the coast of Brittany that Kassia felt no ill ease at the dour glances of the villagers. The only difference, Kassia thought, smiling to herself, was that at home the villagers would pull their forelocks at her presence. The rutted road continued eastward from the village, up a winding incline toward Wolffeton. Kassia became more impressed and awed the closer they drew to the thick, massive outer walls. No one, she thought, could take this castle. She felt a moment of pride, then laughed at herself. This great keep was not hers. She felt her blood curdle at the thought that had not been far from the surface during her journey. What if Lord Graelam de Moreton had already married? Stephen raised his arm for the men to halt. Kassia watched him ride toward the man who was leaning from one of the great towers. She did not hear their conversation. The man disappeared, and Stephen rode back to her. "The fellow thinks me mad," Stephen said, a half-grin splitting his wide mouth. "I told him that his master's bride was below." Kassia gave him a dry smile. "Mad, indeed," she said. She turned back at the sound of the thick oak drawbridge being lowered. It came down over the dry ditch with a heavy thud. She urged Bluebell forward, but Stephen's hand came out to clutch at the reins. "No, my lady, not yet." They watched in silence as the iron portcullis was slowly winched upward. Stephen eyed her for a minute. "Remove your cloak from your head, my lady. No man would attack when a woman was present." Kassia obligingly lowered the rabbit-lined hood from her dusty curls. Stephen nodded slowly, but motioned her to ride behind him. They rode over the drawbridge, the horses' hoofs pounding with a deafening roar on the thick wood planks. It was a warrior's keep, Kassia realized vaguely, as they slowed their horses to a walk. The outer courtyard was not precisely filthy, with its dry mud ground. It was simply that there was no sign of care. They continued through another, narrower arch into the inner bailey. There were at least 50 men, women, and children staring at them silently. Loudly squawking chickens strutted about, and several cows mooed impatiently, doubtless wanting to be led to the grassy field outside the castle walls. A dog barked loudly at a black cat. There were several old outbuildings, for cooking, laundry, and storage, Kassia thought, and a new barracks sat next to a low thatched-roof stable. She became aware of the soldiers, standing stiffly all around them, eyeing them as possible enemies. Kassia had no more opportunity to examine her surroundings. Her eyes went to a tall, blond man, quite handsome, who stood on the lower steps of the keep, waiting for them to come to him. She felt a tired smile come to her lips. Her father had told her that Lord Graelam was comely. He was indeed, and he looked gentle and kind. He came down the steps when they halted, and she had a moment to admire his graceful carriage. He was younger than she had expected. He walked directly to her and raised his arms to help her down from Bluebell. He stared at her for a long moment, as if trying to remember her, Kassia thought. "Lady Kassia," he said, more a question than a statement. "Aye, my lord." She saw he had deep blue eyes, kind eyes that laughed, she thought, and relaxed even further. "You are something of a surprise, my lady. We had believed you dead." "Nay, my lord, I survived." Kassia looked down at the chipped cobblestones beneath her feet. "I am pleased that you are not angry, my lord. But I could not allow you to wed, not when you had a wife who still lived." "You mistake the matter, my lady." Kassia raised huge eyes to his face. "I am not your husband. I am Sir Guy de Blassis.
"One of Lord Graelam's knights. At your service, my lady." Guy bowed to the slender young girl before him. It had not occurred to him that she would mistake him for Lord Graelam, but then again, she had never even seen his master. Kassia swayed where she stood, and Guy quickly caught her arm to steady her. "There is no reason for you to be afraid, my lady," Guy said gently. "Lord Graelam is within, and he is not yet wed. Your timing, in fact, is exquisite. The wedding is tomorrow." As he spoke, the enormity of the situation broke over him. Poor Joanna, poor Blanche. He wanted to laugh, but he saw the pain of utter weariness in Cassia's eyes and gently cupped her elbow, pulling her forward. He spoke to one of Lord Graelam's men and motioned him toward Stephen. "Your men will be taken care of, my lady. Now it is time for you to meet your husband." Kassia felt the warmth of his hand through her cloak, but still she felt cold, icy to her very bones. "Pride, my girl," she wanted to shout. Her feet obeyed, yet each step upward was a terrible obstacle to overcome. She stepped into the massive hall. It was darker and cooler within, and for a moment she could see nothing for the dim light. She shook her head, allowing Guy to lead her toward the end of the hall. She saw a man seated in an ornately carved high-backed chair. Next to him, seated in a smaller chair, sat a young woman with blonde hair so light that it looked nearly white. There were at least 50 men and women standing about, some richly garbed. She became aware suddenly that all the voices were dying away. Closer and closer they came to the man. She could see him clearly now. He was as dark as Guy was fair. He appeared huge, even seated, and his face looked stern and forbidding. "Oh, no, no," she thought frantically, "not this man." "My lord," Guy said in a loud voice, "may I present your wife, Lady Kassia de Moreton, to your guests?" The young woman seated beside Graelam let out a shriek and jumped to her feet. Lord Graelam merely gazed at her, his face telling her nothing. There was a suddenly furious babble of voices, all of them raised, all of them outraged. Kassia was vaguely aware of an older man, richly garbed, stepping toward her. It took a moment for Guy's words to sink in. Graelam looked at the slight girl, covered from throat to toe in a dusty cloak. He saw the short curls capping her small head. He ignored the strident, angry voices about him, ignored the cries from Joanna, and the guttural moans from Joanna's mother, Lady Eleanor. Slowly he rose from his chair, his eyes never leaving her face. It was the short, curling chestnut hair that made him believe it was Kassia de Lorris, for he could not place this girl into the wraith's body he had seen at Belterre. Suddenly he could not help himself. He threw back his head and roared with laughter. Laughter at himself, laughter at the uproar this girl had caused, laughter at the sudden, inevitable turn his life had taken. Kassia gaped at the huge man whose whole body was convulsed with laughter. She felt the hostility and the blatant disbelief of the people around her. "I carry your ring, my lord," she said in a loud, clear voice. She slid it off her finger and thrust it out toward him. Graelam stopped laughing. He stared down at his ring, banded with thick horsehair to keep it on her slender finger. He heard Lord Thomas shrieking like an idiot woman, demanding to know the meaning of this outrage. He heard Joanna, or perhaps Blanche, he couldn't tell which, yelling insults at the girl. Another woman, likely Joanna's mother, was wailing with piercing loudness. Graelam, the Duke of Cornwall, said in a voice of awful calm, striding forward, "Perhaps you will tell me the meaning of this. Who is this girl?" Graelam ignored him. He stepped closer to Kassia and gently cupped her chin in his hand, drawing her face upward.
Kassia felt his dark eyes searching her face. She could not bring herself to look up at him. Why did he not say something? "My lord," Joanna cried, "I will not allow you to have your whore here. How dare you?" Blanche was laughing, her eyes alight with malicious joy on Joanna's contorted face. "Well, my lady," she said softly to Joanna, "it appears your wedding must be to another." "You bitch," Joanna said furiously, turning on Blanche. "She is but a whore. She will be gone soon, and forever. My father will not allow her to remain." Kassia was not deaf. A whore? She turned angry eyes toward the women, but no words came to mind. Her husband still had said nothing. She felt herself again begin to tremble. What was going to happen to her? The light seemed to grow dimmer. The terrible women seemed to weave before her eyes. I am sorry," she gasped, her frantic eyes going to her husband's face. For the first time in her life, she welcomed the blessed darkness that was welling up within her, letting her escape from this nightmare. For the second time in her life, Kassia collapsed where she stood. Kassia felt great weariness, but the blackness that had engulfed her was receding, forcing her back to consciousness. Slowly, fearfully, she opened her eyes. For many moments, everything was a blur. Then she saw a man, her husband, beside her, his dark eyes expressionless on her face. She made a small gasping sound and tried to pull herself up. She felt covered with shame that she had fainted like a silly sheep in front of all those people. "Nay," Graelam said, "lie still." She obeyed, heeding more his tone than his words. His voice was gentle, unlike his roaring, mocking laughter. "Where am I?" she asked, hating herself for her pitifully wavering voice. "In my chamber, or rather, I should say, our chamber. Are you still ill?" His voice was still gentle, and she managed to meet his eyes. She could read nothing. His face was impassive, giving her no clue. "I am sorry. I am not given to fainting. The journey was long." She felt his fingers lightly touch her arm, and she tensed. He released her, a slight frown marring his forehead. "There is much we have to say to each other, my lady. Your arrival was unexpected. But first I will leave you to rest and regain your strength." "I am sorry," Kassia said again. "There was no time to give you warning. Please do not blame my father. He sought only to protect me." "Doubtless he did," Graelam said dryly. He picked up her hand and gently slid his ring back on her third finger. "Your nurse, Etta, is squawking loudly outside for her baby. Shall I bring her to you?" Cassia's head throbbed, and she blinked rapidly to keep his face in focus. "What will you do?" she asked. "That, my lady," Graelam said, standing to stare down at her, "will be most interesting to see. I but hope that you will not become a widow, just as I believed myself a widower." He turned with those words and strode across the chamber to the thick oak door. He did not look back at her. Kassia was aware of Etta bending over her, gently soothing her brow with a damp cloth. "Rest, my baby," she heard her nurse croon softly, and she willingly obliged. Graelam left his chamber thoughtfully. Lord, what an ungodly mess! Never, he thought, for as long as he breathed, would he forget his first sight of Kassia, standing beside Guy, holding herself so straight, fear dilating her huge eyes. Yet she had come, bravely. Nor would he ever forget the sight of her quietly crumbling, all life gone from her, nor the feel of her slight body in his arms as he carried her to his chamber. His wife, he thought, shaking his head. A scrawny girl, no larger than a child, and now she was his responsibility. He gave another spurt of laughter. He pictured her face again, so quiet in repose, for he had studied her carefully before she had regained consciousness. He had wanted to feel anger, to rage at her, but when she had finally awakened and he saw the deep uncertainty in her eyes, he had felt compelled to treat her gently. He was a fool. What in God's name was he to do? He had ignored his gloating sister-in-law and the moaning Joanna and carried Kassia out of the hall. He supposed, as he took the final step into the hall, that he would rather face an army of infidels than this group. 8. The thread of flame from a single candle broke the darkness. Kassia blinked, stared a moment into the flame, remembering quite clearly everything that had passed since her arrival at Wolffeton. "How do you feel, my baby?" Kassia smiled wanly at the sound of her old nurse's soft voice.
"Alive, Etta," she said. "Alive. Is it very late?" "Nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. You slept for 6 hours. I have food and mulled wine for you." Kassia slowly pulled herself up, and Etta quickly came to place pillows behind her head. "What I really want," she said, staring at her dirty fingernails, "is a bath." "First you eat," Etta said firmly, "then I will have those lazy sluts bring you hot water." "Lord Graelam," Kassia said, hearing the thin thread of nervousness in her voice. "Where is he?" To her surprise, Etta laughed. "Ah, your lord! What a man that one is!" "What do you mean?" "I will tell you while you eat. I kept the victuals warm over a small brazier."
Kassia felt his dark eyes searching her face. She could not bring herself to look up at him. Why did he not say something? "My lord," Joanna cried, "I will not allow you to have your whore here. How dare you?" Blanche was laughing, her eyes alight with malicious joy on Joanna's contorted face. "Well, my lady," she said softly to Joanna, "it appears your wedding must be to another." "You bitch!" Joanna said furiously, turning on Blanche. "She is but a whore. She will be gone soon, and forever. My father will not allow her to remain." Kassia was not deaf. A whore? She turned angry eyes toward the women, but no words came to mind. Her husband still had said nothing. She felt herself again begin to tremble. What was going to happen to her? The light seemed to grow dimmer. The terrible women seemed to weave before her eyes. I am sorry," she gasped, her frantic eyes going to her husband's face. For the first time in her life, she welcomed the blessed darkness that was welling up within her, letting her escape from this nightmare. For the second time in her life, Kassia collapsed where she stood. Kassia felt great weariness, but the blackness that had engulfed her was receding, forcing her back to consciousness. Slowly, fearfully, she opened her eyes. For many moments, everything was a blur. Then she saw a man, her husband, beside her, his dark eyes expressionless on her face. She made a small, gasping sound and tried to pull herself up. She felt covered with shame that she had fainted like a silly sheep in front of all those people. "Nay," Graelam said, "lie still." She obeyed, heeding more his tone than his words. His voice was gentle, unlike his roaring, mocking laughter. "Where am I?" she asked, hating herself for her pitifully wavering voice. "In my chamber. Or rather, I should say, our chamber. Are you still ill?" His voice was still gentle, and she managed to meet his eyes. She could read nothing. His face was impassive, giving her no clue. "I am sorry. I am not given to fainting. The journey was long." She felt his fingers lightly touch her arm, and she tensed. He released her, a slight frown marring his forehead. "There is much we have to say to each other, my lady. Your arrival was unexpected. But first I will leave you to rest and regain your strength." "I am sorry," Kassia said again. "There was no time to give you warning. Please do not blame my father." "Doubtless he did," Graelam said dryly. He picked up her hand and gently slid his ring back on her third finger. "Your nurse, Etta, is squawking loudly outside for her baby. Shall I bring her to you?" Kassia's head throbbed, and she blinked rapidly to keep his face in focus. "What will you do?" she asked. "That, my lady," Graelam said, standing to stare down at her, "will be most interesting to see. I but hope that you will not become a widow, just as I believed myself a widower." He turned with those words and strode across the chamber to the thick oak door. He did not look back at her. Kassia was aware of Etta bending over her, gently soothing her brow with a damp cloth. "Rest, my baby," she heard her nurse croon softly, and she willingly obliged. Graelam left his chamber thoughtfully. Lord, what an ungodly mess!
Never, he thought, for as long as he breathed, would he forget his first sight of Kassia, standing beside Guy, holding herself so straight, fear dilating her huge eyes. Yet she had come, bravely. Nor would he ever forget the sight of her, quietly crumbling, all life gone from her. Nor the feel of her slight body in his arms as he carried her to his chamber. His wife, he thought, shaking his head. A scrawny girl, no larger than a... I know Lord Graelam was smiling, though he tried to hide it. Praise be to Saint Anne that you'll nae have to see any of them again. Kassia did not admit her overwhelming relief at Etta's words. She still shuddered at the thought of standing before them in her travel-stained clothes. It appeared that her husband had protected her. "Etta," Kassia said abruptly, "where is Lord Graelam? Is this not his chamber?" "He's in the hall, speaking, I believe, to the Duke of Cornwall. All the others have retired, thank the Lord." Kassia shoved the trencher off her lap. "My bath, Etta. I will not face him again looking like a dirty urchin. Nay, do not argue with me. I am not ill." Graelam sat in his ornately carved chair across from the Duke of Cornwall, a goblet of wine in his hand. The hall was quiet at last, with but the two of them. "St. Peter's bones, Graelam," the Duke said acidly, his thick grey brows drawn ominously together. "Aye, it has certainly been a day I shall not quickly forget. This girl, Kassia de Lorris, Lady Kassia de Moreton," Graelam said quietly. "Aye, 'tis true, you only saw her once?" Graelam nodded. He felt oddly exhilarated, as if he had just fought in a battle. "She was near death. I would not have recognized her, save for my ring and her short hair. Her hair had been shorn, you see, from her fever." "She is quite young, Graelam," the Duke said thoughtfully. "Aye, quite young. You never bedded her?" Graelam arched a thick black brow. "Indeed, my lord." "Then you can still be rescued from this mess," the Duke said. "Annulment. The marriage was never consummated. 'Twill be an easy matter, and the girl will soon be on her way back to Brittany." Graelam looked thoughtful, then said slowly, "Belterre is an impressive holding, my Lord Duke. The keep is magnificent, the lands rich. Upon Lord Maurice de Lorris' death, it will come to me. If you will, the girl is as much an heiress as Joanna de Morley. But she is French." Graelam merely cocked an incredulous brow at the Duke. "You will not have this travesty of a marriage annulled?" Graelam stroked his fingers across his jaw. "I will speak to the Lady Kassia again tonight. Tomorrow, my Lord Duke, I will tell you my decision." But the Duke of Cornwall was not finished. His incredulous fury had calmed, but he still felt the fool, a feeling he did not appreciate. "I do not know why you couldn't have told me of the damned girl," he growled, "and your ridiculous midnight marriage." "As I said, my Lord Duke," Graelam said patiently, "I believed her dead. What reason was there to tell you?" "I cannot believe you prefer her to Lady Joanna," the Duke continued, ignoring Graelam's question. "She has not half Joanna's beauty. Indeed, she looked like a skinny boy, and a dirty one at that." "She has been quite ill," Graelam said mildly. "Some food will fill her out, and a bath will take care of the dirt." The Duke knew he was losing, and it galled him. Abruptly he said, "What if her illness rendered her barren?" "Ah, I see you had not thought of that." Graelam did not immediately reply. He was seeing Joanna's distorted features, hearing her venomous words. Even a barren wife would be preferable to that shrew. "Nay," he said finally, "I have not given that any thought as yet." "You must," the Duke snapped, rising from his chair. "Give it much thought, Graelam, before you make your decision. You told me yourself that your only reason for marrying was to breed sons." "Aye," Graelam said, "that is what I told you." Graelam saw the Duke to his chamber, then drew up suddenly outside his own. By God, he thought, His wife was within. His wife. He quietly opened the door and stepped inside. He blinked rapidly at the sight of Kassia in his wooden bathing tub. He could see naught but her thin white shoulders. Slowly he backed out and firmly closed the door. At least the girl didn't appear ill. He returned after some 15 minutes. "My lady," he said softly, not wishing to frighten her. Kassia jumped, dropping her tortoise-shell comb to the floor. She tried to rise, but Graelam waved her back into the chair. He glanced at her old nurse and curtly nodded toward the door. "I wish to speak to your mistress," he said. The Duke, Graelam thought, would perforce change his opinions if he were to see her now. She looked like a small, impish child, with her great eyes staring at him, unblinking, and her short, damp curls framing her pixie face. "How old are you?" Kassia stared at his abrupt, harsh tone. 17, my lord," she managed at last. He continued to regard her, and Kassia touched her fingertips to a thick curl that fell over her forehead. "'Tis my hair." She raised her chin. "Father told me I must not be vain. My hair will grow, my lord." He wanted to laugh aloud at her pitiful show of defiance. Instead, he only nodded and walked to the bed. He saw her wary look, but ignored it, and sat down. "I saw your nurse below during the discussions." "Aye," she said, nodding. Graelam saw her clutch her bedrobe that must her breasts, her great eyes never leaving his face. "Are you cold?" "Nay, my lord," but she pulled the protecting cover over her legs. "I am nearly 29, Kassia," Graelam said. "A great, venerable age to one so young." "My father is 42, Kassia said. He saw the barest trace of a dimple near her mouth when she added, "'Tis Etta who is the venerable age, my lord. She is near to 50. Graelam was silent for a moment. "The Duke of Cornwall wishes to have this marriage annulled." Kassia cocked her head to one side, and he saw her incomprehension. "I do not understand, my lord. My father told me that our priest wed us." "Aye, but our marriage was not consummated." Still she gazed at him with those great, innocent eyes. "That means, Kassia, that I did not take you to my bed." He watched a flush creep over her pale cheeks. "It means that we are not truly man and wife until I do." He saw her pink tongue trail over her lower lip, and her eyes flew to his face in consternation. "Are you a virgin?" "No man has touched me, my lord." He was tempted to smile at the display of defiant pride in her wavering voice. He had never doubted she was a virgin, yet he had purposefully embarrassed her. He was not certain why he had done it. "Enough of that for the moment," he said. "Now you will tell me why your father did not send me a message that you lived." "My father loves me, my lord. He feared that such news, until I was completely well again, would harm me." "I did not even know you exist, save from my dream." "What dream?" A slight flush warmed her cheeks. "I told my father that I had dreamed that another man had been near me, a man with a gentle voice." Graelam had been called many things in his life, but never gentle. "Continue," he said. "It was nearly 2 weeks ago that he told me of your message. But that was not all, my lord. My cousin, Geoffrey de Lacy, had somehow discovered that I was still at Belterre, and had not accompanied my husband to England. He evidently convinced a Duke of Brittany that our marriage was a sham. My father feared that the Duke would set the marriage aside and wed me to Geoffrey." Graelam heard the tremor of fear and distaste in her voice. "Aye," he said, "I know about Geoffrey." Kassia sat forward, her voice earnest. "You must understand, my lord, it was never my father's intent to harm you in any way. He much admires you. There was simply no time when your messenger arrived. He wanted to accompany me, but of course it was not possible. Whilst I travelled here to Cornwall, my father went to see the Duke. Geoffrey is dangerous, albeit a coward. He will not give in so easily. I know that, my lord. But my father told me you were a valiant warrior, that you would protect Belterre if Geoffrey tried treachery. Do you wish to remain here at Wolffeton as my wife?"
"Why, of course," she said, her young voice strong and sure. She cocked her head of him. "If my father chose you for my husband, my lord, I would never gainsay his wishes."
And, she added, clinching the matter, Geoffrey must never have Belterrae, he thought. The girl would follow the devil if her father asked it of her. It disturbed him that she saw him through the eyes of her father. "You have ridden through my country, Kassia. It is not gentle, but savage and rugged. It reminds me greatly of Brittany, my lord. 'Twas the southern coast I found unlikely." Graelam nodded and rose from his bed. "You will rest and not leave this chamber. I am informed by my betrothed's father that they will leave on the morrow." He paused a moment, his eyes sweeping over her. "And you will eat. You are still very thin. A strong wind could blow you away." She nodded. As he turned and strode away from her, she felt a wave of guilt that she had taken his bedchamber. He opened the chest at the foot of the bed and drew out a blanket. Without looking at her again, he left the chamber. For the first time, he was real to her, the man who was her husband, the man who now controlled her life and her destiny. She felt no fear, for, after all, her father had picked this man for her. She slid down under the warm covers and quickly fell into an exhausted sleep. Graelam wrapped the blanket closer about him and pressed his back against the stone wall. He had dismissed all the men and servants from the great hall to ensure privacy for his conversation with the Duke. But now they were back, and he had had to step carefully over the snoring men. The Lord of Wolffeton, he thought, with a crooked smile, sleeping on the floor, and all for the scrawny child who slept in his bed and was his wife. 9. Graelam leaned against the northern stone tower and watched Thomas de Morley's retinue disappear in whirls of dust over the rocky hill toward St. Agnes. He found, somewhat to his surprise, that Joanna's departure had lifted almost a physical weight from his spirit. She had eyed him glacially as she sat her palfrey in the inner bailey, her gloved hands clutching spasmodically at her riding whip. "I bid you Godspeed," he said calmly. Joanna quivered with humiliation and rage. He could see it clearly in her face as she had spat at him. "And I wish you to hell, Lord Graelam, you and that skinny little slut you claim as your wife." Graelam shook away the image of Joanna, clapped Arnulf, the porter, on his stooped shoulder, and quickly made his way back to the great hall. It was early, and he found he was ravenous. He bellowed for food. "A blessed escape," Guy said blandly, as he seated himself across from Graelam at the trestle table. Graelam swallowed the crunchy heel of bread and downed the remainder of his ale. "Perhaps," he said, "one woman is much the same," he added on a shrug, disregarding the relief he had felt upon her departure. "Joanna would have suited me, eventually. Her body was pleasant enough. Should you like me to talk to the Duke of Cornwall for you, Guy? Mayhap you would make Lady Joanna a suitable husband." "I would take to my heels," Guy retorted, laughing. "You speak of a wife like one of your destriers, my lord. Surely a woman is not an animal to be broken." "Mastered, Guy," Guy said quietly. "What if the lady is already as gentle as a soft summer rain? Without guile, you mean? I have known but one woman who was as true as a man, and she, Guy, was about as gentle as a viper. Ah, Lady Chandra de Vernon. I, a prince among women." "Your wife, my lord," Guy said suddenly, his eyes gazing beyond Graelam's left shoulder. He rose quickly. "I bid you good morning, my lady." Graelam swiveled about to see Kassia standing at the foot of the stairs. In truth, he had forgotten about her. She was looking toward him hesitantly. "Come," he called to her, "we will start fattening you up this instant." He could not be certain, but at his hearty words, he thought a blush stained her pale cheeks. She is graceful, he thought, watching her walk toward him. She was wearing a gown of soft blue wool, belted at her narrow waist. Her short chestnut curls glistened in the morning light, and for a moment he wondered how soft they would feel in his hands. He frowned at the thought, for as she drew closer, he saw that she appeared very fragile, her delicate bones too prominent. He felt an unwanted surge of guilt, for he saw her suddenly as she was at Belterre. Kassia saw her husband's frown, and her steps slowed. She saw a sympathetic smile curl up the corners of Sir Guy's comely lips. Then, unwillingly, she turned her eyes back to her husband's harsh countenance. "My lord," she said shyly, and proffered him a deep curtsy. "You are well, my lady?" Graelam asked, his eyes on the curls that caressed her small ears. "Aye, my lord, quite well." She nodded to Sir Guy and to the dozen men-at-arms who sat at another trestle table, staring at her with open curiosity. She did not see Stephen or any of her father's men. "Stephen, my lord? He has already broken his fast, my lady," Sir Guy said, "and is seeing to the supplies for his return to Brittany. He plans to leave soon." She turned wide, questioning eyes upon her husband. "I will tell him when he is to leave," Graelam said. He rose, and it took all of Kassia's resolution not to cower. Which was foolish, she scolded herself silently. He had been naught but kind to her, but he was so large, so forbidding, her skittering thoughts continued. "You will eat now, Kassia," he said to her. "I must see to the Duke of Cornwall. He also wishes to depart today. Guy, take the men to the training field. With all the festivities, they have grown fat and lazy." He strode out of the hall without a backward glance, leaving her to the mercy of utter strangers. Guy did not want to leave the shy girl, but he had no choice. He motioned to the men, smiled once again at Kassia, and left the hall. Kassia slipped into the smaller chair next to her husband's. She glanced at the crusts of bread and the pale unripened cheese, and shuddered. "'Tis not suited to ye, my lady?" Kassia tensed at the barely veiled insolence in the serving girl's voice. For a moment she was totally bereft of speech. The girl was young as she, and quite pretty, as rounded and plump as Kassia was thin. And, Kassia thought on a silent sigh, her hair was thick and long, flowing down her back. "What is your name?" she asked quietly. "Nan, my lady." Kassia suddenly remembered a serving wench who had remained but 3 days at Belterre. She had insulted Kassia, thinking the 12-year-old girl too young to retaliate. Kassia now smiled at the memory. "Nan," she said, "I would like a glass of fresh milk and 3 slices of freshly baked bread. As for this cheese, you may eat it yourself or feed it to the pigs." Nan stared at the little upstart. She was smiling sweetly, but there had been a tone of command in her voice that made Nan start. "There are cows to be milked, are there not?" "Aye," Nan said, her eyes narrowing. "But there's no more bread, not until this afternoon. Fetch me the milk, and I will see to the baking of bread myself." Kassia nodded dismissal to the girl, praying silently to herself that she would obey her. To her relief, the girl, after shooting her a venomous look, flounced away. Kassia forced herself to eat the cold bread left by her husband. She was aware of at least a dozen servants skulking about the hall, all wanting a glimpse of her, she supposed. Her housekeeper's eyes took in the reeds scattered haphazardly over the stone floor. They were not filthy, at least they didn't offend her nose, and that was probably because of the wedding guests at Wolffeton. But they were dull, and there were no sweet-smelling herbs. She ran her hand over the table. It was badly gouged, old and battered, and this was the master's table. She shook her head, shocked at the lack of care. The wood beams overhead were black with years of smoke and soot, making the hall even darker than necessary. And there was a feeling of damp and cold. 2 old-fashioned lovers stood near her table. They had seen no polish in years, she thought. She wanted to set the servants to work immediately, but it was her husband's face that stilled her tongue. He was the master here. Until he gave her permission to attend to his keep, she would be wise to keep her mouth shut. She closed her eyes a moment, wondering if her husband would indeed keep her. Annulment. He could set her aside. He had told her that himself, unless the marriage was consummated. She could not prevent the shudder at the thought. She was ignorant, but not stupid or blind. She had seen animals mate and knew that somehow men did much the same thing to women. But she had never seen a naked man, and thus was uncertain just how they accomplished the sex act. If mares could tolerate it, she thought, so could she. And, she realized, she must tolerate it to save Belterre from Geoffrey. She became aware of the serving wench, Nan, standing at her elbow, and she flushed, wondering if the girl could see the terrifying thoughts in her eyes. "Your milk, my lady," Nan said. She set the goblet in front of Kassia, none too gently, and some of the warm milk sloshed onto the table. Kassia felt a spurt of raw anger, and she wanted to slap the insolent girl, or, she thought, personally plunge her smirking face into a pile of dung. There was probably a lot of that around. She was saved from a decision by the appearance of her husband, accompanied by an older, fierce-looking man, the Duke of Cornwall, she supposed. She turned to dismiss Nan when she saw the girl's eyes resting possessively and intimately upon Lord Graelam. "Ah," she thought, with no particular emotion, so that was why the girl was surly and insolent. She smiled and rose, curtsying deeply to the older man. Graelam said calmly, "My Lord Duke, this is Lady Kassia, my wife." The Duke of Cornwall felt a tug of surprise. The slight little creature standing so resolutely before him, her large eyes fastened upon his face, bore little resemblance to the dirty urchin who had so insolently forced her way into the hall the day before. She was a lovely girl, and had an air of great sweetness about her, and uncertainty. He felt a tug of protectiveness that surprised him. He was too old to be such a fool. But nonetheless, he said in a very gentle voice, "Lord Graelam is blessed in his bride, my lady. Allow me to welcome you to England." "Thank you, my Lord Duke," Kassia said. "Even in Brittany your name is much revered. My father used to tell me that you should have been the King of England, for you are brave and decisive, and fair to all your people." The Duke laughed. "It is God who decides these matters, my lady," but nonetheless Graelam saw him preening at her praise. He wasn't certain whether to be annoyed at her flattery or pleased. "My father also says that our own king, the sainted Louis, was too much in God's service, that God should have released him to rule his people. And what do you believe, my lady?" "I, my Lord Duke? It is my belief that there is quite enough misery and injustice at home to keep the most sainted of men well occupied." "Well, my lord," the Duke said to Graelam, "perhaps it is your wife who can convince Edward to return to take his throne. I will remember your words, my lady, when next I write my nephew." Kassia flushed at his kind words, and said quickly, "There is but bread and cheese to offer you, and fresh milk." Graelam frowned. It was a miserable offering to the king's uncle. "Nan," he roared, "bring food for the Duke." "Fresh milk," the Duke mused aloud. "It has been a long time, my lady." "Yea, a very long time, I am told, my Lord Duke. Please, will you not be seated?" Graelam eyed his wife. She was acting every bit the lady of the castle, and for some reason that angered him. Perhaps her pleasing hesitancy before him was all an act. Perhaps she was just as much the shrew as Joanna. "I will see to your milk, my lord," he said to the Duke. "This glass is for my wife." He thought perversely that she was more in need of it than the Duke. Kassia looked quickly up at her husband. He was kind, she thought, and she had no reason to fear him. He could not, after all, help his harsh looks and huge body. The Duke of Cornwall chuckled at Graelam's retreating back, and obligingly settled his old bones into Graelam's chair. "Tell me of Brittany, my lady," he said, drinking the milk she handed him. "It reminds me much of Cornwall, my lord," she said, sitting on the edge of a bench, all the world like a precocious child eager to please. "Perhaps a bit colder." She shivered, her eyes upon the damp stone walls of the hall. "Wolffeton has long been without a mistress, my lady," the Duke said kindly. "Lord Graelam is a warrior, and thus pays heed only to his fortifications, and his sojourn in the Holy Land left Wolffeton in my nominal care. The serfs have grown lazy, I fear." "I know nothing of fortifications, my lord," Kassia said firmly, "but I will endeavor to make Wolffeton more pleasing for you on your next visit." The Duke shifted slightly in his chair. He had thought Kassia a pleasing child, but without spine. Now he saw differently, and he felt a surge of concern for her. Graelam was no gentleman to be ruled by a woman. The Duke's silence made Kassia shiver with dread. "Has my husband accepted me, my Lord Duke?" she asked quietly, unaware that her fingers were clutching the wool of her gown. The Duke frowned. "So he spoke to you of an annulment," he said. Kassia nodded. "Aye, last evening." She raised her head and gazed at the Duke directly, her eyes proud and intense. "He must accept me, my Lord Duke. My father chose him to be my husband and the protector of Belterre. Perhaps he prefers the Lady Joanna, but I will bring him wealth and much valuable land. Aye, he told me as much." The Duke set down the empty goblet and hunched forward in Graelam's chair, his bony fingers tapping together. "My lady," he began, "your husband is a powerful man. The alliance with the de Morelis would have added to his power and his wealth. He is a close friend of my nephew, the King of England. You offer him land, 'tis true, but to hold it he will have to fight, undoubtedly. And that, my lady, requires fighting men. You are telling me, my Lord Duke, that my father asked too much of Lord Graelam?" The Duke chuckled. "Nay, dear child, Graelam is not a man to be led by the nose. He is more comfortable bashing heads than sitting in his castle. He is a man bred to war. 'Tis just that I would prefer he fight in England, if need be, or in the service of the king. I tell you this so you may understand. A marriage is an alliance between two houses, each bringing value to the other. You have brought Lord Graelam value, but to keep it, he will tempt his unscrupulous neighbors to take advantage of his absence." "You believe," Kassia said slowly, "that I should allow my marriage to be annulled? Nay, child, you are being too fair. You cannot protect both your father's interests and Lord Graelam's. I suspect that your loyalties still lie with your father. After all, you do not know your husband. Allow Lord Graelam to decide, and do not interfere." The Duke sat back a moment, watching Kassia think about what he had said. She is intelligent, he thought, not particularly discomfited by his observation, even though she was but a woman. "I believe," Kassia said finally, "that Lord Graelam has already decided. He presented me to you as his wife." "Aye, he has decided, my lady, but your problems are not yet solved. There is still Charles de Marcy, the Duke of Brittany, to placate. This cousin of yours appears to have some part of the Duke's ear. You must bear a son within the year, my lady, else Charles may still believe your cousin's charges that this marriage is a sham." "A child!" Kassia gulped, her hands moving unconsciously to her belly. "Ah, Graelam, I was just giving your bride an old man's advice." Graelam set another goblet of muck before Kassia. He cocked a black brow at the Duke, saying nothing.
It would perhaps be worth your trouble to take Kassia for a visit to Belterre and to the Duke of Brittany when she is carrying your child. Her swollen belly would do much to still her cousin, I believe. Graelam slanted a look toward Kassia at the Duke's blunt words. She was sipping her milk, her eyes downcast. "You are right," he said calmly, "but first my lady must regain her health and her strength." "I am strong and healthy now, my lord," Kassia said, her chin thrusting upward. The Duke of Cornwall threw back his head and laughed heartily. Graelam saw Cassia's face drain of color. He grinned, knowing she had not realized the import of her words. "It is wise, is it not, Kassia," he said, "to think carefully before you speak." He was teasing her, Graelam thought, somewhat surprised at himself. Rarely had he jested with a woman. He turned to the Duke and assisted him out of his chair. "I will take my leave of you," Graelam said. "I have but one word of advice to you, my lord," he added, his eyes resting for a moment on Kassia. "Wolffeton now has a mistress." Aye, Kassia thought, likely several mistresses, given the look on the serving wench's face. "A lady to add comfort to your keep." The Duke paused, seeing Graelam frown. It was true, he thought, he was meddling. It was none of his affair. "Aye," he said, "a lovely mistress." "Perhaps I will see you both in London," he added, "if I can but convince my nephew to return to England. I plan myself to oversee his coronation." "Edward loves splendor and ceremony," Graelam said. "Make your letters to him reek of this, and perhaps you'll seduce him home." "Aye, mayhap I will." The Duke rubbed his hands together. "Mayhap I will hint to him of rebellion." "Edward is like you, Graelam. He prefers nothing more than fighting. I must take my leave. My lady, I came to Wolffeton expecting to be bored with ceremony. You provided a charming diversion." 10. Kassia carefully held up her skirts, not wanting to dirty them in the muck from the rain that had fallen earlier in the afternoon. It was disgraceful, she thought, filth so close to the cooking outbuilding. Her husband obviously had no interest in the place where his meals were prepared, but Kassia kept her thoughts to herself for the moment. "You are not overtiring yourself?" "Oh no, my lord," Kassia said quickly. "Your keep is surely vast, but I wish to see all of it." "Even the armorers?" There was a touch of amusement in his deep voice, and Kassia, emboldened by it, smiled impishly up at him. "Aye," she said, "even the armorers. Perhaps I can give him some suggestions to improve your gear." They toured the falconry after the armory, and Graelam, seeing Kassia's excitement, gave her a peregrine falcon for a gift. "He is mine?" she asked, gazing at the beautiful bird, who was in turn regarding her with an unblinking stare. "Aye, he is yours." "Oh, thank you, my lord." Without thought, Kassia clasped his arms in her delight at his generosity. "Do you hunt?" he asked, smiling down at her. She nodded happily, and turned quickly away from him to croon soft words to her falcon. "What is he called, my lord?" "Strangely enough, his name is Hawk." Her tinkling laughter rang out. "Ah, you are much too noble to carry such an insulting name," she said to her falcon. "When you are stronger, we will hunt," Graelam said. "Hawk can bring down a heron without breaking his speed." Kassia wanted to tell him that she was strong as a mule, but indeed she was tiring. The long journey had weakened her. That, and coming face to face with a man who was her husband, and a stranger. "I thank you, my lord," she said. "You are very kind." Her voice rang with sincerity, and Graelam felt inordinately uncomfortable for a moment. "Your father, my lady," he said harshly, "was perhaps overly generous in his view of me." "My father," Kassia said firmly, "is never wrong about a person's character. Thus I am kind because Maurice tells you so." "Aye, and of course you did give me Hawk." "I did I not?" Graelam said. "Come, Kassia, it is beginning to rain again. I do not wish you to become ill." Graelam strode toward the keep, Kassia hiking up her skirts to keep up with him. He turned at a sharp cry, and saw her stumble on a slick cobblestone. He caught her easily and lifted her in his arms. "I am clumsy," she said in a breathless voice, "and you weigh no more than a child." Kassia turned her body against him, and he felt her soft breasts against his chest. His body reacted immediately. She was his wife, and he could take her now if he wished. His breathing quickened. Unaware of his thoughts, Kassia laughed softly. "When I was recovering from the fever, my father was forever pouring his Aquitaine wine down me. I feared I would become a drunkard with a red nose. I promise that I will be plump as a spring goose before long, my lord." He did not reply, and Kassia smiled contentedly. He was kind and strong, and he appeared to at least like her. She felt his arm tightened beneath her thighs, and sudden rosy color washed over her cheeks. She ducked her head down against his shoulder. They had entered the hall, yet her husband still held her close. "Good afternoon, my lord." Graelam's hold on her eased, and he let her down. "Blanche," he said, "have you yet met Kassia?" "I bid you welcome," Blanche said sweetly. She stared at the girl standing so close to Graelam. She looked for the word like a boy with her tumbled curls, and skinny. Blanche smiled. She knew Graelam preferred women with more ample proportions. He could not be pleased with this sorry excuse for a wife.
During the long preceding night and the equally long day, she had finally accepted the fact that she would never be mistress of Wolffeton and Graelam's wife. But what of my son, she wondered. Her smile didn't reach her eyes, but Kassia, still flushed at her reaction to her husband's arms, "Thank you," she said quietly. "I am Lord Graelam's sister-in-law," Blanche said, "Blanche de Cormont. Would you like a cup of ale, my lord?" "Aye, Blanche," Graelam said. He looked down for a moment at Kassia. "And a cup of wine for Kassia." Kassia watched Blanche give instructions to one of the serving wenches. The girl appeared sullen, her eyes darting toward Kassia before she took herself off. Blanche walked gracefully to Graelam's chair and carefully pulled it away from the trestle table. "I understand," she said to Kassia, "that you have been quite ill." Kassia nodded, pleased that Graelam motioned for her to sit beside him. "Aye," she said, "but I am well now." "Perhaps not entirely, yet," Graelam said. Blanche took the goblet of ale from the serving girl and handed it herself to Graelam. She nodded to the girl to give the wine to Kassia. "You still look rather pale and thin," she said, sitting herself near to Graelam. "Perhaps, my lord," she continued in a soft voice, "you wish me to continue in my present duties until she is stronger? Why am I doing this to myself when there is no hope?" Kassia stiffened. She shot a look toward her husband, waiting for him to tell his sister-in-law that she needn't bother. To her chagrin, Graelam smiled warmly at Blanche. "Aye, thank you, Blanche." He downed his ale, wiped his hand across his mouth, and asked, "Where is Guy?" "I do not know," Blanche said, her lips thinning. How he must be laughing at her now. Graelam rose from his chair. "Kassia," he said, "I must meet with my steward, Blount. Why do you not rest for a couple of hours?" Kassia didn't know what to say. She was too uncertain of her husband to tell him plainly that she wished to direct the servants, but without his permission she could accomplish nothing. She knew Blanche was watching her. She nodded, saying nothing, and watched her husband stride from the hall. "We have the evening meal in 2 hours," Blanche said.
"Would you like me to have one of the serving wenches show you to your chamber? Perhaps she is his mistress," Kassia thought, and thus her power with him. But no, that made no sense. Lord Graelam would not take his own sister-in-law and a lady to his bed. She looked about the hall, seeing at least a dozen servants watching them. Did they expect her and Blanche to pull each other's hair out? Not as yet, Kassia said. "You are scarce more than a girl," Blanche continued after a moment. "Your marriage to Lord Graelam came as a shock to everyone. I shall try to shield you from the unkindness of the servants and Lord Graelam's men." For a long moment, Kassia gave Blanche a puzzled stare. "Why should anyone be unkind to me, Blanche? I do not understand your concern. Wolffeton is a very large keep. There are many servants to direct. I doubt that you have the experience to make them do your bidding." Kassia laughed warmly. "My home in Brittany-Belterre is as vast as Wolffeton. My mother died when I was quite young, and I have kept my father's castle for a number of years. Indeed, I read and write and keep accounts. My husband did not ally himself to an orphan waif, Blanche." She was tempted to ask what experience Blanche had had, for the keep did not show a woman's caring attention. "I am pleased," Blanche said. She dropped her eyes to her lap to cover her sharp disappointment and frustration. "My Lord Graelam," Kassia said after a moment, "did he care mightily for Lady Joanna?" "Lady Joanna is very beautiful," Blanche said honestly. "Her hair is long, to her hips, and nearly silver, it is so light. Aye, he has had very strong feelings for her." Kassia unconsciously touched her fingers to her own short curls. "I see," she said, feeling suddenly miserable. "Lady Joanna also has strong passions," Blanche continued. "In that she was well suited to Lord Graelam. He is a very demanding man, so I have heard. I hear the serving wenches gossip, only the comely ones, of course. He is evidently so large a man that he has hurt some of them, and of course he never tires.
Blanche saw that Kassia was staring at her, uncomprehending. So it was true, just as she had heard. Graelam had not taken his young wife as yet. The thought of Graelam coupling with Kassia made her continue. "You are very small," she said in a pitying voice, leaning close to Kassia. "I hope that you will be brave enough to bear the pain." "My lord is kind," Kassia said. Blanche heard the uncertainty and fear in her voice. Graelam deserved a shrinking wife in his bed, damn him. "Of course," she said lightly, and rose. "Now that he is wed," she added gently, "perhaps his other women will be relieved of their duties, for a while at least." She knew she was being cruel, utterly mean in fact, but she stifled her guilt at her lie, for her own disappointment was too fresh to bear in silent submission. She left Kassia, now parchment pale at her words, sitting rigidly in her chair, her hands twisting in her lap. At the very least, Graelam would regret not taking Blanche to his bed when she had offered herself to him. Perhaps, she thought, his innocent little wife would quickly come to despise him. It would be her revenge. She had nothing else, at least for the moment. Graelam frowned toward Kassia's bent head. She was pushing her food about on her trencher, paying no attention to her food, to him, or to anything else in the noisy hall. "Why are you not eating?" he asked. "Are you feeling ill?" Kassia looked at his huge hand lying lightly on her arm. He had introduced her formally as Lady Kassia de Moreton to all his men-at-arms, and all the servants. His wife, his possession. He would hurt her. She forced herself to look at him. She saw concern in his dark eyes, and blinked. Blanche had to be wrong. He was kind. He would not harm her. I am a bit tired, my lord, that is all." "You may retire in a few minutes. I will join you later." "No!" Her tongue touched her lower lips in her nervousness. It was an unconsciously sensuous gesture, and Graelam turned quickly away from her. He called out to Rolfe, his master-at-arms. "What have you heard of de Fortenberry? Has he kept to his own lands?" "Aye, my lord," Rolfe shouted back, above the din of voices. "The man is many things, but he is no fool. He knows you would burn his keep down about his ears if he dared to attack any of our domain farms. I have heard," Guy said, "that Dienwell de Fortenberry buried his wife some months ago. Perhaps he would be interested in the Duke of Cornwall's assistance in finding him another." Graelam merely grinned and said, "I wish another 12 or so men, Rolfe. Many men lost their masters in the Holy Land and have become no more than vagabonds." Kassia listened to their talk. She wished she could ask Graelam to direct some of his wealth toward the keep. She became aware that Blount, the steward, a cadaverous man of middle years, who was once, she had heard, a priest, was speaking to her and turned politely to attend him. Blanche slipped from the hall and made her way to her chamber. So, de Fortenberry had no wife, she thought, hope beginning to stir through her. Nor did Graelam, not really, not yet. Despite what she had told Kassia, she doubted Graelam would take his young wife until he believed her strong again. She sat on her narrow bed, picturing Kassia's pale face at her words. If he were tempted, perhaps the girl's fear would stop him, at least for a while. Unwanted tears spilled on her cheeks. "I am a wretched witch," she thought, "yet I cannot seem to help myself." Kassia's fear had quieted. Her husband was still below in the hall, discussing various matters with his men. He had gently patted her hand when she had excused herself, but he had appeared distracted. Surely he would not harm her. She tightened the sash of her bedrobe more tightly about her waist and snuggled down under the covers. She was nearly asleep when she heard the bedchamber door open. She sat up, drawing the blanket to her chin. Graelam entered, holding a candle in his hand. His dark eyes locked on hers from across the room. "I had hoped you would be asleep," he said. She wanted to ask him where he was going to sleep, but the words lay leaden in her mouth. She said only, "Nay." "Do you miss Belterre and your father?" She nodded, praying he would not see her nervousness. He set the candle down atop a chess table and began to take off his clothes. He had stripped to the waist when he heard her gasp. He turned to see her staring at him. "Did you never attend your father or his guests in their bath?" he asked gently. She shook her head. "You have never seen a naked man?" A chestnut curl fell over her forehead as she again shook her head. Graelam was silent for a moment, watching her. He knew fear when he saw it. Unwanted stirring of pity went through him. He slowly walked to the bed and sat down beside her. He could feel her tensing, though she did not move away from him. "Listen to me, Kassia," he said quietly. "You are young and innocent. Your husband is a stranger, and you are living amongst strangers. You have also been very ill." He paused. "Must you stare at my chest?" Her eyes flew upward to his face. "I am sorry, my lord," she whispered. He felt a surge of impatience at her for acting like a whipped puppy. "You have nothing to be sorry about," he said harshly. "I fully intend to sleep in my own bed, with you. I will not take you, but you will become used to me. When you are well again and have added flesh, you will become my wife." He rose and pulled off the rest of his clothes. "Look at me, Kassia," he said. Kassia raised her eyes. He was standing by the bed, sublimely indifferent in his nakedness. He felt her eyes roving over his body, and despite himself, his member swelled. He quickly eased into bed beside her. He heard her erratic breathing. "The scar, my lord," she said hesitantly. "Which one? The one on your leg that goes to my groin? Aye. How did you get it?" "In a tournament in France some 10 years ago."
I was careless, and my opponent was quick to take advantage of it. "And the scar on your shoulder?" He was silent for many moments. "That," he said slowly, "was a gift from a lady." "I do not understand." "'Tis a very long story. Perhaps some day I will tell you about it. Now go to sleep, Kassia. Tomorrow, if you are feeling strong, we will go riding." "Yes, my lord." But she did not close her eyes until she heard his deep, even breathing. She pictured his body, so different from hers, and felt her face grow hot. She had been taught modesty. Evidently, men were not. Blanche was right, she thought, huddling near the edge of the bed, her knees drawn to her chest. He would hurt her. She tried to imagine him covering her, as a stallion would a mare, and penetrating her body. She quivered with dread. How would she bear the pain? 11 turned in his saddle at the sound of Kassia's bright laughter. A seagull was swooping down, nearly touching her shoulder, and she tossed another bit of bread high into the air. The gull squawked loudly and dived to catch it. She guided Bluebell forward to escape the half-dozen gulls now gathering behind her, and reined in beside him, her eyes crinkling with pleasure. Graelam gazed at her, remembering again how she had looked early that morning, her legs drawn to her chest, her pillow hugged in her arms. He had reached out his hand and gently touched the soft curl over her temple. A sudden fierce protectiveness had flooded him, and he had quickly drawn back his hand, angry at himself for his weakness. His abruptness with her when she had come into the great hall to break her fast had made her draw back and gaze at him uncertainly. He had left the hall quickly, aware of the silent condemnation from Drake, his master armorer, and Blunt, his steward. Damn them for not minding their own business, he thought now, but he smiled back at her, unable to help himself. "Oh, look, my lord!" He followed Kassia's pointing finger to the sea lion who was diving in the waves. They had ridden to the southern boundaries of Graelam's land, then turned downward along the coastline. "Would you care to rest a while?" he asked her. She nodded happily, still watching the sea lion. He swung off Demon and tied him to a wind-bowed cedar, then clasped his hands around Kassia's waist and lifted her down. She walked quickly to the edge of the cliff while he secured Bluebell's reins. It was a bright, windy day, and Kassia lifted her face to the sun, feeling it warm her. She turned to see Graelam unfasten his cloak and spread it on the ground. She sat down as would a child, her legs crossed in front of her. Graelam joined her, stretching out on his back, resting on his elbows. "The man who was hurt this morning," she said. "Is he all right now?" Graelam said shortly, disliking to be reminded of his own stupidity. He had pushed his men too hard after he had left the hall, until one of them, careless from fatigue, had been hurt. Kassia lowered her eyes to the rocky cliff edge but a few feet away. I am sorry if I offended you, my lord." "You did not offend me," he said roughly. "I had much on my mind this morning." It was a half-truth, and as much of an apology Graelam had ever offered to a woman. After a moment, he asked abruptly, "Do you believe Geoffrey was responsible for your brother's death?" Her eyes clouded for a moment, in painful memory. "If he was," she said slowly, "it would mean that he is evil. I remember the day very clearly. My brother, Geoffrey, and I had a small boat, and we would take turns rowing it to the mouth of the cove and fishing. On that day, Geoffrey and Jean ran ahead. My father and I were nearly to the cove when we heard John scream. Geoffrey was standing at the edge of the water, and he started yelling and pointing when he saw us. My father watched his son drown, and there was naught he could do. He ordered the boat brought to shore after my brother had been buried. There was a jagged hole in the bottom." "Surely that is not proof enough," Graelam said. Kassia shook her head sadly. "But you see, I had taken the boat out the day before. It did not even leak. And there is more. Evidently, Geoffrey could swim. Yet he had stood on the shore watching my brother drown. He could have saved him. When my father found out, he went into a rage and ordered Geoffrey from Belterre. That was 8 years ago. My father's sister, Felice, kept after him to allow her to visit Belterre occasionally. She and Geoffrey have been allowed to visit 3 times in the past 3 years. How old was your brother?" "He was but 8 years old when he died. I was nearly 10 years old. I am not certain that Geoffrey did kill my brother. Perhaps he did not rip the hole in the boat. Perhaps his only fault was that he was a coward and was afraid to try to save him. I do not know." "Geoffrey is still a coward," Graelam said. "I am glad you are safe from him now." There was warmth in his voice, and Kassia turned to face him, her eyes glowing with pleasure. "You sound like my father," she said. "I am not your father," Graelam said harshly. His eyes fell to her breasts, the wool of her gown outlining their small roundness by the wind. "Tell me about your mother." Kassia cocked her head at him, wondering at his constantly shifting moods. "She was very loving and gentle. I do not remember her very well, but my father has told me often of her goodness." "And what of your mother, my lord?" "Her name was Dogne, and unlike your mother, she was not particularly loving and gentle. My father had oft to chastise her for her disobedience and ill humor." Kassia stared at him. "You mean he struck her?" "Only when she had earned his wrath." "And when your father earned her wrath, did she strike him?" "She was a woman. Of course she did not strike him. But I recall her tongue was very sharp on occasion." That was half-truth, if ever there was one, he thought. His mother had been about as soft-spoken as a snake. Not, of course, that his father had ever done anything to call forth more gentle emotions from her. He shrugged that thought aside as Kassia sharply, "That, my lord, is hardly the same thing. My father would never harm someone smaller and weaker than he. Surely a man could not love a woman and still wish to hurt her." "Kassia, you do not understand," Graelam said patiently. "It is a man's responsibility to discipline his wife. It is her duty to obey, to serve him, and to bear his children." "Being a wife does not sound very pleasant," Kassia said. "I think," she continued with alarming candor, "that I should prefer being a dog. At least he is petted and allowed to run free." "There are benefits to being a wife rather than a dog," Graelam said dryly. "Oh?" Kassia asked, in a tone of disbelief. He raised his hand and lightly stroked his fingertips over her jaw. "When you are ready, I will show you the benefits of being a wife." Her eyes widened as she remembered Blanche's words. She blurted out without thinking, "Oh, no, that is not a benefit. That is worse than a beating." Graelam dropped his hand and stared at her. "Kassia, it is natural for you to be nervous, perhaps even afraid of what you do not understand. But love-making is not a punishment, I promise you." "Why do you call it love-making?" she asked, rather wildly.
It is like animals, and it hurts, and there is no love. Graelam could not believe his ears, nor could he believe his patience. What did your father tell you? She shook her head, refusing to look at him. Nothing. He said nothing. Then why do you believe it will hurt? Kassia bowed her head. Please, she whispered, I will do my duty when I must. I know that you want sons. Who told you it would hurt? A lady, she said in a taut voice. She told me that men were demanding and cared not about a woman's pain. She told me I must bear it. Graelam cursed long and fluently, the more foul of his curses thankfully whipped away by the wind.
This lady, he said finally in a very calm voice, was wrong to say such a thing to you, and she lied. He sighed, knowing he had not been truthful. There are some men who are not interested in a woman's feelings, but not all men are like that. Kassia turned wide, innocent eyes to his face. Are you like these men, my lord? I will not hurt you, he said. She remembered his huge, naked body, his swollen member thrusting toward her. She remembered his strange abruptness with her that morning. She said nothing. Perhaps you misunderstood this lady, he said. There is a bit of pain the first time when your maidenhead is rent, but if the man is gentle, pleasure quickly follows, and the pain is forgotten. She was gazing at him, disbelief written clearly in her eyes. There is no reason for you to disbelieve me. I am your husband. You are different from me, she whispered. God willed it so. His voice was clipped, for his patience was near an end. Still, it bothered him that she should fear coupling. Kassia, you have seen animals mate. She continued staring at him, mute. You have seen me naked? My rod will enter you. Do you understand? I have seen a stallion cover a mare. Will it be like that? He wanted to laugh. Sometimes, he said, but usually you will be on your back, beneath me. Oh, she gasped, her cheeks flushed. The proof will be in the doing, he said, and rose. She stared up at him. He blocked out the sun, and she shuddered. Kassia, he said, you cannot remain a child. Come, it is time to return. He stretched out his hand to her. She hesitated a moment, then thrust her hand into his. Your hand is cold, he said, as he drew her to her feet. He pulled her against him. She was stiff as a board. Slowly, he began to stroke his hands down her back. A wife is her husband's responsibility, he said. I will take care of you. He felt her ease against him and lay her cheek trustingly against his chest. Tonight you will become a wife. No, don't stiffen. He smiled over the top of her head. Did you not tell me that your father trusted me to be kind to you? He felt her hesitation, then felt her nose nodding up and down against him. It is not your monthly flux, is it? He heard a small gasp, then she shook her head, burrowing her face into his tunic. Look at me, Kassia. When she hesitated, he gently cupped her chin and raised her face upward. Now, hold still and relax. He touched his fingertips to her lips, then slowly lowered his head. Kassia jumped when his mouth touched hers. It was not unpleasant. His lips were warm and firm. She felt his tongue glide over her lower lip, and she frowned, wondering at the sudden spurt of warmth low in her belly. She felt his fingers tangling in her hair, then he released her. That was not so bad, was it? Nay, she admitted, her head cocked to one side, her eyes studying his face intently. My stomach feels warm. It is very odd. I've never felt that before. He grinned, a boyish grin that made him look very young. Come, he said. He lifted her onto her mare's back and swung into his own saddle. During their ride back to Wolffeton, he wondered at himself. Never had he had such a discussion with a woman. But there was something so vulnerable about Kassia,
and it made him furious at himself, yet still protective of her. He supposed it was simply her candid innocence that made him babble on like a chivalrous fool, or, he thought, his lips twisting in a rueful smile, a besotted father. Oddly, he did not want her to fear coupling with him. He would arouse passion in her, he had the skill, and he would force himself to patience. She was young, malleable, and he did not doubt that she would be easily molded into an obedient, gentle wife. The future stretched out pleasantly before him in his mind. Graelam wooed his young wife that evening. He gave her all of his attention at dinner, ensuring that she drank 2 goblets of sweet wine and ate most of the spicy stew that he shared with her. And he touched her, light caresses that brought color to her cheeks. "You have eaten almost enough," he said, and sopped a bit of bread in the remainder of the stew and fed it to her himself. She smiled at him, and he felt an unusual warmth pervade him. He drew a deep breath, and it was her sweet scent that filled his nostrils. Her chestnut curls glowed with reddish glints in the rushlight. "My hair will grow," Kassia said, aware that he was staring at her. He wrapped a loose curl around his fingers. "Your hair is so soft," he said, "as fine as a babe's." A dimple he had not noticed before deepened beside her mouth. "But, my lord," she said impishly, "you do not want a babe for your wife." He chuckled and ruffled her curls. "You are right, my lady, particularly tonight." Her eyes widened, but she did not draw away from him. He was pleased. He turned and nodded to a minstrel, Louis, a Frenchman he had invited to stay at his castle in Cornwall for several days. The small, dark-eyed man, sun-baked from his travels, had been playing softly throughout the meal, and now moved forward to sit on a stool in front of Graelam's dais table. He smiled towards Kassia and played several haunting chords on his lute. "To your lovely bride from Brittany, my lord," he said, and bowed his head, strumming the strings lightly. "I have christened it Fire Song. 'Tis a fire in the blood that draws me to thee, my maid of Brittany. A softness in your eyes that makes me dream of nights in your gentle arms." His voice, gentle as spring rain, filled the silent hall. At his words, Kassia smiled shyly at her husband. "Your woman's beauty meets my hungry eyes, calling me my maid of Brittany. 'Tis a fire in the blood that makes me yearn to hold thee close." Graelam pressed his shoulder against hers and gently squeezed her hand. "A fire, my lady," he teased her softly. "Soon we will know if he speaks true. The sweetness in your smile draws me to thee, my maid of Brittany. 'Tis a fire I long to give thee, the fire of my song and my heart." Louis kept his head down as he softly played a crescendo of minor chords. At the finish, he raised his eyes and bowed his head to Kassia. "'Twas well done, Louis," Graelam called out over the enthusiastic clamor of the men. "I am pleased, as is my lovely bride." "It is my pleasure, my lord," Louis said. He began again, this time a song of the great Roland and his death fighting the Saracens at Roncesvalles. Graelam said quietly to Kassia, "Go to our chamber, Kassia. I will come to you soon." Kassia rose and nodded to Blanche, who was sitting quietly beside Blount, the steward. "God give you sweet sleep, my lady," Guy said, smiling at her. He watched her wave a slender hand at him, then turn and walk from the hall. His eyes went back to Graelam. He had never before seen his master treat a woman so gently. It boded well, he thought. Graelam lifted his goblet to his lips and sipped slowly at the sweet wine, his eyes thoughtful. A woman should want a man. He would make Kassia respond to him, make her moan softly, and make her forget her maiden's fear. The fire in his body would warm her. He downed the rest of his wine and rose from his chair when Louis finished his song. He saw a speculative look on Blount's craggy face, an open smile on Guy's, and knew that all his men were in no doubt about how he would spend his night. "Please continue, Louis," he said to the minstrel. "As to the rest of you louts," he called out to his men, "listen well and learn." He strode from the hall, feeling something of a fool, for everyone knew he was going to his wife. He took the stone steps 2 at a time. He opened his chamber door and saw Kassia seated on the bed, wrapped in her blue wool bedrobe. "Come here, Kassia," he said. She slipped off the bed, clutched her robe closely to her, and padded to him on bare feet. He held out his arms, and she moved against him, wrapping her arms about his waist. He closed his arms about her back and began to gently stroke away the tension he felt in her shoulders.
"You smell so sweet," he said, inhaling the lavender scent of her. He stroked his long fingers through her hair, massaging her scalp and tangling the soft curls about her ears. He drew her more tightly against him, lifting her against his hardening manhood. Kassia raised her head from his shoulder and gazed into his dark eyes for a long moment. Slowly, without instruction from him, she closed her eyes and pressed her mouth against his. She felt his exquisite hardness against her belly, and felt again that strange tremor of warmth flow through her. Graelam swung her up in his arms and carried her to the bed. He laid her on her back and sat beside her. Slowly, he untied the sash about her waist. She gave a soft, distressed gasp, and he stopped. "Did I tell you about my destrier, demon?" he asked. She stared up at him, blinking in surprise. "Nay, my lord. He was bred near York," Graelam said softly. "His sire was called Satan, and his dam, Witch." He lowered his head and gently kissed her closed lips. He caressed her lower lip with his tongue, all the while talking quietly about his stallion. "He saved my life in the Holy Land when a Saracen would have carved me. He reared up and stomped the fellow." He realized belatedly that though he spoke softly, his words were anything but seductive and soothing. Why the devil was he talking to her about his damned horse? He shook his head at his own foolishness. "I want to see you, Kassia," he said, and drew her robe apart. Her hands fluttered up, but he stilled them, clasping them lightly above her head. "You have beautiful breasts," he said. "I am small," Kassia said, "but I will be larger when I gain flesh." "You are perfectly shaped," he said, surprising himself. He did not like slight women, but somehow Kassia's delicately rounded breasts appealed to him, and the soft pink nipples, so smooth now, not yet tautened with passion. "You are staring at me," Kassia said. "Aye." He grimaced at the memory of Maurice tearing the leech from her breast and flinging it across the chamber. "I do not please you, my lord?" "You please me well," he said. "I feel well the minstrel's words." He lowered his head and kissed the column of her throat. Slowly, he touched his lips to her soft flesh until he lightly flicked her nipple with his tongue. She gasped, and he raised his head to see her staring at him, a stunned look on her face. He smiled and lowered his head to suckle her gented. He could feel the pounding of her heart against his cheek. "Someday," he said, lifting his face to look at her, "our babe will suck at your breast thusly." He felt her hand stroking in his hair, pulling him closer to her breast. "Oh!" A look of pain flashed across her face. "What is the matter?" "I don't know," she gasped. A cramp twisted in her belly, and she cried out. Graelam sat up and laid his hand to her cheek. She suddenly lurched up, her face ashen. "I am not well," she cried. He handed her the chamber pot just in time. She retched until there was naught left in her belly. "I am sorry, my lord," she whispered, and moaned, drawing her knees up against the vicious cramps. "Hush," he said. What had she eaten that he had not, he wondered, worry gnawing at him? Had he forced her to eat too much? Had her fear of him made her ill? He dampened a cloth and gently wiped her sweating face. "Lie still. I will get your nurse." He watched helplessly as Etta crooned over Kassia, feeling her belly with gentle hands. "What is wrong with her?" he demanded. Etta shook her head. "She ate something that was bad, I think." She rose. "I will make her a potion, my lord." At that moment, Graelam felt a cramp in his belly and doubled over. "Christ," he muttered, and strode quickly out of his bedchamber. At least, he thought a few minutes later, his belly empty, it wasn't her fear of him that had made her vomit. He checked with his men in the hall. None were ill. The cramps continued, and he gladly drank the potion Etta handed him. "'Twas the stew," he said. "Only Kassia and I shared it, and she ate the most of it." She was moaning pitiably, her arms wrapped around her stomach. His cramps were lessening, yet he knew what she felt, and it frightened him. She was so slight, and had not half his strength.
He sat beside her and pulled her into his arms, rocking her. "She will sleep soon, my lord," Etta said, hovering protectively close to her young mistress. "And she has nothing foul left in her belly." Kassia's head lolled back against his arm. She said vaguely, "I shall hang the cook up by his heels with his head in the stew." Graelam was thinking of a more ferocious punishment for the hapless cook. "You will be all right tomorrow, my baby," Etta said, gently wiping the damp cloth over Kassia's forehead. "I am so ashamed," Kassia whispered, and burrowed her face against Graelam's arm. "Don't be a fool," he said sharply. "Can you sleep now, Kassia?" "Aye," she muttered. He laid her on her back and drew the covers over her. "I will call you if she worsens," Graelam said to Etta. The night was a long one. Kassia awoke every several hours, her belly convulsed with cramps. Graelam forced her to drink, but she could keep nothing down. Finally, toward dawn, she fell into a deep sleep, and he allowed himself to relax. It was near to noon the next day when Graelam entered to find Kassia awake. The chamber reeked of sickness, and he felt nausea rise in his belly at the stench. "She has drunk some broth, my lord," Etta said proudly at Kassia's accomplishment. "She will not keep it down if she must remain in here," Graelam said. He strode over to his wife and wrapped her up in blankets. "I am taking her outside. Clean the chamber and open the windows. Burn incense, whatever. Just get rid of the stench." Graelam carried his wife out of the keep. He ordered Demon saddled. "What are you going to do with me?" Kassia asked, clutching at Graelam's sleeve. Now that the cramps were gone, she felt mortified. He had held her whilst she had retched. All night he had cared for her. She wanted to bury her face in his shoulder and never look him in the face again. "Perhaps I shall toss you over the cliff," Graelam said, hugging her tightly against his chest. "I would not blame you," she sighed. "I have not been a very good wife to you." Graelam laughed deeply. "You have not been a wife at all. Now keep your tongue quiet in your mouth." He held her in his arms as he guided Demon over the lower drawbridge. "Breathe deeply, Kassia," he said. He rode to the cliff and dismounted, tying Demon to a low juniper bush. He eased himself down against a bowed pine tree and settled Kassia in his lap. "Now," he said, "you will think about being well again." "I am so ashamed," she said. "I was also ill. We have both survived. Now I want you to be quiet and breathe the clean air." He felt her burrow trustingly against him, her fist closing about his tunic. He dropped a light kiss on her forehead and leaned back against the tree trunk, and closed his eyes. "My lord." Graelam opened his eyes and looked up at Guy. He shook away the remnants of sleep. "It grows late," Guy said quietly, for Kassia still slumbered. "I will come soon, Guy. Is she all right?" "Aye, thank God." "Did you speak to the cook?" "What is that varlet's name?" "I gave him—" "Dyken is his name, the flat of my sword against his fat buttocks. He swears the meat was fresh. I do not understand it. It's almost as if—" He broke off, shaking his head. "As if what?" "Nothing, my lord. If you have something to say, Guy, say it." Guy scratched his ear. "I like not that only the two of you fell ill." "I like it not either," Graelam said softly. "The only question is who, Guy. A woman's jealousy can lead her to do vicious things, my lord." Graelam grunted. "So who is this woman, Guy?" he asked. "Not Blanche, I am certain of that." Indeed, he had spoken to her, watching her beautiful eyes for signs of deception. He did not want to admit to his profound relief when he realized she was innocent. Guy shook his head, perplexed. "All knew you were to bed your lady last night."
He flushed as his master's eyes narrowed on his face. "It need not have been a woman, Guy," was all he said. Kassia stirred in his lap and raised her head from Graelam's shoulder. "My lord," she whispered, her voice foggy with sleep. "'Tis not, Kassia," Graelam said. "How do you feel?" She smiled, and the dimple deepened beside her mouth. "Hungry?" she said. "Excellent. I am certain that your nurse has a pot of broth awaiting you. Your belly isn't cramping any more?" She flushed, seeing Guy, and shook her head. Graelam rose easily and shifted Kassia in his arms. The blankets fell away, and Guy glimpsed the white curve of her breast. "I'll get Demon, my lord," he said quickly, and strode to his master's destrier. 12. The afternoon was overcast, and a chill wind blew from the sea.
Kassia stood watching Graelam, his powerful chest bared, wrestling with one of his men, a huge fellow who had the look of a mighty oak tree. The men formed a half circle, calling out explicit and coarse advice. Kassia moved closer. She saw the concentration on her husband's face as he circled the other man. He lunged so suddenly that she blinked in surprise. He gave a fierce yell as he hooked his leg behind his opponent's and toppled him to the ground. He slammed down on top of him, pinning his shoulders. The men cheered, and Graelam stood up, offering his hand to his man. He met Kassia's eyes at that moment and smiled. She waved to him shyly and called, "We have a visitor, my lord." Graelam spoke to his men, then strode to his wife, flexing his shoulder muscles. He looked at her closely, studying her face for any signs of lingering illness, and, satisfied, asked, "Who comes, Kassia?" "Blanche's son, my lord." Graelam frowned a moment, having forgotten the boy. "Blanche is smiling. I am pleased her son is here. Her son will give her something to think about, other than you." One of Graelam's men tossed him his shirt and tunic. "Wash me down first, Kassia," he said, and walked beside her to the well in the inner bailey. Kassia filled the bucket and poured it over her husband's head and back as he leaned over. He shook himself and donned his shirt. "My tunic, Kassia," he said. Oh, she had been staring at his chest, wondering why it made her heart pound to think of tangling her fingers in the dark curling hair, or suckling at his nipples as he had hers. Graelam wondered at the sudden delicate flush on her cheeks as he pulled his tunic over his shirt. They walked into the hall. Blanche was talking to 3 men, all travel-stained and weary-looking. A slender boy, some 8 years old, clung to the side of one of the men. "My lord," Blanche called out, "my son is arrived. Evian, this is Lord Graelam de Moreton, your uncle by marriage." The boy peeped from behind the man. The man gave him an indulgent smile and shoved him forward. "'Tis a bit shy he is, my lord. I am Louis, from my Lord Robert's household in Normandy. I bid you welcome, and thank you for delivering the boy safely," Graelam said, then squatted down to the boy's eye level. He had his mother's dark eyes and dark hair, but was saved from being pretty by a square jaw and a broad forehead. "You will be my page," Graelam said. "If you are competent at your duties, you will one day be my squire. Does that please you, boy?" "Aye, my lord," Evian said. He studied Lord Graelam with intelligent eyes, and became his slave at that moment. Graelam dropped his hand on the boy's shoulder, patted him, then rose. "You have already met my wife, Lady Kassia?" he asked. Evian nodded, his eyes turning towards Kassia. She was giving him a welcoming, open smile, and he gave her a tentative one in return. "You are most welcome, Evian," Kassia said. "I am nearly as tall as you, my lady," Evian ventured. "Aye, in another year or so, 'tis I who will be gazing up at you." Blanche grabbed her son's hand. "He can sleep in my chamber, Graelam. Nay, Blanche. Guy, come and meet my new page. The boy will sleep outside my chamber, on a pallet, and take his meals with the men. He is not like his mother," Kassia thought, and immediately chided herself. "I have been living with my mother's cousin, Evian, in Normandy. Evian, I would like to speak to you." The boy turned large, reluctant eyes back to his mother, wishing she would not treat him like a little boy. "Nay, let him go, Blanche," Graelam said, to Evian's immense relief. "You can cosset him later." He turned to Louis. "Come have some ale, your men also. Nan, bring drink." "He is a fine lad," Graelam said to Blanche that evening. "Your cousin has raised him well, but 'tis men's company he needs." Blanche forced a bright smile to her lips. Graelam was pleased with her son, just as she had hoped he would be. But it was too late. "You are most kind, Graelam," she said softly. "Such a pity that Nan had not mixed more of the vile herbs in the stew." Blanche knew the wench had done it, for Nan was unable to keep the smug, triumphant grin on her face when she believed no one was looking at her. Blanche frowned, lowering her eyes. Jealousy was a terrible thing, and it made her writhe in self-reproach, hating herself for her feelings, even as she searched for ways to undermine Kassia. "Life has not been fair to me," she would tell herself over and over, the litany her excuse. Kassia watched Graelam and Blanche speaking together, and felt a strange burst of anger. Unlike her, Blanche was endowed with a full and rounded woman's body, and her long dark hair glistened in the rushlight. "Your thoughts are not pleasant." Kassia turned to Guy. "Blanche is very beautiful," she said honestly, bewilderment at her jealousy sounding in her voice. "That is true," Guy said honestly, "but she need never concern you, truly. Lord Graelam could have wed her had he wished to." Kassia gave him a sad little smile. "It appears that my lord could have wed any lady he wished. 'Tis his misfortune that he came upon my father in Aquitaine, and that I didn't die." "Lord Graelam saw much misery in the Holy Land," Guy said pensively. "Disease, starvation, butchery that seemed to no end, but never did it really touch him. Yet I tell you truthfully that after he came from your chamber, believing that you were dying, his face was drawn in anguish. You touched him as no other, man or woman. Even now he treats you gently, carefully, and my lord is not a particularly gentle man. When you fell ill from the food, he was distraught. He told me that it was not fair that you should regain your health only to come to Wolffeton and lose it again." Guy paused a moment, watching Kassia's brow furrow deeply at his words. "Lord Graelam is also a man of strong appetites," he continued carefully after a moment, "yet he is more concerned with your well-being than his own needs." "But I am well now," Kassia exclaimed, then turned scarlet at her loose tongue. Guy grinned merrily at her and raised his goblet in a silent toast. "Your noble husband approaches, my lady." Kassia raised her face to her husband. She looked like such a naughty child that Graelam laughed. "I have been telling her of your prowess, my lord," Guy said blandly. Kassia choked at his double meaning, and Graelam arched a thick black brow. His eyes fell to Kassia's trencher, and he frowned. "What have you eaten, Kassia?" Who had consumed chicken, fish, and fruit, merely shook her head at him. "I have been a glutton, my lord. May I serve you now?" He nodded and sat himself beside her. "The boy, Evian," he said to Guy. "We must begin to toughen him up." Kassia looked down the trestle table at Evian, who was leaning sleepily against Drake's massive shoulder. "The lad seems willing," Guy said, "though his mother would like to turn him into a lapdog." Graelam merely grunted, and talk turned to de Fontenberry and his Averneering raids. It seemed to Kassia that Graelam was looking forward to crossing swords with the man. Indeed, he hoped that de Fontenberry would attack some of Wolffeton's outlying domain farms.
They watched her husband and saw that he was not eating as much as he needed. 'Twas the wretched cooking, she knew. She must see to her responsibilities as chatelaine soon. If only Graelam would cease treating her like an invalid. He still looked to Blanche, and Kassia found that she did not like that at all. She had noted during the day that the servants heeded Blanche's orders, but slowly and sullenly. Her housewifely hackles rose. They would obey her, and promptly, or she would know the reason why. She leaned over to pick up an apple from the plate in front of Graelam. Her breast accidentally brushed against his arm. She felt him stiffen, and he paused perceptibly in his speech. She hung her head, embarrassed, and was unaware that he gazed at her speculatively for a long moment. Graelam was surprised at the surge of desire he felt, thinking again that Kassia had scarcely enough womanly curves for his taste. Yet, thinking of her lying soft and yielding in his arms, her trusting eyes upon him, made him anxious as he had never been before. Tonight, he thought, tonight he would take her. He must take her. "Your hand, Kassia," he said, laying his own palm up on the table beside her. She tentatively laid her hand in his and watched as his fingers closed around hers. A frown crossed his brow, and she held herself very still, not knowing what he was thinking. "She is so slight," he mused, curling his fingers around her slender wrist. He had promised her there was no pain in coupling, and hoped he was right, that his size wouldn't hurt her. He must go easily with her. He felt a renewed tightening in his loins at the thought of her naked beneath him. He said abruptly, releasing her hand, "Go to our bedchamber now, and ready yourself for me." Kassia knew that her cheeks were flushed. She remembered quite clearly the odd sensations she had felt before she had fallen ill, and she knew that Graelam wanted to make her his wife this night. She walked from the hall, imagining that all the men knew exactly what was in her mind and in her husband's. Etta awaited her in her bedchamber. "Ah, my baby," the older woman scolded her fondly, "'tis tired you are. You should have stayed abed as your husband wished you to." "Nay," Kassia said on a nervous laugh, "I am not tired, but I would like a bath." Etta shooed Nan and another girl, Erna, pointed-chinned and scraggle-toothed, from the chamber after they had filled the wooden tub, then scented the hot water liberally with lavender, Kassia's favorite scent. As Kassia disrobed, her eyes kept flying toward the chamber door. She did not luxuriate in her bath as was her wont, but scrubbed herself quickly. She turned to ask Etta for her towel, and became mute at the sight of her husband standing in the doorway, his arms crossed over his chest, gazing at her. "Is the water still warm?" Graelam asked. She nodded, sinking down in the wooden tub until only her head showed above. "Will you scrub my back?" He had moved out of her range, and Kassia eased up a bit to see him again. "Aye," she said, "I will." He was tugging at the ties on his tunic. As he pulled it over his head, she scurried out of the tub and grabbed at the linen towel. "Kassia, help me." The tie on his chasseur was knotted. She wrapped the towel securely around her and dropped to her feet before him, her nimble fingers on the knot. She could feel the heat from his body. Had she the courage, she could touch the growing bulge in his groin. She stilled suddenly at the touch of his fingers in her hair. "Soft as a babe's," he said quietly. The knot untied, Kassia lowered her arms, resting her cheek against his thigh. "Come," he said, and lifted her to her feet. He drew off his chasseur and strode naked to the tub. Kassia giggled at the sight of him, his knees thrust upward as he settled himself into the tub. "I amuse you, wench." "You are so large, my lord." She smiled contentedly as she soaped a sponge and began to stroke it down his back. She soaped his thick hair, careful to keep the lather from his eyes. "I used to shave my father," she said as she rinsed his hair. "Did you know?" he said, swiping the water from his eyes. His eyes crinkled as he looked up at her. She had time only to gasp in surprise. He jerked the towel from her, grabbed her about her waist, and swung her into the tub onto his lap. Kassia fell forward, her arms looping about his neck to steady herself. "Oh," she said helplessly, her mouth but a breath away from his. "Aye," he agreed softly, and pressed his hand against the back of her head, bringing her to him. He lightly pressed his mouth against her, undemanding, exploring her soft contours. He dropped his hands down her back, drawing her closer until her breasts were pressed against his chest. "A small wife is not such a bad thing," he said, gently nibbling on her earlobe. He lifted her carefully, so her hips were resting on his belly. "Give me your mouth, Kassia." I don't know what to do," she said, feeling like a stupid fool. "I will teach you," he said. "Part your lips." She did as he bid her, and drew back startled at the touch of his tongue against hers. "That feels strange," she whispered, her hand stroking through his wet hair without instruction from him. "Strange good or strange bad?" he teased her. "I don't know," she said honestly. "Can you do it again, my lord?" "A willing pupil," he murmured against her parted lips. He wrapped his arms around her back and pressed her tightly against him, deepening the pressure with his lips. He eased instantly when he felt her stiffen, and was rewarded soon with a quiver that ran the length of her slender body. Slowly, he thought to himself, go very slowly. He felt goose-flesh rise on her arms and laughed. "How the devil do I get you out of this thing?" He lifted her above him, only to have her slip in a welter of arms and legs. She landed flat against him, her belly against his swollen manhood. Her eyes flew to his face, and she knew a moment of fear when his hands pressed against her buttocks, molding her against his hard flesh, and he moaned roughly deep in his throat.
"The water grows cold," she said in a thin, high voice. Graelam closed his eyes tightly for a moment, getting a hold on himself. The last place he wanted to take his virgin bride was in a tub of cool water. And she was frightened. He heard it in her voice. He kissed her lightly on the tip of her nose and thrust her away from him. Kassia grabbed the towel and quickly twisted it around her, but she didn't avert her eyes when he stood in the tub, magnificent in his nakedness. "I wish that I looked as beautiful as you," she said wistfully. He stared at her a moment. No woman had ever before told him he was beautiful. He said lightly as he stepped from the tub, "A scarred, hairy warrior?" "Aye," she said, "and endowed with great power and strength." She handed him a towel. "My father told me once that the more valiant the knight, the more gentle he was in his physical strength. I think he must have been thinking of you, my lord." "Your father did not know me, Kassia," he said sharply. It made him uncomfortable to be cast in a chivalric hero's mold. "I am as I am. Do not grant me virtues I own not." "No, my lord," she said docilely, but he saw the impish dimple deepening beside her mouth. He drew on his bedrobe and strode to the chamber door, yelling for the servants to empty the tub. "Get into bed," he called over his shoulder to Kassia. "I do not want you to take cold." Because she was nervous, it seemed but a moment of time before they were alone, the door firmly closed, her husband walking toward the bed. "I play chess quite well," she blurted out. He merely grunted, knowing there was nothing he could say to ease her wariness of him. "How does your belly feel?" he asked, drawing off his bedrobe and sitting down beside her. Kassia's tongue darted over her lower lip, an unconscious, very sensuous gesture. He gently laid his hand on her belly and probed lightly. "I am truly all right," she said.
"You are so small," he said on a frown, his eyes on his splayed hand. He could touch her pelvic bones with the tips of his stretched fingers. To Kassia's surprise, she felt a bolt of heat sear through her stomach, and her eyes flew to his face. "Oh!" she gasped. He lifted his hand, and she knew a moment of disappointment. He saw it in her eyes, and was pleased. She was innocent of a woman's pleasure, but not cold-natured. He stretched out above her and gently stroked his fingers along the column of her throat. "Should I not douse the candle?" He shook his head, leaning down to kiss the pulse in her throat. "Nay, I wish to see all of you, wife, even to the soft white flesh between your thighs." She quivered at his words, and he continued in a soft, tantalizing voice, "I want you to watch me, looking at you. I will know your body better than you will know yourself. You have such softness and beauty for me." He cupped his hand slightly over her woman's mound and rested it there. "Open your mouth for me, Kassia." He touched her even teeth with his tongue, gliding slowly, then gently plundered the depths of her warm mouth. He clasped her in his arms and pulled her onto her side against the length of him. "Be at your ease, dearling. I will not hurt you." She believed him and melted against him, slipping her arm around his ribs to stroke over his smooth back. I want to feel you against me," she said when he released her mouth for a moment. He quickly loosed the sash of her bedrobe and flung it open. He pushed the robe from her shoulders, pausing a moment to gaze down at her breasts. "You are so delicate," he said, more to himself than to her. "So soft, like the Genoese velvet I bought in Acre." Slowly, his eyes on her breast, he stroked his fingertips over her smooth flesh, drawing closer and closer to her silken nipple. He felt her tremble slightly and leaned his head down to take the smooth tip into his mouth. He felt her nipple tauten in his mouth and gently drew on it, savoring the texture as he suckled. He cupped his hand around her breast and pushed it upward to better possess her. "Open your mouth for me, Kassia." He touched her even teeth with his tongue, gliding slowly, then gently plundered the depths of her warm mouth. He clasped her in his arms and pulled her onto her side against the length of him. "Be at your ease, dearling. I will not hurt you." She believed him and melted against him, slipping her arm around his ribs to stroke over his smooth back. I want to feel you against me," she said when he released her mouth for a moment. He quickly loosed the sash of her bedrobe and flung it open. He pushed the robe from her shoulders, pausing a moment to gaze down at her breasts. "You are so delicate," he said, more to himself than to her. "So soft, like the Genoese velvet I bought in Acre." Slowly, his eyes on her breast, he stroked his fingertips over her smooth flesh, drawing closer and closer to her silken nipple. He felt her tremble slightly and leaned his head down to take the smooth tip into his mouth. He felt her nipple tauten in his mouth and gently drew on it, savoring the texture as he suckled. He cupped his hand around her breast and pushed it upward to better possess her. He felt her arch her back and slipped one arm beneath her. He sought out her mouth again. To his delight, he felt her hand glide down over his hip, gently kneading his muscles, exploring his body as he was hers. As her searching fingers neared his groin, he felt himself stiffen in a nearly painful need. "Touch me, Kassia," he groaned softly. Unerringly, she touched her fingers to his throbbing manhood, and he heard her sharp intake of breath as she tried to take him in her hand. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart," he whispered between nipping kisses on her throat. "You will be soft and wet and ready for me. Let me show you." She grew utterly still as his hand roved over her ribs to her belly. He kneaded the soft flesh a moment, then laid his hand over the curling hair of her woman's mound. "You are holding now a man's desire," he teased her softly. "I am an obvious being with no hidden treasures. Unlike you." Gently he probed until he found her yielding flesh. "Here is your woman's place of pleasure, a small treasure of infinite beauty and enchantment." He heard her gasp in surprise and captured her mouth as his fingers continued to caress her rhythmically. "Does that please you?" he asked into her mouth. Kassia could think of no words. Her hips were pressing up against his beguiling fingers, and the only sound from her throat was a ragged groan. "I feel so odd," she gasped. She tightened her hold on his member, making him grimace. He prized her fingers loose, aware of her disappointment that his fingers had left her. "I would look at you now, sweeting." He reared up, parting her thighs. "Open your eyes and look at me, Kassia. There is no shame between husband and wife." He touched his fingertip to her and watched her hips twist. He slowly parted her and was startled at the provocative sensuousness of her. She was all delicate, soft pink, her woman's flesh lush and moist with her growing desire. Slowly he lowered his head and touched his lips to her. Kassia nearly leapt off the bed, a cry of utter surprise tearing from her mouth. "Oh no," she cried. "My lord, you must not. Please." She pressed her hands impotently against his shoulders. "Hush, Kassia. Do not interfere with a man's pleasure." "But you should not, surely." He laughed, his warm breath making her tingle. He continued to nuzzle her, explore her, learn what pleased her, but she would not ease, her embarrassment too great. He sighed, knowing he should not expect her to fall like a ripe plum into his mouth. He left her and lay beside her, drawing her into his arms. He began to kiss her deeply, even as his fingers caressed her, and he felt her slowly ease, tentatively returning his kisses. "Kassia, look at me." She clutched at his hand that rested on her belly. "Feel how soft and ready you are for me." She felt his fingers slip inside her. She gasped at his assault and tried to pull away from him. "Nay, little one." She was very small, stretching to hold his finger. He pushed deeper inside her until he felt her maidenhead. He probed gently against it, but it held fast. He cursed silently. She was stiff and afraid, and there was nothing he could do about it save get it over with. Slowly he drew up, parted her thighs, and guided himself into her. Kassia's eyes flew to his face. She tried to hold herself still, but she felt a pressure building inside her, felt herself stretching painfully. She gasped and tried to twist away from the pain. Graelam held himself still within her and brought his weight down over her.
Kassia, he said softly, gently kissing her. Hold still. She blanked. It hurts, she whispered. He could not help himself and moved deeper, pressing against her maidenhead. He felt her stiff and tense beneath him and gritted his teeth against the overwhelming urge to drive forward and plunge into the sweet depths of her. He held perfectly still, hoping she would become accustomed to the feel of him. He pressed harder against her maidenhead, but the barrier was as taut and strong as an Amazon's shield. Sweeting, I must cause you but a moment of pain. Hold on to me, Kassia. He looked down at her as he spoke and saw that her eyes were firmly closed, her face drawn in pain. What stopped him cold was the tears slowly trickling down her cheeks. He could not explain his action to himself, for never before had he foregone his own need. He pulled out of her, feeling her flinch as he withdrew, and clasped her tightly against him. She clasped her hands around his back and sought softly against his shoulder. He stroked her, calming her, until she eased. "'Twas not so bad," she whispered, pulling away from him slightly to see his face. "I am sorry I am such a coward. You did not hurt me greatly, truly, my lord." He wanted to laugh and to curse vilely at the same time. Instead, he kissed her until she was breathless. At least, he thought, he had stretched her somewhat. When she lay snuggled against his side, her breathing even in sleep, he stared into the darkness, cursing himself for 7 kinds of a fool. He should have gotten it over with. A woman's tears had never before touched him with such devastating result. A wife's maidenhead was a man's pride, yet he would have gladly foregone that small barrier to save her pain. That realization made him frown. She was, after all, but a woman, his possession, a creature whose only purpose was to give him pleasure and provide him with sons, and see to the management of his keep. But rant as he would at himself for his display of weakness, he could not dismiss the pain he had caused her. Ignorant little wench, he thought, she did not even realize she was yet a virgin. 13. She seems so proud of herself, Graelam thought, both amused and puzzled, as he watched Kassia chew on a piece of warm bread the next morning. With sudden insight, he realized that she believed herself a woman now, a wife, and was pleased with her accomplishment.
She was more confident, teasing his steward, blunt, as if she had known him all her life. And the old fool was grinning back at her, as if she were bestowing upon him the greatest gems of wisdom imaginable. Damn, he swore silently. How was he supposed to inform her that her maidenhead was still firmly in place? He sighed. He didn't want to tell her, but neither did he have any intention of letting this state of affairs continue. It had been his fault, of course, all because he had not wanted to cause her more pain. Abruptly, he said to her, "Kassia, I wish to ride. You will accompany me in an hour." She met his eyes shyly, but with a knowledgeable gleam in hers that made him want to laugh and berate her at the same time for her ridiculous ignorance. "'Twould be my pleasure, my lord," she said sweetly, but he saw the impish dimple peeping out. Exactly an hour later, Kassia, a triumphant smile on her lips, walked to the stables to meet Graelam. So much for Blanche and her attempts to frighten me, she thought, unconsciously squaring her shoulders. She had not meant to say anything to Blanche, but the sight of her giving the servants orders had ruffled her feathers. Now, Kassia had thought, she was the mistress of Wolffeton, and its management was her responsibility. She had said calmly to Alice, a woman of middle years, who seemed to have common sense and the respect of the other servants, "I wish to inspect the looms after I return from my ride with my lord. I think all of us need new garments." "I doubt," Blanche said sharply, before Alice could speak, wondering at this show of spine from the skinny twit, "that your husband will approve. He little appreciates unnecessary expense." "It is the Wolffeton sheep and their wool that are of concern," she said. "I doubt my lord cares a whit, and I would trust that he would not concern himself with household matters. The old woman who did all the weaving died some months ago. There is no one else to assume her job."
Kassia gaped at her in astonishment. "That is ridiculous." "I fear 'tis true, my lady," Alice said. "I," Blanche said, a pleased smile on her lips. "I, of course, asked Graelam for funds to hire a weaver to come to Wolffeton." "Well, I should think so," Kassia said. "I will, of course, teach the servants to weave and sew properly. If you please, Alice, see that all is in readiness for me when I return." She knew she should keep her mouth shut, but her resentment at Blanche overflowed once Alice was out of earshot. "I wonder that you do not possess such skill, Blanche. I am not a servant. A wife's responsibilities number many things, amongst them the knowledge to train servants. Just as a wife also enjoys many benefits, such as pleasure in her husband's company." Blanche paled. So Graelam had taken the girl, and evidently he had not hurt her. "Perhaps," she said nastily, her disappointment coming to the fore, "when your belly swells with child, you will not so much enjoy your husband's randy company. Whilst you retch and grow fat, you can rest assured that he will not be so concerned. Perhaps he will even provide you with another chamber, so he can continue to enjoy himself with his other women." "You speak as if you know," Kassia said calmly. "I," Blanche gave a dry laugh. "I am simply not a silly little girl who believes her husband is a gallant lord. I doubt Lord Graelam was faithful to my half-sister for above a month." "Graelam," Kassia said quietly, "is an honorable man. I cannot, of course, say anything about your half-sister, but I know he would never break faith with me." She was beginning to feel the nibblings of guilt, for she was not blind, and she knew that Blanche had wanted to wed Graelam. "Blanche, let us not disagree. You should not have lied to me about coupling." Blanche shrugged. "So you are larger than you look. I did not lie to you. I merely did not want you to go blindly like a sheep to slaughter." "Thank you for your consideration," Kassia said dryly. "Now I must go." Kassia felt pleased with herself. As to Blanche's terrible accusations, she knew it the result of jealousy. Coupling wasn't the terrible ordeal Kassia had believed it would be. His part of it hurt a bit, but nonetheless she had felt some pleasurable sensations at her husband's touch. "You are looking thoughtful." Cassia's face flooded with embarrassed color at her husband's voice. "Oh, I was just... that is, you were. It is a lovely morning, is it not?" A thick black brow winged upward. Graelam reached out his hand and cupped her chin. "If I threaten to beat you, will you tell me what your thoughts were?" She smiled, rubbing her cheek against his palm. "'Twas wool, my lord, pure and simple wool." He leaned down and lightly touched his lips to hers. "My thoughts, also, were pure." She gave a saucy giggle. "I do not believe you. Mayhap you have simple thoughts, but never pure ones." "Perhaps I should beat you," Graelam said thoughtfully. "A man does not want an impertinent wife." "Behold, a docile creature," Kassia said. She dropped him a deep curtsy. She no longer fears me, he realized. He supposed it pleased him, at least that she did not fear him sexually, and she made him smile. He said nothing as they rode from the keep southward along the coast road. The day was deliciously warm, for which he was greatly relieved. He shook his head at himself. Never before had he approached coupling with less passion and more planning. He gave Kassia a sideways look, but she seemed entirely possessed by the scenery. The road roughened downhill, then flattened out, swinging toward the cliff edge. To Cassia's surprise, Graelam left the road, slowing Demon to a walk, and disappeared for a moment over the edge. She followed him without question, and saw that there was a well-worn path down the cliff to the beach below. "It is not steep," Graelam called over his shoulder, "but go easy." When they reached the pebbly beach, Kassia drew in her breath in pleased surprise. "Oh, how lovely!" she exclaimed, slipping off Bluebell's back. The beach formed a deep half-circle, its arc protected by the overhanging cliff. Scraggly bushes and a few bowed trees provided more protection. As Graelam tethered Bluebell and Demon on long leads, Kassia walked around the beach. "This was my own private place when I was a boy," Graelam said. Kassia raised her face to the bright sun overhead and closed her eyes. The only sounds were the crashing waves and the squawking of the seabirds. "It is so peaceful," she said, turning to face him. "I am pleased you like it. We should have brought some wine and bread." "Kassia," he said suddenly, "how do you feel?" "My lord," she scolded him lightly, "I am as healthy as my fat Bluebell. You needn't concern yourself further. Are you sore?" "Sore?" She cocked her head to the side, a habit she had that he found charming. "From last night," he said. "Oh," she pressed her hands against her cheeks and shook her head. "As I said," Graelam continued calmly, "this is a very private place. No one will disturb us here." She looked utterly taken aback. "You wish to couple with me now?" "Aye," he said baldly. "But it is daylight. You can see. Surely you cannot." "Hush, Kassia," he said. "Come here." She had not considered that her husband would wish to take her again so soon. She supposed that one coupled occasionally when the man wished it. But "I feel so stupid," she said, and stepped against him, her head lowered against his chest. She felt his arms go around her, pulling her more closely against him. "Why do you say that?" he said, lightly kissing the soft curls over her temple. "You will laugh at me, I know it," she muttered. She raised her face and felt an odd longing course through her as she stared up into her husband's dark eyes. "I did not believe that one coupled frequently. Perhaps just once, to create a babe." He looked startled. Then he squeezed her tightly until she squeaked. "Creating a babe, Kassia, usually takes a lot of effort." "It is a task that most men willingly seek. And, dearling, it will be up to me to make you want to couple too, quite often." She looked doubtful, but did not further question him, particularly when he lowered his mouth to hers. She stood passively against him, embarrassingly aware of his large hands stroking down her back to cup beneath her buttocks. Now that she knew about a man's desire, she knew from his hardness against her belly that he wanted her. She remembered Blanche's taunts about Graelam sleeping with other women. If a man was always so eager to couple, was a woman, any woman, merely a convenience? Graelam released her and gently set her aside. She watched him silently as he spread 2 thick blankets on the ground and smoothed them out. Never, Graelam thought again, had he approached coupling with less enthusiasm. He was well aware that Kassia had not responded to him, and it made him grind his teeth. Damn her, she could have at least pretended. On the heels of that thought, he quickly retrenched. No, he wanted no acting from her. Indeed, he was pleased that she was too ignorant to feign pleasure. It meant that when he brought her to pleasure, he would know it. Patience, he reminded himself. He sat down on the blanket and patted the place beside him, then leaned back on his elbows and watched her approach warily and slowly. When she eased down beside him, he did not touch her. He was surprised when she said hesitantly, "Have you known many women, my lord?" "There is one more that I would know," he said. He turned on his side to face her and gently drew her down onto her back. "This morning you were not afraid of me. You were, if I am not mistaken, quite pleased with yourself over sharing my bed, over becoming a wife to me." "Aye, 'tis true," she admitted, frowning at his ease in reading her thoughts. "And I do not believe that I have ever really feared you, my lord. When all I wish to do is give you pleasure, it is foolish for you to do so." He was lightly stroking her hand as he spoke. Very slowly, he eased his fingers over her belly and began to gently knead her. Kassia had closed her eyes, and she knew the moment he leaned his head over hers, for he blotted out the sun. Unconsciously, she ran her tongue over her lips to moisten them. She heard him suck in his breath, then felt his lips, gentle and undemanding, explore hers. He did not have to tell her to part her lips. She felt an unaccountable urge to do so. He did not ravish her mouth, merely teased her with his tongue, lightly foraging, taunting her gently. Kassia wanted to feel more. Without thought, she raised her arm and pressed her hand along the back of his neck and pressed down. He deepened the pressure, and the odd, tingly sensations she had felt briefly the night before coursed through her. "Oh," she whispered into his mouth. He lifted his head and smiled down at her. "Please, my lord, do not stop." His fingers were pressed together, lightly resting in a wedge between her thighs. "What do you want me to do, Kassia?" Her hips jerked upward against his hand, and she blushed at what her body had done. "Everything," she gasped. Graelam laughed, a pure, deep sound, and hugged her against him. "You are too warm," he said, and began to unfasten her tunic. She squirmed against him, unable to help herself. His movements were smooth and fast, and soon she was lying beneath him in naught but her thin linen shift. For a long moment he merely stared down at her, his eyes roving from her face downward until they came to rest at her belly. Slowly he lifted her shift until she was naked to her waist. He did not mean to think her beautiful, but oddly enough he found her so. Her legs were long and straight. He touched his hand to her white flesh and gently stroked downward. It was rare that he spent so much time seducing a woman, but he realized vaguely that somehow his own pleasure was tied to hers. Slowly, gently, he continued exploring her, then parted her thighs with his fingers. Her warm moistness made him smile triumphantly. Kassia trembled as his fingers neared the soft, hidden seat of her pleasure. But instead of giving her what she wanted, he rose suddenly and jerked off his clothes. Nearby, he laid down a small jar of cream, not letting her see it. "Sit up," he said. She did as he bid. He slipped her shift over her head, then pressed her again onto her back. He laid beside her, the heat of his body making her quiver, and let his fingers rove again over her belly. He kissed her, letting her deepen the pressure. He felt her hands frantically clutching at his back. "Kassia," he said softly, "I would love you now, and you will not say me nay, nor will you feel embarrassment or guilt." She stared up at him vaguely, not understanding, only knowing that her body was somehow an instrument she didn't control. He watched her carefully as his fingers caressed her. When he dipped his fingers into the cream and slowly entered her, she gasped, her eyes flying to his face. She grasped his arm, but he merely eased more deeply into her, soothing her, easing his way. His fingers pressed against her maidenhead, but not hard enough to hurt her. Her muscles tensed around his fingers, and he groaned at the thought of her doing that to his manhood. Damn, he thought vaguely, he had not felt such lust since he was an untried boy. He lowered himself over her, careful not to hurt her with his weight, and slowly eased down her body until he was on his knees between her parted thighs. She tried to jerk away from him when he nuzzled his face against her, but he merely tightened his hold, drawing her hips upward. Despite what he had said, she felt consumed with embarrassment, her rising passion crushed. Surely he should not be doing that to her, not with his mouth. She tried to wriggle away from him, but he held her firm. "Give in, Kassia," he said, his warm breath touching her intimately. "Relax." Graelam teased her soft woman's flesh, willing her to respond to him, but she did not. Time, he thought. It would take time to make her at ease with him. His lips left her reluctantly, and he felt desire roaring in his head. The softness of her, the sweet taste of her, her woman's scent made him wild to bury himself deep within her. Slowly, he parted her thighs and eased into her. The cream soothed his way. He kept his eyes on her face. "Kassia," he said, holding himself perfectly still. Kassia felt the pressure of him inside her, but there was no pain, only a fullness that was not at all unpleasant. She opened her eyes and smiled up at him. "Sweeting, I must cause you bit of discomfort. Hold on to me. It will be over quickly." She clasped her hands around his back obediently, not understanding. He tore through her taut maidenhead, seating himself to his hilt within her. He took her cry of pain into his mouth. Her body was quivering, but he knew he could not leave her, not again. He kissed away her tears, trying to concentrate on her, to keep himself in check. But it was no use. He moved slightly, feeling the tight sheath squeezing him, and that brought him over the edge. He possessed her, driving deep, rasping groans coming from his mouth. It was minutes later that Graelam raised himself on his elbows and gazed down into her pale face. "You are mine now," he said, and generations of possessiveness sounded in his deep, hoarse voice. "Why did you hurt me?" He kissed her lightly on her mouth, a slight smile curving his lips. "You were still a virgin, sweetheart." She blinked at him. "But last night, you came inside me, you—" He carefully eased out of her and lay on his side beside her. "Last night," he said slowly, "I did not finish what I started. I could not, for I was hurting you too much. That is why I brought you here today. I wanted to get the damned business over with. Kassia, did you feel any pleasure?" She nodded. "When next we couple, there will be only pleasure, I promise you. Will you trust me?" "How can there be pleasure?" she managed, her eyes fastened on his chest.
"You are large, and will remain so. 'Twas the rending of your maidenhead that caused most of the pain, and now I promise you it is no longer there. That small barrier did not wish to allow a man within. Even my husband?" He smiled, relieved. "We will use cream until you are well used to me." He was stroking her tumbled hair, and she turned her face to nuzzle her cheek against his palm. "Did I please you? I am so ignorant. I do not know what to do." "You pleased me. You will respond to me, Kassia, once you forget your embarrassment. Do I not need skill, my lord?" He thought of her killing hold on his manhood the night before, and grinned ruefully. "Aye," he said, "I will teach you." "When?" Greedy wench. He squeezed her tightly until she yelped for breath. "When you are no longer sore from this plowing, sweetheart." 14. Graelam led his fatigued men into the inner bailey, a smile leaping to his eyes at the sight of Kassia, clutching her gown above her ankles so she would not trip, hurtling down the steps of the great hall toward him. He quickly dismounted, tossed Demon's reins to the stable hand, and caught her up in his arms. He held her above his head for a moment, feeling her warm laughter flow over him like soothing balm. "Welcome home, my lord. Did all go well at Crandall? Who is the new castellan? There was no fighting, was there? You were not hurt?" He gave her a quick kiss and set her down, aware that every eye in the castle was enjoying their reunion. "So many questions," he teased her softly. "Everything is fine, Kassia," he added quickly, seeing her pale at the dried blood on his sleeve. "But your arm," she said in a shaking voice. "I took a fall when Demon slipped. 'Tis not. Such a welcome, and I was away but 4 days." She laughed and hugged him. "When I was told you were approaching, I ordered water taken to our bedchamber for your bath. Or would you prefer some ale first? Come, my lord, and I will attend you." He smiled at her tumbling excitement. "I will follow in a moment. First, I must see to Demon. I fear his hock is bruised. May I help you, my lord?" Graelam turned to Avian. "Well, boy, you are looking fit. Aye, come with me. My lady, soon," he added, dropping his voice. "'Tis more than a bath that I desire." He grinned at the rush of color to her cheeks, patted her shoulder, and strode toward the stables, Avian trying valiantly to keep pace with him. "You are looking well, my lady," Guy said, drawing her attention from her husband's retreating figure. "What? Oh, Guy!" He mocked her gently. "You are not concerned about my health, my lady?" "You, sir," she said with a scolding frown, "are but a worthless knave. It is your responsibility to see that my lord comes to no harm." "True," Guy sighed. "I fear Graelam's thoughts were on other things, thus his clumsiness. He is the only one of us who has shucked off his fatigue like an old cloak, and all at the sight of you, my lady." Kassia laughed disclaimingly, but turned pink with pleasure at his words. "I see Blanche hovering about like a disapproving abbess," Guy observed.
Cassia's smile faded somewhat. "Has she been a trial to you, my lady?" "Nay, truly, 'tis just that well, she is unhappy, Guy. I imagine she tries to treat you like an unwanted guest," he said shrewdly. "Graelam should find her a husband, and soon." But something deep within him hated that thought. Damn her, he thought, irritated at both himself and her. Why couldn't she let go? But he knew the answer to that. Blanche was strong-willed and determined. She could see no other course open to her. "She spends much of her time in the chapel," Kassia said. "I fear she is praying not for a husband, but for ways of doing me in. But enough of my woes, Guy. What happened at Crandall?" "All went just as Graelam thought, and I will leave your husband to tell you about it. No fighting? No attempt at treachery? Nay, 'twas revoltingly tame. You may be disappointed because there were no heads to knock together, but I am relieved. Just you wait for supper. 'Tis my major accomplishment in the 4 days you have been absent. Strung that varlet Dacon up by his worthless heels? Nay, but I did discover that one of his assistants, a poor fellow who spent most of his time being kicked about and cursed, is really quite accomplished. 'Tis he who now does the cursing." The roast pork was tender, well seasoned, and altogether delicious. Graelam saw that Kassia was regarding him for all the world like a child waiting for her parents' approval, her own food untouched. He sampled the other fare with negligent thoroughness whilst he talked with Blount. "The merchant Dryas would settle at Wolffeton, my lord," Blount said. "He, of course, brings some dozen or so men with him. And their families? Aye, my lord. As you know, we need no more labor in the fields or in the mill. Our wheat production already exceeds our needs. I know it well, Blount. What we do need is money and the ability to trade our excess wool. Prepare a charter. I will meet with Dryas when it is done to settle on terms. If it is successful, my lord, it is likely other craftsmen will make their way here." Graelam nodded, then turned to Kassia. "Did you procure some new wine, my lady? I believe I find something of an improvement." Her lips tightened until she saw his dark eyes were alight. "The merchant Dryas, you know, my lord," she said demurely. "He wished to be in your good graces. The wine is from Bordeaux." "You lie as fluently as do I," Graelam said, smiling at her. "But imagine how fluent I shall be when I have gained your years, my lord." Blount, trying to hide his gasp, said quickly, "Nay, my lord, 'tis not the wine that is different. My lady but jests." Graelam turned a surprised look toward his steward. "'Tis the pork, my lord," Blount continued feebly. Graelam felt something of a shock when he realized that Blount was trying to protect Kassia from his wrath, that he had, in fact, expected Graelam to be furious at his wife's gentle teasing. But Graelam wasn't angry. He had, in fact, been on the point of continuing the jest with his wife when Blount interrupted. "And the bread and vegetables and pheasant pie," Kassia added on a laugh, wondering why the well-spoken, polished steward was fumbling about for his words. "I imagine," Graelam said coolly, "that there is even an improvement in the apples. Do they taste redder, Kassia?" "Actually," Kassia confided, leaning toward her husband, "I did polish yours on my sleeve." Graelam claimed her hand and slowly raised it to his lips. "I doubt," he said softly, "that this excellent meal, I did notice, you may be certain, could taste as tempting as do you." "Oh, Kassia," said helplessly, as his tongue lightly brushed over her palm. She was thrown into confusion, but Graelam merely sat back in his chair and grinned shamelessly at her. He was relieved that his robe was full cut, for his body was reacting just as shamelessly to her shamelessly. "He is bewitched," Blanche muttered, just loud enough for Guy to hear her. Guy turned thoughtful eyes to her flushed face. "You must cease this, Blanche," he said finally. Christ, if only he had something to offer her. "Listen to me," he continued in an urgent voice. Kassia is his wife. That is an end to it. And, he added, seeing that she would say more, he appears quite pleased with her. How oft must I remind you? Things change, Blanche said. He will soon grow bored with her. 'Twould make no difference in any case. Mayhap he would send her back to her father, or she would leave. I doubt, Blanche, that you will still be at Wolffeton should such a thing occur. You take her part, too. Can it be, Sir Guy, that you are also bewitched with the skinny little Blanche? He said, now thoroughly irritated with her. I would that your thoughts matched your outward beauty. Stop being such a bloody shrew. Guy turned abruptly away from her, his eyes upon his master and mistress. Graelam bid an abrupt good night to his men, and rose, grasping Kassia's hand. At last, he said, drawing her arm through his.
"Does your arm pain you, my lord?" Kassia asked, as she skipped up the stairs to keep up with him. "Nay, 'tis other parts of me that are in dire pain." Concern washed over her face. "Pray tell me, if I cannot ease you, surely Etta will know of a suitable remedy." "Presently," he said. Once inside their bedchamber, he firmly closed the door and leaned against it, watching her. "I have missed you," he said. "And I you, my lord." She smiled up at him, but he saw that her hands were twisting nervously in the folds of her gown. "4 days, and you fear me again?" She shook her head. "Nay, I do not fear you, my lord. I am relieved. You do know, do you not, how you will ease me?" Her eyes flew to his face. "Your arm," she blurted out. "You will hurt your wound." "There are few stitches to rend, and the bandage is secure. I would ask that you help me out of my clothes." She did as she was bid, saying nothing until he stood in front of her naked. His desire for her was obvious, and she backed away. "Chess!" she exclaimed. "I am really quite good, my lord. Would you like to—" He cut her off, his brow not in a frown. "Kassia, I do not want to play chess. I want you naked and in my bed." She was a fool, she thought, to have wished him home so quickly. "My lord," she said, as calmly as she could manage, "I do not wish, that is, I cannot be naked." His frown deepened. "You cannot still be sore from our last coupling? 'Twas nearly 5 days ago." "Nay, I am not sore. Kassia, look at me." She wanted nothing more than to sink into the fresh reeds beneath her feet and disappear through the floor. Slowly she raised her face, so embarrassed that she was trembling. "I told you that our coupling would not hurt you again." He heard himself speak the words gently, reassuringly. It bothered him that she did not want him. "I know," she said quietly. "I would willingly come to you, my lord, but I cannot. Please." He burst out laughing and grabbed her, pulling her tightly against him. "You are silly, Kassia," he said. He cupped her face between his hands and lowered his face to kiss her. He felt her start, as if in surprise, and for a moment she responded to him. Then she stiffened, a small cry of distress muffled in his mouth. "Sweetheart," he said, "it is your monthly flux, is it not?" She nodded, mute with embarrassment. "That is no problem, you will see. Come now, I will help you undress." She stood still as a stone. Graelam slowly loosed his hold on her. He guessed that her embarrassment could not be easily overcome. He felt his desire fading. Oddly enough, he did not want to force her, did not want to ease himself in her body without her feeling equal need for him. "Do you feel discomfort in your belly?" he asked her gently. "Nay," she whispered. "'Tis not that, my lord." "I know." He sighed and stepped away from her. "How much longer, Kassia?" "Another day or so." "Come to bed when it pleases you," he said. He sank down into the soft feather and straw mattress and forced himself to turn on his side away from her. When she finally slipped into bed beside him, she was wearing her bedrobe. He turned and pulled her against him. She was rigid as a board. He kissed her gently on her forehead. "I am sorry," she whispered against his chest. "'Tis just that I have never spoken of such things, save with Etta." "I am your husband," he said. "You must learn to speak to me of everything." "That is what my father said." "Your father?" Graelam repeated blankly.
She did not reply, and Graelam continued to stroke her back. "You see," she said finally, propping herself up on her elbow, "I did not become a woman for a very long time. There was a count from Flanders who saw me at Charles de Marseille's court when I was 15, and asked my father about marriage. 'Twas Etta who told my father that I must have more time. He was upset with me for not telling him myself, but I was so ashamed." She burrowed her face into the hollow of his neck. "What happened to the count?" Graelam asked. "Once father and I returned to Belterre, I worked very hard to convince him that I was indispensable to his comfort. He forgot the count. And will you prove yourself just as indispensable to me?" "Of course," she said, and he could picture the impish smile on her face. "Did not your wine already taste better?" Graelam grinned into the darkness until his mind finally convinced his body, still vividly hungering of her, that he must wait another day or so. "Perhaps we will play chess tomorrow night," he said. Graelam stepped into his bedchamber, a frown on his face, for he was worried about Demon's still swollen hock. Also, Nan had purposefully brushed her body against him, an invitation clear in her eyes. It had angered him that his body had leapt in response. And there was Blanche, sobbing her heart out against his tunic. He sighed, drawing up at the sight of Kassia, so immersed in her sewing that she did not hear him. He drew closer, a reluctant smile appearing on his lips at her look of intense concentration. His eyes fell to the garment in her lap, and his smile faltered, then disappeared entirely. It was a singularly beautiful piece of burgundy velvet that he had brought back from Genoa. "What are you doing?" Kassia jumped, jabbing the needlepoint into her thumb. "Oh!" she cried, and quickly licked away the drop of blood before it fell to the velvet. "I repeat," Graelam said, pointing to the velvet on her lap, "what are you doing with that? I wish you had not come in so stealthily, my lord. Now I am found out." She smiled winsomely up at him, and felt her smile crack at his continued scowl. "I do not recall having given you permission to rifle my trunk and make yourself free with my belongings." She cocked her head, as was her unconscious habit, but he felt no tug of amusement. Not this time. "Well," he demanded, "it did not occur to me, my lord, that you would be upset at my taking the velvet. It is a lovely piece, and I thought—" "What is mine," he said coldly. "If you wished to make yourself a new gown, you should have asked me. I thought," she began again, raising her chin just a trifle, "that I shared in your possessions, just as you share in mine. Your father," Graelam said, his voice becoming even colder, "did me a great disservice. What is yours is mine, my lady, and what is mine remains mine." "But that is hardly fair," she blurted out before she could stop herself. "God's bones," Graelam muttered. "Just because I have allowed you to play at being mistress of Wolffeton, play." Kassia bounded to her feet, the precious velvet falling to the floor. "You will not interrupt me again, madam. Pick up the cloth. I do not wish it to become soiled. And remove your stitches." She stared at him, so indignant that she could find no words. His kindness to her since his return was forgotten. "And what, my lord," she said at last, her voice trembling, "did you intend the velvet for?" It was Graelam's turn to stare at his wife. He had likely been a fool, he realized, to treat her so indulgently. And poor Blanche, had Kassia treated her as unkindly as Blanche had sobbed to him? He gritted his teeth. "Pick up the velvet," he repeated, "and let me hear no more of your ill-humored tongue." Etta, standing still as a tombstone outside the bedchamber door, listened with mounting fear. Seldom had her gentle mistress ever spoken in anger to anyone. She launched through the open door just as Kassia, too angry to be afraid, shouted, "No! My baby!" Etta exclaimed, rushing toward her mistress. "Have you nearly finished with your lord's tunic? He will be so pleased. Oh, forgive me, my lord. I did not know. My eyes, I did not see you." Graelam was stopped cold. His eyes narrowed on the old nurse's guileless face, then slewed back to his wife. Slowly, he leaned over and picked up the velvet, spreading it out over his arm. He looked at the exquisite stitching, traced his fingers over the width of material, and felt a fool. Without raising his head, he said in Etta's direction, "Get out."
Etta, clutching her rosary, fled the bedchamber, praying that she had saved her mistress. "It is a tunic for me," Graelam said. "Aye, you are so large, and your shirts and tunics so worn and ill-fitting. I wanted you to be garbed as you should be." He looked at her for several moments, trying to still his guilt. "You will ask me in the future," he said, and tossed the velvet to her. "And, my lady, you will answer me honestly when I ask you a question." With those emotionless, cold words, Graelam turned on his heel and strode from the bedchamber, leaving Kassia to grind her teeth and jab her needle into the velvet. Upon reflection, she knew she should have told him immediately that it was not a gown for herself she was making. But how dare he treat her so? Ill-humored tongue. Looking down, she realized she had set several very crooked stitches and jerked them out of the velvet, venting all her fury on the hapless thread. 15, Graelam stood on the ramparts, looking east toward rolling green hills. He had tried to concentrate on the administrative problems Blount had brought him: 2 peasants who wanted the same girl for wife, a dispute over the ownership of a pig, and a crusty old man who had wanted to sell Graelam his daughter. But it was no use. He turned westward and watched the sun make its downward descent. A slight breeze ruffled his hair, and he impatiently smoothed it out of his eyes. My lord. It was as if he had willed her to appear. Slowly, Graelam turned to Kassia, standing some distance away from him, her head bowed. "My lady," he greeted her, his voice clipped. "The baker has made some pastries I thought you would like. Almond and honey, your favorite." Graelam cursed under his breath. "Can you not come closer?" She obeyed him, but her step was hesitant. He watched the sunlight create glints of copper and gold in her hair. He felt a pang of guilt, and it angered him. "I don't want the pastries," he said when she came to a pained halt in front of him. "I did not really come for that reason," Kassia said, raising her head. She was pale, and he saw the strain in her eyes. Damn, he had but chastised her for taking the cloth. "Why did you come?" he asked. "To tell you, I am sorry. I should not have taken the velvet without your permission." "Then why did you do it?" "I wanted to surprise you." She looked at him searchingly, hopeful of some bending, but his face was impassive. "I meant no harm." He saw her blink rapidly and lower her head. Kassia quickly turned away from him, not wanting him to see her tears. Her anger at him was gone, and she had hoped that he would smile at her again and dismiss the entire incident. But he looked all the more grim. Graelam cursed and grabbed her arm. "I did not give you permission to go," he said harshly. He closed his hand more tightly about her arm, feeling her delicate and fragile bones that would snap like a twig under his strength. "Why do you not eat the pastries? By all the saints, you are so slight that a breeze could sweep you away." Kassia did not understand him. He sounded furious, yet his hand had eased on her arm, and his fingers were gently massaging where he had clasped her so harshly. "Truly, my lord," she said at last, "I did not mean to anger you. I did not—" "No, 'tis obvious," he interrupted her, hating the pleading in her voice. He dropped her arm and turned slightly away from her. "You gave orders to have the outbuildings whitewashed." "Aye," she admitted in a small voice, cursing herself at the same time for her cowardice. Were she at Belterre, she wanted to shout at him. Not only would she have given orders to whitewash the sheds, but she would have also overseen, with her father, the drawing of the charter with the merchant Driot. Would he give her authority to act as mistress of Wolffeton 1 minute and withdraw it the next? Silence stretched between them. "Have I your permission to go now, my lord?" "Why, my lady?" he asked, turning to face her again. "Do you not find my company to your liking?" "I must tell the servants not to whitewash the outbuildings. I want it done." "Leave be." Her eyes flew to his face. He smiled at the spark of anger he saw there. But it immediately recalled another matter to mind.
"What did you do to Blanche in my absence? She was very upset." She cocked her head to one side, clearly puzzled. I do not understand. She was crying earlier. Indeed, she had wet his tunic through. You are not to give her orders, Kassia, or make her life unpleasant. She is a gentle lady, and deserving of kind treatment. Surely, Kassia thought, he could not be talking about his sister-in-law Blanche. Before she could stop herself, she blurted out, "Which Blanche do you mean, my lord? One of the serving maids?" "Perhaps," he said coldly. "Blanche could teach you submissiveness and the proper respect for your husband." She felt such a surge of anger that she feared what she would say if she remained with him. She gasped her rage, turned on her heel, and ran as fast as she could back along the narrow walkway. "Kassia, come back here!" She tripped on her long gown at his furious voice and swayed for an instant, the cobblestones of the Inner Bailey rising upward toward her. "Hell fire, you stupid wench!" Graelam roared, his gut wrenching at the sight of her weaving toward the edge of the rampart. He lurched forward, grabbed her arm, and jerked her back. "Have you no sense?" he yelled at her, shaking her so hard her neck snapped back. She cried out, a soft, broken sound that froze him. He stared down at her white face, cursed savagely, and pulled her against him. He enveloped her in his arms, unconsciously rocking her. She leaned pliantly against him, her cheek pressed against his chest. He could feel her small breaths heaving against him as she tried to stop her gasping breaths. He felt a bolt of lust so powerful that he was momentarily stunned. He realized vaguely that it was born of fear for her and anger, but it did not matter. She was his wife, damn it, and he had not possessed her for 6 days. In one swift motion, he lifted her over his shoulder and strode toward the steep wooden stairs that led down to the Inner Bailey. He paid no attention to the scores of gaping servants or to his men who watched his progress. He was breathing hard when he finally reached their bedchamber, but not from exertion. He kicked the door closed behind him and strode to the bed. He eased her off his shoulder and laid her on her back. He pulled his trousers open, his hands shaking, then turned back to her. He jerked off her leather slippers, pulled up her clothes, bearing her to her waist, and flung himself down over her. "Damn you," he growled harshly, and kissed her brutally. Kassia felt suspended, as if time had stopped, and she was another, gazing down upon the furious man savaging a girl who was no longer she. She felt his hands upon her, roughly jerking her legs apart. When he reared over her, she realized starkly that he was going to force her. Still, her mind held her utterly still, like a stick puppet with no will of her own. She felt his fingers parting her, felt his rigid manhood thrust inward. A tearing pain seared her, plummeting her mind back into her body. She screamed, a high, thin wailing sound that melded with his harsh breathing, and her body fought the pain. She began to fight him, striking his shoulders and back with all her strength, but she was impaled, helpless. Graelam felt himself tearing into her small, unwilling body. Thrusting his full length, he seated himself to his hilt. Her pounding fists made no impression on him as he sought to subdue her, to force her to utter submission. He flung himself onto her, grasped her face between his hands, and thrust his tongue into her mouth. At the taste of her salty tears, his mind balked, but his body, intent upon release, rammed into her until his senses blurred and his seed burst from his body. He was insensate for several moments. It was her helpless moan that jerked him to awareness. He raised himself over her and stared down at her face. Her eyes were pressed tightly closed, her thick lashes wet spikes against her cheeks. There was a spot of blood on her lower lip, bitten in pain. He closed his own eyes for a moment, wishing he could close out the enormity of what he had done. Kassia. Her name was a growl of pain on his lips. He withdrew from her, feeling her quiver, and drew her into his arms. She lay utterly still,
unresponsive even as he smoothed the curls back from her forehead. "Look at me, damn you! Kassia, open your eyes." He clasped her jaw and shook her head until her lashes fluttered and she looked up at him. What he saw chilled him. She was staring up at him, and he knew that the wide, unseeing look in her eyes reflected her thoughts. "Stop it," he shouted at her, shaking her shoulders. She did not respond. For the first time in his life, he felt himself to be despicable, a brute who would hurt someone who had not half his strength. He knew a churning fear that made him tremble. "Kassia," he whispered, and buried his face in her hair. "You hurt me." Her small, stricken voice made him jerk his head up. The blind look was gone from her eyes, and she was regarding him like a child who does not understand why the parent has struck him. "You promised you would never hurt me again. You lied to me." He wanted to beg her forgiveness, but the words stuck in his throat. Never in his life had he uttered such words to a woman. Images of his father telling him that a wife was her husband's possession, to do with as he pleased, careened through his mind. A woman had no will. She existed only through her husband and through her children. He was struggling with himself when she spoke again, softly, her voice holding no anger, no reproach. "You told me that being a wife was better than being a dog. You told me that there were benefits to being a wife." He said helplessly, "I told you that. I think," she said very clearly, "that I should prefer being a dog." "You have no choice in the matter," he said sharply. "You are as God fashioned you. Must I also blame God?" She moved away from him, and he let her go. She pulled her clothing down and stood a moment by the bed. She looked remote, yet utterly calm. "Have I your permission to leave now, my lord? There is the meal to see to. I would not want you displeased." He stared at her, frustrated, sunk in his own guilt. "Go," he said harshly. She turned away without another word. He saw her weave a moment, then stiffen and walk slowly toward the door. Graelam closed his eyes a moment. He pictured the Earl of Drexel in his mind, the man whose page and squire he had been, the man who had knighted the very young Graelam for saving his life at the Battle of Evesham. He had attended him after the battle, as was his wont, and watched his blood-lust become sexual lust. It did not surprise him, for he had seen his lord take both willing and unwilling women. But the peasant wench had screamed and fought. The Earl had merely laughed, cuffing her senseless. What else are women good for, lad, if not for a man's pleasure? The stupid wench wasn't even a virgin. He had shaken his head, perplexed. The fat priest with them had said nothing. It was a point of debate among church prelates whether or not women possessed a soul. Then why, Graelam thought, did he feel so despicable, like a mindless, rutting animal? Kassia was his possession. There would be no one to say him nay or even look at him askance if he beat her within an inch of his life, with or without just cause. Why, then, did he feel as if he had destroyed something precious, as if he had wantonly crushed a rare flower underfoot before its petals had unfurled? He rose slowly, like an old man, and straightened his clothes. He paused, seeing blood on his member. He cursed softly to the silent chamber. Blanche smiled and said gaily to the stone-faced Sir Guy, "Such a shame, is it not, Sir Guy?" "I do not know what you are talking about," he said coldly, not looking at her. She laughed. "Ah, such a pity, but I do not suppose you heard her screams. And look at her now, no longer the proud, preening little fool she was." Guy had been looking at Kassia. She looked dazed, her face so pale as to be waxen. He saw Graelam lean toward her, and felt himself stiffen as she jerked away. Everyone in the castle knew that Graelam had abused his wife. To Guy's surprise, only a very few of the men had appeared untouched by his actions. Most of them had been tensely silent. Even Blount, Graelam's crusty steward, had tightened his thin lips in anger.
Of course, Blanche was delighted. He turned to her and felt his own anger near the boiling point at the smug smile on her lips. He wanted to shake her until her teeth rattled and kiss her until she was breathless. "To anger Graelam so quickly," she said, shaking her head in mock sorrow. As to her own staring performance, she firmly repressed her guilt, saying over and over in her mind that she must see to herself and her children, for there was no one else to. She didn't understand why she acted such a witch in front of Guy. It is because he champions Kassia. It angered her that he did, but she refused to examine why this was so. After all, he was merely a landless knight. She saw him gazing toward Kassia, and the words flowed angrily from her mouth. "I heard that she had stolen some precious cloth from his trunk. Perhaps he will send her back to her home, where she belongs. Surely, Guy, you do not defend her." She supposed that she achieved what she wanted. Guy's lips were drawn in a thin line, and his fine eyes glittered at her. His calmly spoken words took her off guard. "Do you know, Blanche, I am tempted to marry you myself. Were you my wife, I would beat you senseless." "If the girl were not such a fool," Blanche said finally, wishing his words did not dig so deeply, and hating the shuddering response they aroused in her, Graelam would not have struck her. "She thinks herself above all of us. My lord would not long tolerate such airs." Guy closed his eyes a moment against the temptation to haul Blanche over his shoulder that very instant, and what he would do with her once he had done this he didn't know. He forced his attention back to Graelam. He could not understand the Lord of Wolffeton. Until today, Graelam had been so gentle toward his lady. There was no doubt in Guy's mind that he had missed Kassia during their absence from Wolffeton. His greeting of her upon their return was proof enough. What, he wondered, was in his lord's mind? Graelam speared a bit of tender fish on his knife and thrust it into his mouth. He could feel the tension radiating from Kassia. The fish tasted of fear, her fear of him. Damn her. He didn't want her to be afraid of him. He wanted to hear her laugh again, to see the dimples deepen in her cheeks. "I have no choice," Kassia was thinking. "No choice at all. I do not understand him, yet I must bear whatever he metes out to me." The events of the day had effectively destroyed all the budding happiness she had known since she had come to Wolffeton as his wife. Why had he been so gentle with her at first, if it was his intention to become a ravening beast? She closed her eyes, knowing that soon she would have to share his bed. Would he force her again? She picked up her goblet of wine, but her hand was shaking so badly she quickly lowered it back to the table. "Where is your pride, you spineless wench? Will you spend the rest of your days cowering, wondering if he will turn on you again if you serve him a meal not to his liking, or speak to Blanche in a voice that pleases him not?" Her chin went up, and she sat straight in her chair. Slowly, she turned to face her husband. "My lord," she said quietly, drawing his attention from his baked heron. He looked at her intently, and she had to call upon a strength she had not known she possessed not to cower. "I?" he asked, his expression impassive. "I would like to." The tone should be world-weary and professional. Stress should be conveyed through a tightening of the voice, or a slightly flat affect, rather than shouting or exaggerated anger. Dialogue. Yuki, her voice should be lighter and more engaged, but still within a realistic, natural conversational range. Climax. The transition to action must be quick and urgent, but the emotion of alarm should be understated, e.g., a sharp intake of breath or a sudden increase in volume or pace for only a few words, reflecting a professional reacting immediately without losing control. Goal. The delivery should sound authentic, as if the character is recounting a stressful event the day after, making the thrill organic and believable, not imposed. Understand my role at Wolffeton. He saw the firmness in her eyes and felt a moment of pleasure at her defiance. But she is but a woman, his mind told him. A woman, especially a wife, must never dictate to her husband.
Your role, he said calmly, is to see to my pleasure. Her eyes remained steady on his face. You told me that you had allowed me to play at being mistress at Wolffeton. I know that I am young, my lord, but I managed Belterre since my mother's death, a holding just as vast as this keep. Is it your pleasure that I indeed be the mistress of Wolffeton? She saw his eyes go briefly toward Blanche, and felt a surge of fury wash through her. She spoke without thought. Why did you not wed her, my lord? Why did you not allow our marriage to be annulled? It was odd, Graelam thought, but he did not have an answer to her question. Indeed, his thinking continued, how dare she even question him? You are the mistress of Wolffeton, he said coldly, but you will not harm those less fortunate than you. Do you understand me? Again she blurted out her thoughts, sarcasm thick in her voice. I, fortunate, my lord? Enough, Kassia. His voice, a low hiss, washed over her. He clutched her arm, and her courage, illusory at best, faltered. She knew she could not try to jerk away from him, not in front of 50 people, not in front of Blanche or the serving wench, Nan. As you wish, my lord, she said, bowing her head. As mistress of Wolffeton, I will need funds to see to improvements within the keep. There are none, he said shortly. Soon you will sign the charter with the merchant Drew. In my experience, the charter will bring you immediate access to goods. He stared at her a moment. In your experience? A woman should not understand those things, he said slowly. He saw the mounting frustration in her eyes, and shrugged. Very well, you have my permission to speak with Blount, but, my lady, you will not instruct him. I understand, she said, her head still bowed. He is a man, and thus far superior to me. I am not to annoy him with my silly questions and demands. You understand well, he said sharply. See that that sarcastic tongue of yours stays quiet in your mouth. Her hand balled into a fist in her lap. He added softly, and watch Blanche. I find her attitude and demeanor much to my liking. As you wish, my lord. It will be just as you say, my lord. May I now be excused now, my lord? I wish to retire. Even though her words reeked with meekness, Graelam knew that she was mocking him. Her submissiveness was feigned. It both pleased him and angered him. She was unlike any woman in his experience. She was gently bred, and yet he had treated her cruelly. He sighed. You may go. Kassia endured Etta's worried frowns and clucking advice all during her bath. Please leave off, Etta, she said finally, wrapping her bedrobe securely about her. But my baby, you cannot continue to challenge your lord. I did not say that I had, Kassia said sharply. Etta shook her head sadly. There is no need. I know you. Would you prefer that I lie down upon the floor and let him tread over me like a rug? He is not your father, my baby. He is a man who is used to command, a man who— Odd, Kassia said in a low voice, cutting Etta off. Until this day, I had begun to believe him as kind and gentle as my father. I was a fool. He owns you. What a joy to be owned by a man who hates me. Graelam paused a moment, her words searing through his mind, then pushed the bedchamber door open. Go, he said to Etta, his eyes upon Kassia. Etta cast her mistress a pleading look and took herself off. Kassia could not look at him. She felt utterly vulnerable, clothed only in the flimsy bedrobe, and alone with him. He took a step toward her, and she flinched, stepping back. Get into bed, he said, standing motionless before her, and take off that robe. You will wear nothing unless it is your monthly flux. She did not move. She saw herself as she had been today, lying helplessly beneath him. She winced anew at the memory of the pain. Is that order so difficult for you to understand? Even as the words flew from her mouth, she knew that she was a fool to try to bargain with him. Only if you swear to me that you will not force me again. Damn, he swore. I will take you whenever it pleases me to do so. No. The small, defiant word held him frozen for an instant. He took another step toward her, only to halt again when he saw tears swimming in her eyes. Go to bed, Kassia, he said shortly, and turned away from her. He heard no sound or movement. Do as I tell you, he said over his shoulder.
I am afraid of you." The whispered words made him close his eyes over an elusive pain that he did not understand. "I swear I will not force you," he said finally. Perversely, the moment the words were out of his mouth, he felt that he had given in to her, and saw himself as one of those weak men he despised. He added, knowing well the cruelty of his words, "You are a child, and as unresponsive as a nun. It would give me no pleasure to take you again. You do not have a woman's grace, a woman's yielding, or a woman's softness." She wanted to scream at him, "Like your slut Nan?" But she said nothing. She walked slowly to the bed, slipped between the covers, and pulled them to her chin. She listened to him splash in the tub. Slowly, without wishing to, she stroked her hand over her body. "I have the body of a child," she thought. Would he have been more pleased with her if she were full-fleshed like Blanche? Her hand paused a moment in the valley of her belly. Her pelvic bones were still prominent when she lay upon her back. She tensed and quickly whipped her hand away when her fingers lightly touched the nest of curls. She did not want to touch herself where he had. When she saw him step from the tub, she tightly closed her eyes. She heard his firm footsteps toward the bed. She held herself rigid, terrified that he would not keep his word. But he did nothing. He lay on top of the covers on his back, motionless for many minutes. Suddenly he turned toward her. Startled, she whimpered softly and rolled to the side of the bed. He cursed softly, but made no move to touch her. Kassia did not ease until she heard his breathing become slow and regular in sleep. 16. What lovely stitches, Blanche. I can scarce see them. You sew them much more proficiently than I." Cassia's fingers froze over the material. She looked up warily at Blanche. "Thank you," she said finally, her voice clipped. The last thing she wanted to endure was more baiting and insults from that lady. But Blanche was smiling at her. "Do you mind if I sit with you for a while? I have a rent to mend in my tunic. Perhaps I can improve my stitches if I watch you closely." "What do you want, Blanche?" Kassia asked without preamble. Blanche lowered her head a moment. She said softly, "I want us to be friends, Kassia. I know that I have not been kind to you." "Kind? You have treated me like a blight." Blanche persevered, her voice liquid with shame. "'Twas jealousy that made me act as I did. I wanted Graelam, but he chose first Joanna, then you. It was not well done of me. I wish there to be peace between us." Kassia did not think herself a gullible fool, but she was lonely and terribly unhappy. The past week and a half had dragged past, even though Blount had enthusiastically approved everything she wished to do within Wolffeton, and work had begun. It was not that she was bored or felt useless. No, never that. She was the mistress of Wolffeton. She felt herself go tense, remembering how Graelam had watched the great hull scrubbed clean of years of filth, sniffed at the fresh reeds that were scattered with a special mixture of sweet rosemary, lavender, and other herbs, handed down from Cassia's grandmother. She had waited for him to say something, anything, but he had merely grunted, ignoring her. Blanche saw Kassia looking wistfully toward the far whitewashed wall, and guessed the direction of her thoughts. She said with gentle praise, "You have performed wonders. I had not believed Wolffeton could be so beautiful." She forced herself to sigh softly. "And the servants respect you and obey you. I wanted to make changes, you know, but they would not heed me. And the cushions you are making! How often I have wished to be more at ease in my chair." That brought a reluctant smile to Kassia's lips. "Aye," she said, with a bit more enthusiasm. "I have felt the same way." "Will you let me help you?" Blanche asked humbly. "I do have some skill with a needle." "Aye," Kassia said again slowly, still wary of the incredible change in Blanche. "If you would like, 'twould make us all more comfortable that much sooner." The two women sewed together companionably until the light faded. "Just a few more minutes," Kassia said, "and I shall be through with this cushion." "It is for your lord?" Blanche asked, her voice sympathetic. "It is," Kassia said shortly, wondering what Graelam would say, wondering if Graelam would even notice. She started when Blanche reached over and gently patted her hand. "All will be well between you, Kassia. You will see. Graelam is a man unused to gently bred ladies, but your care of him will soon change his thinking. Kassia felt tears cloud her vision. Perhaps you are right, Blanche. Of course I am right, Blanche said stoutly. Whilst you finish your lord's cushion, is there something you would like me to do? Kassia sniffed back her tears. Nay, she said, managing a wan smile. The servants have things well in hand. I do thank you, Blanche. I really do. Graelam noticed the rich red velvet cushion immediately. It was thick and soft, stuffed with goose down, and beautifully made. He ran his hand over its smooth surface. I have begun another cushion for the back of your chair, Kassia said. He heard the wariness in his voice, but ignored it. Will you make more cushions? For your chair as well? Aye, but 'twill take me several weeks. The material appears very valuable. Did Blount approve its purchase? Kassia wanted to throw the cushion in his face. She fought down anger at his barely veiled accusation, but was saved from answering him by Blount himself. Aye, my lord, he said proudly. I agreed with your lady that Wolffeton should boast only the best. With her skill, it is achieved. Graelam grunted and sat down. It is an improvement, he said, and reached for his wine goblet. Blount gave his master an incredulous look. He caught Lady Kassia's eye and bit back his words. He did not understand Lord Graelam. He had been in a black, savage mood for so long now that the household was afraid to come near him. His bellows of anger made their blood run cold. But to treat his gentle lady as he would his servants. Blount shook his grizzled head and walked slowly down the trestle table and seated himself down on the bench beside Sir Guy. Kassia waited until Graelam had drunk 2 goblets of wine and eaten heartily of his dinner. My lord, she said carefully. I? He can't even bring himself to look at me. She gritted her teeth and continued. The merchant Driot assures me that we can barter wool for carpets from Flanders. The carpets at Belterre come from Spain, but he tells me that Flanders weaves beautiful ones as well. I thought crimson, to complement the chair cushions. Carpets, my lady? Graelam asked, turning slightly in his chair to face her, his dark brows raised. Is it your desire to turn this keep into a palace? Do you find Wolffeton so much to your distaste? Damn you, my lord, she thought. She knew well that Graelam had been to the Holy Land and admired the comfort and luxury of the furnishings there. Aye, she said baldly, if you do not wish to barter wool, I will send a message to my father. Surely he will be most willing to fill Wolffeton with beauty. You will send no message to your father. He hit his fist against the trestle table, making his trencher tremble. Very well, Kassia said calmly, forcing herself to hold firm in the face of his ill humor. What is your wish, then, my lord? I am spiting myself, Graelam realized suddenly, and the little witch knows it well. God's bones, he wanted to break her. How dare she criticize his home? She had held her little chin high and ignored him during the past days, knowing that she was safe from him at night, for, fool that he was, he had sworn he wouldn't force her. The power he had given her unthinkingly. He was saved from a reply by Guy's laughing voice reaching him over the din. My lord, you have the look of a man's buttocks are well content. Will you grant your lesser men such comforts? All you deserve, Sir Guy, Graelam shouted back, is the flat of my sword against your buttocks. There were hoots of laughter from the men, and Drake, the armorer, slapped Guy on the back. I'd say, he chortled, that your young butt needs nothing more than a good strapping. Graelam turned back to his wife. She was laughing, and there was a gentle smile in her eyes. He followed the direction of her gaze and felt himself stiffen. Guy! She was smiling at the handsome younger man openly. A knot of anger burned in his gut. Kassia! She flinched at his harshness, her smile at the men's jests dying on her lips. She forced her eyes to his and waited for him to continue. Fetch your cloak. I wish to speak to you. She hesitated, cursing herself for her cowardice, but still afraid of his intentions. He lowered his voice to a soft, menacing snarl. Would you prefer the privacy of our chamber?" She jumped up from her chair. Nan stood closest to her, and she called to the serving girl, her voice abrupt in her fear. "My cloak, Nan. 'Tis in my chamber." Nan gave her a venomous look before leaving the hall. Kassia downed the remainder of her wine, willing herself to be calm. "Are you always so sharp with the servants, my lady?" She gave him a wide, uncomprehending look. "My servants?" he added with stark emphasis. "You mean your slut," she muttered under her breath, but she shook her head, her eyes lowered. Kassia felt Guy's sympathetic gaze upon her as Graelam led her from the hall, his hand cupping her elbow. She looked at him, giving him a tentative smile. Graelam jerked at her arm. She walked hurriedly beside him down the deep-set stairs and into the inner bailey. The moon was nearly full and cast a silvery light over the keep. She drew a deep breath. "Where do you wish to go, my lord?" "To the ramparts." Would he throw her over? She pictured her body flailing through the empty air, hurtling toward the ground, and shivered. When they reached the east tower, Graelam halted, clasped both her arms, and turned her face to him. Slowly he eased his hands down her arms, his dark, brooding eyes never leaving her face. She felt his fingers circle her throat and tighten slightly. "You will not escape me in another man's arms," he said softly, his fingertips lightly stroking her slender neck. I do not know what you mean, my lord," she whispered. "Do you not, my lady?" He stared down at her pale face, and his lips twisted. "A woman is born with lies already forming in her mouth. Most women, I fancy, have the wit to hide their coy looks in their husband's presence. But you, Kassia, you were blessed with a father who could not believe ill of you. Listen well, lady wife. I will not tolerate being made the fool, the cuckold." Kassia could only stare at him. He believed she wished one of his men as her lover? The only one of his men she spent any time with at all was his steward. It was so ridiculous as to be laughable. She said sharply, forgetting her fear of him, "Am I no longer to smile, my lord? Am I no longer to speak to Blount? By all the saints, he is old enough to be my father. 'Twas not Blount who won your winsome smile, my lady. You will cease your woman's deception."
"You will never lie with another man, and if it is your woman's wish to have your belly ploughed, 'tis I who will do it." "No!" she gasped. "You promised me. Think you I will allow Guy to enjoy your favors when my back is turned?" "Guy," she repeated blankly. "Aye, even his name sounds soft on your lips." "You are ridiculous," she hissed at him, drawing out each word. Graelam gave a growl of anger and jerked her against him. She struck her fists against his chest, but he only tightened his hold, and her arms fell uselessly to her sides. He lowered his head, and she twisted back, feeling his kiss land on her throat. His hand wound in her hair, holding her still, and she sobbed softly when his mouth crushed against hers. His tongue was stabbing against her lips to gain entrance. She pictured herself when last he had taken her, docile as a stick, passive, enduring the pain without fight. "Let him beat me," she thought. She parted her lips slightly, and when he thrust his tongue into her mouth, she bit down on it, hard. He drew back from her in fury. "You little bitch," he panted, touching his mouth. Grabbing her shoulders, he shook her until her head lolled back on her neck. Suddenly, he dropped his hands and took a step back from her. Frantic words burst from her mouth. "And will you force me again? Rape me? I want no man to touch me, do you hear? No man. You are all brutes, selfish animals. You spoke once to me of pleasure. Ha! There is none for the woman. She must lie still and endure your cruel rutting. You have done naught but lie to me, Graelam. I hate you." He raised his hand, wanting to cover her mouth, to shut out her torrent of words, to bring her against him again. She jerked away, shrieking at him. "Kill me, then! I care not." His eyes narrowed on her face.
dark as the night. Without a word, he turned away from her and strode down the wooden walkway to the inner bailey. He paused but a moment, her soft sobs reaching him, and cursed under his breath. She is but a woman, my possession. Damn her! Her worth is only what I choose to grant her. Still, he could not shut out her broken sobs after he was too far away to hear them. Kassia rose slowly, aware suddenly that she was shivering from cold. She pulled her cloak more closely about her shoulders and walked back toward the keep. Graelam's men-at-arms were in the inner bailey, and she forced herself to square her shoulders and walk up the deep stairs into the great hall, ignoring their glances. Servants were clearing off the trestle tables. She saw Blanche from the corner of her eye, but didn't stop. She reached the bedchamber, but her hand froze on the huge brass handle. No, she thought frantically, he is within. I cannot bear to face him now. She turned away and walked slowly toward the spinning room. Moonlight streamed through the unshuttered windows as she stepped quietly into the darkened room. She heard strange grunting sounds coming from the corner where bolts of material were stacked. She saw them clearly. Graelam was astride Nan, his powerful naked body thrusting between her white legs. Nan was groaning, her hands stroking frantically over his back, her legs wrapped around his flanks. Kassia felt bile rise in her throat. She was not aware that a soft keening sound came from her mouth. She jerked around and ran from the room. Graelam's lust drove him blindly. He was intent upon exorcising Kassia's pale, distraught face from his mind. He heard the odd wailing sound and turned quickly to see Kassia flee from the room. His lust disappeared as if it had never existed. He jerked out of Nan's body and rolled over, staring toward the door. "My lord," Nan whispered urgently, "please." He wanted to vomit, to curse, to rail at himself for being such a bloody fool. He said nothing, merely rose and began to pull on his clothes. He heard Nan call out to him, but he ignored her. He strode to his bedchamber and flung open the door. Kassia was not there. He called out her name, hating the fear in his voice. She was not in the keep. He ran toward the stables, knowing well that she could not simply ride away from Wolffeton, for the porter would never raise the portcullis or lower the drawbridge for her. The postern in the eastern wall! His blood froze in his veins as he remembered how he himself had shown Kassia the hidden entrance into Wolffeton. Her mare, Bluebell, was gone. He drew a deep, steadying breath, knowing that she had only minutes on him, and quickly drew on Demon's bridle. He swung himself onto his destrier's broad back. He saw her quickly enough, riding along the cliffs, her mare's pace frantic. He yelled her name, but she did not slow. He leaned down close to Demon's neck and urged him forward. The mare was no match for the powerful destrier. Kassia heard the pounding hoofs behind her. She didn't look back, for she knew it was Graelam. She dug her heels into Bluebell's sides, her sobs echoing with her mare's labored breathing in the still night. Graelam tried to grab the mare's reins, but Kassia pulled her sharply, jerking her so close to the edge of the cliff that Graelam felt his blood turn cold. He dared not crowd her. He kept pace until the ground evened out, then turned Demon sharply toward the mare, and grabbed Kassia about her waist and lifted her off Bluebell's back. She fought him, struggling wildly, hitting at his chest with his fists. He pulled Bienen Tumenholt, pressed Kassia tightly against him, and jumped to the ground. "You little fool," he muttered, tightening his hold about her slender ribs. "God's bones, you could have killed yourself." "I don't care." He eased her back to look into her face. He expected tears, waited for her to plead with him. To his utter surprise, she drew back her foot and kicked him in the shin. He grunted with the sharp pain. "You test the fates," he said, his voice low and calm. She said nothing, merely staring up at him. "Did you really think to escape me? By yourself? Have you no wits at all? What could have happened to me, my lord?" He felt her stiffen, felt her draw herself up. "Mayhap brigands would have caught me. What could they have done to me? Beat me? Rape me? Cut my throat? She shrugged, looking away from him, out over the white-capped sea. You saw me in the weaving room. She cocked her head, her eyes wintry. I saw you. She heard him draw in his breath, but continued in a deadly calm voice. Forgive me for interrupting your pleasures. She shrugged again. At least it keeps you away from me. You angered me, he said. She looked at him searchingly. Will you send me home, my lord, back to Belterre? 'Twill still be yours. My father would not renege on your agreement. No? Why not? You care nothing for me. You are mine, he said, very softly, and what is mine I keep. Never again try to escape me, Kassia, else I will lock you away. Unbidden, the image of Graelam thrusting into Nan rose into her mind, and she felt such fury that she felt she would choke on it. She drew back her hand and slapped him as hard as she could. No woman had ever struck him. One man had, once, long ago, and he had died very quickly. She was so small, so fragile. He could kill her with one blow. He did not move. You will bend to me, he said finally, very quietly. You will bend to me, for I am your master and your husband. She stood stiff as a stone before him. Come, Kassia, he said, taking her arm quite gently. We are returning to Wolffeton before my men mount a search. She knew she had no choice. If she struggled with him, he could simply subdue her with one arm. As she rode beside him back to Wolffeton, she felt the maze of anger and shock recede from her mind. Dear God, what had she done? She did not want to be a prisoner. She did not want him to beat her. She ran her tongue over her dry lips. What will you do? He heard the threat of fear in her voice. She will bend to me, he thought.
But he hated her fear. He said nothing. When they rode into the inner bailey, Guy rushed toward them, his face drawn with worry. Graelam saw him gaze toward his wife and felt a renewed surge of anger at the tenderness in Guy's eyes. My wife wished for a midnight ride, he said curtly. See to our horses, he continued to the stable boy. He pulled Kassia off Bluebell's back and led her into the keep. Blanche watched Graelam draw Kassia toward the stairs. She stayed in the shadows of the hall, a small smile lifting the corners of her mouth. Soon, she thought, very soon. 17. Graelam stood against the door of his bedchamber, his arms crossed over his chest, watching Kassia walk slowly toward his chair and ease down on its edge. Why did you run from me? He asked abruptly. She did not look up. He saw her hands twisting frantically in her lap. Why? He repeated. I don't know, she said finally. His dark eyes gleamed. Could it be, my lady wife, he drawled softly, that you were jealous? Nan is a comely wench and enjoys a man well. Her head shot up, and he felt a stab of anger at the incredulous look on her face. Was she so impervious to him then? Jealous, he repeated, even more softly this time. The words tumbled out before she could halt them. Jealous because my husband takes another woman? Nay, my lord, if you do not choose to honor our marriage vows, who am I to gainsay you? Then why did you run from me? I did not wish to stay, she said, knowing he could see the lie in her eyes. She could not answer his question, even to herself. She had felt fury and such unhappiness that she had not thought clearly. She had thought only to escape. Ah, Kassia, he said, striding toward her, you begin to try my patience. He saw her eyes darken as he approached her, and her slender body stiffen. He stopped. You are such a curious little thing, he said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You strike me, revile me, and tremble with fear before me, and you lie to me. Come here, Kassia. She heard the steel in his voice, even though he had spoken softly, almost meditatively. Slowly, hating herself for her cowardice, she rose and walked to him. She stiffened when he closed his hands over her arms. "Look at me," he said. She obeyed him. "Listen well, wife, for I will not tell you again. You will keep your winsome smiles to yourself and away from Sir Guy, or any other of my men for that matter. And, Kassia, if ever you do something so stupid as attempt to flee from me, I will treat you like an ill-broken mare." His hands tightened on her arms. "Do you understand me, wife?" "I understand you," she whispered. "Do you? Do you really? I wonder. Your father was like soft rain flowing through your small fingers, wasn't he? He suffered your woman's demands, your woman's wiles, without complaint. Indeed, he was so besotted with you that he did not see the power you wielded over him. I am not your father. To assist you to understand me, I will be more specific, my lady. If ever again you attempt to flee from me, I will tie you to my bed. I will spread your legs wide, and I will use you until I am tired of your skinny body. Now do you understand?" "I understand," she whispered again. "Good." He released her and calmly began removing his clothing. He paused a moment, then strode naked to the door and opened it. "Evian!" he bellowed. The small boy scampered up from his pallet. "Aye, my lord." "Fetch me a goblet of wine, boy." Graelam turned and stood indolently by the open door, as if daring her to gaze upon him. "You do not wish to look upon your husband?" Kassia felt a frisson of alarm. She moistened her lips and forced herself to gaze at him. "I am looking," she said. "Do you feel no quickening between your slender thighs, my lady? No desire to share your husband's bed?" His mocking voice made her forget her fear of him, just as he guessed it would. "Shall I get Nan for you, my lord?" she asked coldly. "Perhaps," she continued, "the wine will help you, for I do not believe you are ready for her." He drew in his breath, his eyes glittering with amusement. "Wine, my lady wife, has not that effect. A drunken husband is an impotent one, but that is what you would prefer, is it not? Allow me, my lord, to have a cask sent from Belterre for you." He threw back his head and laughed deeply. "You do not break, do you? Particularly if you are more than 10 feet away from me. My distance gives you courage. Ah, my wine. Thank you, boy. Go back to your bed now." He shut the door with the heel of his foot, downed the wine, and walked to his bed, knowing that her eyes followed him. He stretched upon his back and turned his dark eyes toward her. "Let us test the power of the wine. Remove your clothes, and then we shall see." She shook her head, mute. "You fear me again?" She nodded, hating herself, hating him. "Very well. Blow out the candles to preserve your modesty. I will not tell you again, Kassia." She scampered to douse the candles. She looked warily toward the unshuttered windows. Moonlight flowed unhampered into the room. She picked up her bedrobe and fled to the far corner of the chamber. Her fingers worked clumsily at the fastenings of her gown. She did not understand him. There had been no ladies in her life to guide her in dealing with a man such as he. But how to deal with a man who mocked and laughed at her? A man who seemed at one moment to despise her and the next to threaten her when she had tried to escape him. She drew a shaky breath and drew her bedrobe tightly around her. "Kassia, I await you." She shivered at the words he had spoken. He knew that she feared him, knew that she was helpless against him. She slipped between the covers and lay perfectly still. "Come here." His voice was soft, even beguiling. It was the same voice he had used when she had first come to Wolffeton. That time seemed so long ago now. He had been gentle, drawing her trust to him. She remembered teasing him, smiling at him, enjoying his touch. "Please," she whispered, even as she forced her body to turn toward him. His arms closed around her, drawing her against him. He felt the tension in her, could hear her short, gasping breaths as she tried to still her fear of him. One of her hands was drawn into a fist and lay against his chest. Graelam frowned at himself as his hand gently began to knead the nape of her neck. If he wanted to take her, he should simply rip aside her clothing and possess her.
A promise to a woman meant nothing. A promise, he reminded himself, gave a woman power. He felt the delicate bones of her shoulders as his hand gently continued its slow kneading. As the minutes passed, he felt the tension ease from her body. Her tight muscles relaxed under his probing fingers. His promise to her. He smiled into the darkness. No, he would not force her again. He would make her beg for him. He continued stroking her until he felt her heart slow and her breathing even into sleep. He turned on his side, facing her. He gathered her against him and felt himself grow hard at the feel of her soft belly. He smiled harshly and willed himself to sleep. When he awoke early the next morning, Kassia was wrapped in his arms, one of her slender thighs between his legs, her cheek burrowed into the hollow of his neck. Slowly, he eased his hand inside her bedrobe and began to caress her buttocks. She feels like soft satin, he thought, and his body leapt in response. Her legs were slightly parted, easing his way, and he rested his fingers against her warm softness, savoring the feel of her, the delicate womanness. As his fingers rhythmically stroked her and caressed her, she sighed softly in her sleep and drew closer to him, her arm tightening over his chest. Kassia moaned, and the sound from her own throat, deep and aching, brought her to consciousness. Her lashes fluttered in the dim, early morning light. She was first aware of encompassing warmth, then a tingling sensation low in her belly.
She lay very still, not understanding, her mind still befuddled with sleep and the gentle, aching dream that had made her want to burrow and move sensuously within it. She felt a raspy breath against her temple. Graelam. She stiffened, aware of his body, his fingers tormenting her. "Hush," she heard him say softly, his lips feathering lightly against her ear. She felt the sensation burn deep within her, and her body, without her permission, moved against his questing fingers. She felt the thick hair on his chest against her breasts, and she pressed herself more closely against him. "That pleases you, doesn't it, Kassia?" She moaned, her hands clutching at him. Suddenly his fingers were gone, and he had left her. She watched him stupidly as he rose from the bed and gazed down at her. She stared up at him, her body bereft, not understanding. She trembled with need, and suddenly awareness flooded over her, and she knew what he had done to her. "I," he said, his dark eyes alight on her face. "Will you beg me to take you now, my lady wife? You must beg me, you know." She quivered with fury at herself, quivered with her own weakness. "I hate you," she whispered, the words coming from her mouth in a hoarse croak. He threw back his head and laughed deeply. She felt so humiliated, so lightheaded with rage at what he had done. She jumped from the bed, oblivious of her nakedness, and flung herself at him, pounding her fists at his chest, yelling her fury at him. He clasped her hands easily. "Remind me, Kassia," he said in a taunting whisper, "to tell you how to hurt a man." Carelessly, he picked her up in his arms and tossed her back onto the bed. "I hate you," she shrieked at him. "You are cruel, an animal. I will hurt you." "Oh, no, wife," he said, his eyes narrowing on her pale face. "A possession does not harm its master." She closed her eyes against the utter hopelessness his words brought her. "I wish to break my fast," he said, coldly, his voice matter-of-fact. "Dress yourself and see to it." Kassia chattered with desperate gaiety as she rode beside Blanche. She saw the look of pity on the other woman's face, and grew silent. Whatever had happened to change Blanche was a blessing, Kassia thought. She had been naught but sympathetic and kind during the past several days. Kassia was grateful to her when she suggested that they ride this morning. She wanted nothing more to escape Wolffeton for even a brief period of time. Escape her husband and that knowing, mocking look in his eyes. "Evian is a kind boy," she said, breaking the silence. "The men have taken him under their wings." "He worships Graelam," Blanche said. She saw the pain in Kassia's eyes and quickly said, "Forgive me. It is a lovely morning, is it not?
And the sea is so calm, like polished glass. Aye, Kassia said shortly. Let us ride to the east, Blanche. I do not know if we should. Blanche appeared to hesitate, a frown appearing between her brows. 'Twas you who disdained an escort, Blanche. We are well on Wolffeton land. There are none to harm us. I suppose you are right, Blanche said. I worry because your husband did not give us permission to ride out. I do not wish to anger him. He is angered no matter what I do, Kassia thought bleakly. Dianwald de Fortenberry sat easily on his destrier, calmly eyeing the two riders coming toward him. He recognized Blanche readily enough, but it was the other woman who held his attention. She wore a voluminous cloak, and a hood covered her hair. The Lady Blanche was undoubtedly correct, he thought. No man who cared for his wife would allow her to ride unprotected, even on his own lands. She was a shrew, Blanche had told him, spoiled and sullen, and Lord Graelam would be glad to see the last of her. He had been tricked into taking her to wife, forced to recognize her. The two men who had accompanied him were growing restive. He glanced back and frowned them to silence. He would play the game according to Blanche's rules, he thought. Some minutes later, he waved his men forward. They rode out from the cover of the trees toward the two women. Kassia saw the men coming and felt a moment of alarm. The man at their head was richly dressed. When he raised his hand and waved at them, she drew up Bluebell. When the man drew close enough for her to make out his face, she knew she had been wrong. He was looking intently at her, and his eyes were narrowed and cruel. For a moment she could not draw a breath. "Blanche!" she cried, her voice a croak. "Flee!" She wheeled Bluebell about and dug her heels into her mare's sides. The wind tore the hood back from her hair. She felt her heart pound frantically against her breast. How could she have been so stupid as to ride out without men to accompany them? She saw the shadow of the man as he closed beside her. She tried to jerk Bluebell about, but Blanche was riding close on her other side, hemming her in. She screamed as the man leaned over and grabbed her around her waist and lifted her easily. She fought him, kicking wildly, her hands flailing at his face. He drew to a halt. "Hold, my lady," he said, and shook her. Kassia was beyond reason, and she continued to kick at him. "If you do not stop your struggling, I will throw you face down over the saddle." Kassia went limp. He gathered her against him, sheltering her in the crook of his arm. She saw the two other men surround Blanche. The man wheeled his horse about, shouting at the other two men to bring Blanche. "You are such a fool, Kassia, such a fool." She heard herself ask in a small, thready voice, "Who are you? What do you want?" Dianwald said nothing, merely spurred his destrier to a faster pace. They rode east for some 20 more minutes. When he waved his men to a halt, Kassia was rigid with fear. He leapt from the saddle, carrying her as if she were not but a feather. He eased her to her feet. "You will stay here, my lady," he said in a clipped, cold voice. "If you try to leave, I will beat you senseless." Dianwald watched her carefully, to judge if she would obey him. Her face drained of color. She would obey him, he had no doubt about it. "What is that woman's name?" "Blanche de Cormon. Please do not harm her." His brows lowered a moment. "Lady Blanche," he called out. He motioned the two men to stay with Kassia, then strode toward Blanche. "Please, Kassia," called after him. "Come," Dianwald said to Blanche. He took her arm roughly and led her into a copse of thick oaks. "You have done well, my lord," Blanche said crisply, shaking off his hand. "Of course," he said. "The jewels. Ah, certainly." Blanche pulled a leather pouch from the pocket in her cloak. She opened it slowly and spread out a heavy, barbaric necklace of thick pounded gold. Diamonds and rubies glittered from their settings, huge stones that made his eyes glitter as bright as the jewels. It is beautiful, is it not? Certainly valuable enough to take her to Brittany. "Lord Graelam brought it from the Holy Land?" Dianwald asked, fingering a large ruby. "Aye, but neither you nor I, my lord, have anything to fear. Lord Graelam will think his wife stole it to escape him." Dianwald raised his eyes from the beautiful necklace. "If it is so valuable," he said slowly, "will he not try to find her, just for its return? I would, were I he. Blanche smiled easily. I doubt that he will realize it is missing for at least a few days. And when he does, it will be too late. He will likely believe her dead at the hands of her cohorts. She shrugged. That, or he will believe her returns to her father and Brittany, in which case he would assume that she had long rid herself of the necklace. She cocked a taunting brow at him. There is nothing for you to fear, my lord. You have planned this well, my lady. He gently wrapped the necklace back into its leather pouch and thrust it into his tunic. I have had naught but time to do so. 'Tis odd, he continued, looking back at Kassia. The little chick was afraid for you.
Blanche laughed, but it was a grating, mirthless sound. Still, your ridiculous guilt, you fool, she chided herself. The girl would certainly be better off back with her father. Graelam had made her life a misery. Blanche was but doing her a favor. Her eyes did not quite meet Dienwald's as she said, Kassia believes me her friend. You will find her something of a fool, but you will not harm her. Oh, but that is the rub, is it not? What am I to do with her? Return her to her doting father, Blanche said sharply. The necklace is worth your trouble to send her to Brittany. There is no reason to kill her or harm her in any way. Dienwald smiled. Do you not fear that Graelam will go to Brittany to fetch her? Perhaps he will believe her story that she was kidnapped? Nay, I know him. His pride will not allow him to go after her. In the unlikely case her father demands that she return to Wolffeton, he will never believe her foolish story. Never, I promise you. And you, of course, my lord, would not be so careless as to tell her who you are. Nay, I would not be so careless, Blanche. But what if her father forces her to return? Will that not spoil your plans, my lady? Blanche smoothed the sleeve of her tunic. I am not certain her father will force her back, but in any case it will be a long time before Graelam learns that she is in Brittany. He cannot stand the sight of her. He treats her like a servant. She is nothing to him. He will have the marriage set aside quickly enough when he learns that she lives. The Duke of Cornwall will help him. And you will wed him? Of course. When you return to Wolffeton, my lady, what will you tell Lord Graelam? Why so much interest in my plans, my lord? Dienwald shrugged. I have no desire to have the powerful Graelam de Moreton breathing down my neck, all through the carelessness of a woman. I will tell him that his wife hired 2 men to help her escape from him. She feared killing me, and thus I was bound and left. And, of course, managed to free yourself before you came to harm. It would seem that there is nothing more to discuss. I suggest, my lady, that you scream a bit for the benefit of the little chick. Blanche glared at him, then shrugged. Perhaps you are right, though I do not see that it matters much. Dienwald was quiet a moment, as if in deep thought. Scream, my lady. One never knows. Kassia heard Blanche's frantic screams. No, she cried, and would have run toward the copse, but one of the men grabbed her arms and held her still. Some minutes later, she saw the man come striding toward her, straightening his clothes. She paled, realizing what had happened, and moaned softly in her throat. He stopped in front of her. You, filthy animal, how could you harm a helpless woman? She tried to struggle free of the man's hold. Perhaps, Dienwald said softly, frowning even as he spoke at her heartfelt cries, you should think of yourself for a moment. Kassia looked up at him. She had remembered his face set in lines of cruelty, but he didn't look cruel now. His hair, brows, even his eyes, were the color of the coarse-grained brownish-gray sand on the beach. There was even a line of freckles over his high-bridged nose. He was not a large man, she realized, not overpoweringly large like Graelam, but he was built solidly, and she knew she would be no match against him. What did you do to Blanche? She whispered. I raped her, he said, quite calmly, and let her go. He watched her eyes grow large with fear. Then she lowered her lashes and stiffened her shoulders. What will you do with me? We shall see, little chick, he said. Dienwald felt an unwanted surge of guilt at the miserable show of defiance from this pitiful little scrap. Come, we ride now. No, you will not ride your mare. You will sit before me. He would rape her, she thought, but what did it matter? Nothing mattered. She allowed him to lift her in front of him.
His destrier pranced to the side, disliking the extra weight, but Dienwald spoke softly to him, and he quieted. They rode in silence for an hour or more. "Who are you?" Kassia asked at last. "You may call me Edmund," he said lightly, "and I will call you Kassia. That is your name, is it not?" She nodded, and he felt her soft curls graze his chin. He frowned over her head, his eyes between his destrier's ears. She had not once mentioned her powerful husband. It was as Blanche said. Graelam despised his wife, and she knew it well. "Your husband, why was he not with you?" he asked abruptly. "It is not wise for two women to ride unescorted." She laughed. The man who had raped Blanche and stolen her was lecturing her. "My husband," she said, not hearing the helpless bitterness in her voice, "did not know we would be riding. 'Twas my fault. We are still on my husband's land. I thought no one would dare." "You were wrong," Dienwald said shortly, "and you are something of a child in your reasoning, are you not?" "'Twould appear so," Kassia said. "And also a shrew?" He looked into her face as he spoke, and saw the incomprehension widen her expressive eyes. "A shrew?" she repeated blankly. She sighed deeply. "Mayhap I am. My lord makes me so angry sometimes. I fear that I am sometimes unable to moderate my feelings or my words." Why was she speaking to him as she would a person she had known all her life and trusted? It was idiocy. She was an idiot. She did not realize that 2 tears had welled up in her eyes and were trailing down her cheeks. "Stop it," Dienwald growled at her. "I have given you no reason to cry." She blinked and knuckled her eyes with her fists, as would a child. "I am sorry," she said. "I am afraid." He cursed softly and fluently, some of his words more coarse and descriptive than Graelam's. "Will you not tell me where you are taking me? Nay, keep your tongue behind your teeth, my lady. We have some distance to go before we rest for the night." His actions did not match his harsh words. His arm curved more protectively around her slender waist. "You are tired. Sleep now." To her befuddled surprise, she did, nestled against Dienwald's chest. He heard her soft, even breathing, and realized that she was stirring feelings in him that he had thought well dormant for years now. He was a fool, he thought, to be drawn to this pitiful little female. She awoke with a small cry on her lips, and struggled briefly against him until he said, almost unwillingly, "I will not hurt you, little chick. We will stop for the night." "Why do you call me little chick?" He gave her a twisted smile, lifted his hand, and lightly ruffled her curls. "Because your hair is soft and downy, and you are small and warm." For an evil man, Kassia thought, growing more bewildered, he was not behaving as he should. Dienwald called a halt some minutes later. He dispatched his men to hunt their dinner, and motioned Kassia to sit quietly beneath a tree. He watched her fidget a moment, then said curtly, "The ride was long. Go relieve yourself." His eyes narrowed cruelly. "Do not attempt to flee me, or it will be the worse for you." She believed him, just as she believed Graelam. It was not long before she was helping Ned, a short, wiry man who looked as fearsome as her childhood images of the devil, pluck and prepare the rabbits. She stared at him when he said in a kind voice, "Nay, lass, ye cannot skewer the beast like that. Watch." She sat back on her heels, blinking at his seeming kindness. The smell of the roasting rabbits filled her nostrils, and her stomach growled loudly. She knew that she should likely be fainting, or at least wailing in fear, but oddly enough, it did not occur to her to do so. Whatever they wished to do with her would be done. It was not in her power to stop them. "Eat, little chick," Dienwald said, handing her a well-cooked morsel. He ate silently beside her, saying nothing. Afterward, he left her a moment, his eyes a silent threat, and spoke to his men. They moved away, to protective positions, Kassia supposed, about their small camp. The evening was warm and the sky clear. The skimpy meal sat well in her stomach. She waited. Dienwald stood over her, his hands on his lean hips. "Well, little chick, do you think it time I raped you?" 18. She stared up at him, her eyes wide and helpless upon his face. "I wish you would not," she said. "Then what should I do with you?" he asked irritably. She moistened her lips with her tongue. "I do not know." He eased down beside her and sat cross-legged, staring into the dying fire. Nor do I, he said, more to himself than to her. He turned to face her. How came you to wed Graelam de Moreton? She gazed at him uncertainly a moment, then shrugged inwardly. There was no reason not to tell him. He did not wish to wed me, she said. 'Twas my father who convinced him to do so. Dienwald stiffened. At least, about that, Blanche had told him the truth. A man like Graelam is not easily convinced, he said. You sound as if you know my husband. Let us say, Dienwald said dryly, that I have a healthy respect for de Moreton. But continue. You are right. Now that I know him better, I wonder how my father accomplished it. You see, I was dying, and have no memory at all of wedding him. I think, Dienwald said slowly, his eyes never leaving her face, that you will tell me the whole of it. She repeated to him all that her father had told her. She paused a moment, then said calmly, unaware of the thread of bitterness in her voice, "Then I thought perhaps he cared for me, just a little, you understand. But 'twas not true. I do not understand him. It is likely that I am too stupid to understand his motives." You are not stupid, Dienwald said sharply, even as he mulled over what she had told him. Then unfit to be a wife. He ignored her words. You tell me he refused to annul the marriage in the face of the Duke of Cornwall's wishes? I have come to believe that he bears with me only because he cares for my father, and, of course, for Beltair. He is now my father's heir, and Beltair is a very rich holding. If he put you aside, Beltair would still be his. At least he could battle your father and your greedy cousin for ownership. You are likely right, Kassia said thoughtfully. She turned suddenly to face him. Edmund, she said, unaware that she had used his name, are you holding me for ransom? And if I were? He asked evenly. She shrugged, a helpless smile curving up her mouth. I only wondered. I do not know what Graelam would do. St. Peter's teeth, he cursed silently. She was not but a little chick, as innocent and trusting as a child. He had thought to rape her. What man would not? He had thought even to keep her, until he tired of her, mayhap even kill her to save the expense of sending her to Brittany. The surge of protectiveness he felt for her alarmed him. He jumped to his feet. You weary me with your chatter. She flinched at the harshness of his voice, and he felt like a man who has just kicked a small animal. Kassia, sleep now. We will speak further in the morning. He tossed her a blanket and walked to the other side of the fire. She wrapped herself in the blanket and curled up in a tight ball. Why had he not raped her as he had Blanche? She shivered. Perhaps he still would rape her. Perhaps his seeming kindness was all a sham. She shook her head, wondering if she would ever understand any man. Her last thought before she slept was of a bloody battle between her father and Graelam for possession of Beltair. Dienwald handed her a hunk of bread. Eat, he said, and turned to speak to his men. She chewed the dry bread slowly, wishing she had a goblet of milk. Her fear, in abeyance the night before, had returned full measure when he had awakened her at dawn. She swallowed the bread and waited for him to return. "What will you do with me?" she asked, looking up at him. "I will tell you whilst we ride," he said. Ned tossed her up into Dienwald's arms. She settled herself and waited for him to speak. "Why do you not let me ride my mare?" she asked at last. "I don't know," he said. "I cannot escape you. I know. Edmund, please tell me what you intend. I am very afraid." She felt his arm tighten around her and winced. "Kassia, if I gave you the choice, would you prefer to return to your father in Brittany or to Wolffeton, to your husband? If you are asking me who is more likely to pay you a ransom, I do not know. I am not asking you that. Answer me." She sighed. "I cannot allow my husband to claim Beltair and fight my father. If you gave me the choice, I would return to Wolffeton. It is where I belong. Do you care for your husband?" Dienwald expected a vehement denial. For many moments she said nothing. He slowed his destrier to a walk, and Kassia found herself staring unseeing at the sharp-fanged boulders in a near hillside. She swallowed convulsively, remembering yet again Graelam's kindness to her when she had first come to Wolffeton, his gentleness when he had taken her to his bed, his concern at her pain. What had she done to make him despise her? The stupid material she had taken to sew him a new tunic. She wasn't aware that tears were slipping down her cheeks. "I am stupid," she said in a choked voice. "Ah," he said. Suddenly, Kassia stiffened in his arms. "Edmund, you are going in the wrong direction. We are on Wolffeton land." "I know, little chick." She tried to twist around to look at him, but he held her firm. "We are still several hours from Lord Graelam's keep. Sleep. I believe you will need your strength." "I will never understand men," she said. He smiled over her head. "Mayhap not," he said gently, "but you will not change. You must not change. I would not know where to begin," she said on a helpless sigh. She leaned back against him, trusting him as she did her father, and fell into a light sleep. "Little chick, wake up." Kassia straightened, looking around her as she shook the dregs of sleep from her mind. "Wolffeton lies just beyond the next rise. I can take you no farther." He laughed softly. "I have no wish to face your husband. I fear he would peel off my hide." He pulled his destrier to a halt and nimbly jumped to the ground. Kassia held firmly in his arms. He set her down gently. There were so many questions in her eyes that he began to shake his head in answer. "Listen to me, Kassia," he said, lightly stroking his hands over her arms. "You will take care when you return to Wolffeton. Do you understand me?" He knew that she did not. He ground his teeth, but self-interest kept him quiet. "I will try to do as you say, Edmund," she said, her head cocked to one side, her great eyes upon his face. "Go now, little chick." He leaned down and lightly kissed her mouth, then quickly released her. "Ned, bring her mare." He tossed her onto Bluebell's back. "Remember what I told you," he said, then thwacked the mare's rump. He stood quietly, watching her ride toward Wolffeton. "My lord," Ned said, coming up to stand beside him. "Aye. The lass rides into hell, methinks. Ye did not tell her of the woman's plot." "No, I did not." Dienwald turned and grinned rakishly at his man. "As I told the wench, Ned, I have no wish to have Lord Graelam after my hide." If she knew who I was, the chances are that sooner or later her husband would find out, and not be content until he had me roasting in hell's fires. But that other lady, she knows ye, my lord. Aye, but to harm me, my friend, she would be doing herself in. And I have the feeling that Lady Blanche cares as much about her pretty hide as I do about mine." Ned spat onto the rocky ground. Guy ran a weary hand through his hair. His eyes blurred with fatigue, yet he knew he would ride again within the hour, to continue the search, this time northward. He walked down the steps from the keep into the inner bailey, pausing when he heard men shouting. Had Graelam found her? He galloped down the steps, and came to an abrupt halt at the sight of Kassia, alone, riding her mare into the inner bailey. "Guy!" she called, waving to him wildly, even as she slipped off her mare's back. "Guy!" She ran toward him, her hands outstretched.
Guy wanted nothing more to crush her against him. So great was his relief that she was safe. But he saw the men closing about them and grasped her hands, holding her away from him. "You came back," he said roughly. "He brought me back," Kassia gasped. "I thought he would rape me or kill me, but he did not. He was kind, Guy. He brought me home." "What?" Guy said, startled by her strange words. "Are you talking about? Where is Graelam? He is all right, is he not? He is searching for you. I expect him to return shortly. Blount! Rolf!" she cried, pulling away from Guy. "How good it is to see you again!" She had no time in her excitement to realize that the men were gaping at her, for she saw Blanche standing on the steps leading up to the great hall, her son, Evian, at her side. "Blanche, are you all right? I was so worried for you." Kassia started toward her, but Guy grabbed her arm. "Wait," he said tersely. She responded to his voice and turned slowly to face him, confusion darkening her eyes. "What is the matter, Guy? Did everyone believe me dead? I was afraid, but he wasn't evil as I thought at first. Indeed," she broke off, hearing the thundering sound of approaching horses. She felt Guy take her arm and hold her still beside him. Why had Blanche not come to welcome her? Why were the men regarding her like she was a ghost? Graelam rode at the fore of his dozen men into the inner bailey. He was so bloody tired he could scarce see straight. His face was gray with worry and fear and anger. He raised his head, his hand upraised to halt his men, and saw her standing beside Guy. He felt a spurt of sheer relief before rage flowed through him. He leapt off Demon's back, his hands clenched into fists. He held himself still for an instant, drawing on his waning control. Kassia pulled free of Guy and ran toward her husband. "Graelam, I am home. I am safe." He caught her arms and stared down at her. "You are unharmed?" She nodded happily. He closed his eyes a moment, nearly choking on his rage. He said very calmly, "I see that you are quite unharmed. Why did you come back, my lady?" She cocked her head to one side in question. "He brought me back, my lord. He did not harm me, I promise you." Graelam was aware that every servant and all of his men were watching. He should take her inside, away from all his gaping people, but he could not seem to bring himself to move. He saw Blanche from the corner of his eye, her face white, her hand clutched over her breast. "He, my lady?" he asked coldly, turning back to her. "The man you hired to help you return to Brittany brought you back?" "Hired?" Kassia repeated blankly. "I do not understand, my lord. I was kidnapped, but the man, Edmund is his name, felt sorry for me, I think. He brought me home." Graelam swallowed convulsively. He took her arm, saying as he drew her forward, "Come, we shall go into the hall." He heard Guy call to him, but he ignored him. Kassia took double steps to keep up with him. What had he meant about her hiring men? She darted a glance upward to his set profile. She could see the lines of weariness on his face and felt a spurt of hope. He had been searching for her. He must care something for her. He released her suddenly and gently pushed her down into a chair. He stood over her, frowning down at her thoughtfully. He said very pleasantly, "So you think, wife, to return to me and have me smile at you and forget what you did?" She shook her head, trying to clear her mind, but she blurted out her thoughts. "You searched for me?" "Aye," he said. "I have spared nothing trying to find you. That appears to please you." His voice was calm, but his eyes, dark as a cloudless night, were cold, so cold that she shivered. "It surprises me," she said quietly. Graelam's eyes narrowed to black slits. Abruptly, he turned away from her and called out sharply, "Blanche!" Kassia felt a wave of relief to see Blanche walk slowly toward them. "Blanche," Kassia said, "you are all right? That man, Edmund, he did not harm you?" Blanche smiled at her gently, a sad, pitying smile. "The man did not harm me, Kassia," she said. She is like a cat, Blanche thought, always landing on her feet. By God, what was she to say? How was she to act? What would Graelam do if he discovered the truth? That made her still any guilt she felt. Why, she wondered, does everything I do end up in disaster? She had no choice now but to brazen her way through this. "Tell her, Blanche," Graelam said, "what you told me." She looked down at Kassia again and said slowly, "Perhaps I was wrong, Graelam. Perhaps she did not hire those men. It simply appeared so to me." "What are you saying, Blanche?" she whispered. "You know I did not hire those men. How could you ever believe that?" Her voice rose in her disbelief. "You saw them come after us. Surely you knew that they meant us harm. Their leader, Edmund, he raped you. Surely you realize they—" "You are returned safe and unharmed," Graelam interrupted her smoothly. "Kassia," Blanche said urgently, "you are here, safe. It is obvious that they meant you no harm." She shrugged. "I was not certain if you were fleeing from them when they rode toward us. I thought that you were." She paused, leaving a delicate, damning silence. "That I—" "What?" Blanche said harshly, disbelieving what she was hearing.
That you had hired them to help you escape Wolffeton and your husband? Forgive me if I misjudged you." Kassia stared at the circle of disbelieving faces around her. Edmund had warned her, but she had not understood. "But the man raped you, Blanche. How could you believe that they would do less to me?" "He did not rape me, Kassia. No man save my husband has ever touched me. He merely fondled me for a moment, and that made me scream. I believed he was in a hurry to return to you. That," she thought frantically, "must surely have been the truth." "Kassia," Graelam said very quietly, "you will cease your act." "Act? What am I acting?" She struggled to her feet and looked at the faces around her. She saw Guy reach out to take her hand, saw her husband shove him away. "Listen to what she has to say," Guy said to Graelam. "I will listen," Graelam said. "Sit down, my lady, and talk." Kassia sat down again in the chair, her eyes staring blankly ahead. It was a nightmare, she thought vaguely. In a moment she would awake and she would be safe and warm. "Speak," she heard Graelam say. She raised her eyes to her husband's cold, set face and said very softly, "Blanche and I went riding yesterday morning. We were without escort, but on Wolffeton land. 3 men came toward us. We tried to escape them, but they caught us. The leader, Edmund, told me he had raped Blanche and let her go. He took me up on his destrier. I thought he would rape me or kill me or hold me for ransom, but he did nothing. He was kind to me. He brought me home." Graelam regarded her silently. "Such a pitiful little tale," he said finally. "Surely you had ample time to invent something more believable." He turned to Guy. "Well, chivalrous knight, have I given her enough of a hearing?" Guy had been watching Blanche's face. He saw fear and something else in her eyes. Kassia's story had been so unbelievable as to be the truth. He said quietly to Graelam, "If Kassia hired these men to return her to her father, what did she pay them?" Blanche smiled, her relief so palpable that she quickly lowered her head so no one would see it. "And why did she have them return her to you, my lord, if indeed she did hire them to escape you? The fact that she changed her mind must mean